Bo3 presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Title for conviction as an org, investing in players.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello all, as I am very much so staring at my rundown. I am here.
He's staring at the name.
I'm staring at the name. I am staring at my name to make sure they got the spelling correct here. We are back here for Week 3, Day 2 of the NACL. Some of our cameras are more ready than others, but nonetheless, I am once again joined by Beatdown next to me and able to move around here.
Yes.
And we've got some very fun matchups ahead, my friend, as we really start to round out our regular split here, Beatdown. We're already over the halfway point.
I know, it's actually pretty crazy, partially because of course, the length of this split, but it is crazy to think that we're already at the halfway point before these matches start today. So even though there are still a handful of matches left, some teams who've kind of struggled a little bit at the beginning, they need to get it together quick, and of course there are plenty of teams who have started off strong enough that they're not as concerned.
Not as concerned, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, Beatdown, I obviously have some tech issues to figure out on my own, but luckily, we have you locked and ready to talk to Tails, talk to Winthrop, get their feel before their matchup against NRG. So take it away, my friend, for the coach interview.
All right, get yourself sorted, Slayer. And hello again, Tails, of course, coach of Winthrop University. Nice to see you again after only a week. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Hi, we're doing great. Thank you so much. Don't worry too much about Slayer's camera. He'll be fine. But just to get right into it, something that Slayer had mentioned he wanted to hear from you about is that you guys had won your recent match against Conviction. 2-0 was looking really good. And I'm curious because in the post-game interview, Sammykin talked about, rounding out his champion pool a little bit. Yeah, he has his signature picks, but now he is, playing a little bit more of what we consider stock standard champions in the mid lane. So what was that process like? Was it difficult for him to adapt? What was it like working with him on that?
No, he's really easy to work with. I think it's just a matter of getting games in, and it's kind of like give some homework, practice in solo queue, play in scrims, and then just have a discussion about it. We're still not quite where we want to be yet, and that's part of the regular season grind. We want to be improving as we play these matches, so it'll take some time still.
Yeah, especially considering you guys are already halfway. You're 1 win, 1 loss, so you want to keep yourselves moving forward as much as possible, I assume.
Yeah.
But I gotta imagine you guys were feeling pretty good once you beat Conviction. Even just a moment of celebration. Like, how was it for you guys?
I mean, it's really nice to get that first win, especially with the new group. So pretty huge moment for us, but we're, like I said, we're still not where we want to be, and we want to make sure we keep focusing and finding that balance between improving and trying our best to win games. So it's been healthy to try to see the new group work on things and talk about making adjustments here and there. So it's been nice.
That's good. And speaking of working, improving together, I got to imagine you and some of the other teams like Maryville, you have this advantage of being able to be there in person. I got to imagine that helps with the growth process.
Yeah, I mean, we only have 3 out of 5 guys here, but you know, it's still nice to have the guys around. Nice seeing their faces and you know, communicate what we want to kind of reinforce, and it's definitely a lot easier in person. So
yeah, I gotta imagine then, because it's a sort of mixed bag situation. How do you as a coach deal with players who are, you know, not necessarily there? Of course, coaching online is far from a new thing, but how do you balance it?
Yeah, I mean, I've done remote coaching before. I mean, generally just want to make sure everyone, you know, they're on time, and you know, we try to do like as many scrims and you know meetings as possible, so people still feel involved. You know, we played some League Classic recently already, so it's like team bonding over that. It helps for sure.
Yeah, it's the new pre-game ARAM that I know some teams used to do into the past. Is that a new ritual in the making, or what do we think?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Depends on the players, to be honest. Whatever they want to do. So I'm just there. I'm just happy that they want to spend time with each other and play the game. So it's nice.
Yeah, fair enough, honestly. Team building is important. So I wanted to ask you, you're playing NRG today. They were the Titans of Split 1 regular split. They almost went undefeated. They were looking incredible. And now, you know, largely the same team going into today. I got to ask you, going into a matchup like this, after playing a team like Conviction, how are you guys feeling about, you know, your condition on the day, about a team like NRG and how you might play into them?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're confident we were going to put a decent performance for sure. We've been working on a lot of things, ironing a lot of kinks out of our, like making mistakes in our macro and our team play. Things like, you know, comms and keeping them short and concise. But generally, like, this is a strong team, and you know, we know it's going to be a tough opponent, and you know, we're really making sure that we gotta, you know, lock in and play our best to win today. So it's not going to be easy.
All right, well, fair enough. I do wish you guys luck, and I'm going to let you go now. But before I do, Tails, you know the drill. Any shout-outs? Is there anything you want to say before you join your team?
Yeah, just shout out to everyone who supports us. Shout out to the cast and the league. You know, thanks for running this. Happy to be here.
And we're happy to have you, Tails. So go ahead. Good luck today, and hopefully maybe we'll talk to one of your players at the end of the series. Take care.
Thank you.
And Slayer's camera is... I see what you're doing. He fixed it, guys.
I was
but he didn't fix his microphone.
Oh.
It's always something, you know?
It's always something. It's always something.
He'll join us in a second right now. Maybe it's part of the act, guys. He's just the way he's pretending to be surprised. Yeah, exactly. There it is. He's in a box. He's trapped. So he's muted on Discord, bro. So you're talking to stream, but you won't talk to me? That's messed up.
My bad.
Messed up.
My bad, Pete. I got totally set behind, and then I tried to come out of it with a bit. Listen, you know what? You know what? I'm here. You can hear me. The audience can hear me. Don't worry. I only talked a minimal amount of crap about you while I was muted on Discord.
Okay, I might have to scrub the VOD because I don't know if I trust you.
Fair enough. You know what you can trust, though? Some results to take a look at so far from this week. Deep down. And we had one hell of a day yesterday. I want to quickly shout out 4x4 and Hawk, because this day went until, I believe, almost 11 p.m.
10 Eastern?
Yeah, I know
10 something?
Game 6 started at 10 Eastern, 7 p.m. PST.
Oh, wow.
So
later
yeah.
than I realized.
What a day it was, though. We had some absolute slugfest. That Ole Miss CCG series delivered and then some.
Yeah, it was an exciting one. So much back and forth. Honestly, really enjoyed second series of the night as well. Contingent versus Blue Otter. That's really exciting stuff. And of course, the impact is there on the leaderboards. I have Cupid and Contingent sitting at top 2 after Contingent's win yesterday. And of course, Cupid still being at the top of their group there in Group B. I think we called it the group of death, group of power, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is how we labeled it. It's pretty cool to see Contingent up 2-0. Cass was talking about yesterday. If they could somehow find a win against one of their 3 remaining opponents, they virtually lock playoffs in their first split, which would be awesome. Only problem is they do have to play the heavy hitters, so be it of Group A at this point, which is NRG, Maryville, and Conviction, who we will see later today. And Maryville, of course, beat down. The word on the street is that we should expect to see, Obstinatus return now for Maryville. Words about maybe even Yuji coming back. So full strength Maryville will be going forward here, and we'll get to see them tomorrow. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves, all right? Let's look at today, because we have got some awesome matchups. Our first one, of course, being Winthrop University taking on NRG. You said it in the coach interview there, Beatdown, but if we have some viewers that didn't really see a lot of the spring split, this was the top team out of the regular split, NRG, but Winthrop actually were the ones to finish higher in the playoff standings. So
That's right.
I'm sure this has a little bit of a grudge match territory for NRG, knowing how their playoffs ended.
Yeah, a little tragically considering the power they showed us in that regular split. Winthrop University, of course, off the back of a 2-0 against our previous split champions as well. So, in a lot of factors, they're doing very well compared to NRG. It's going to make this matchup exciting. Tails, of course, humble as ever, recognizes that they do need to lock in if they want to actually take down NRG, who have some incredible individual players. And still, they got first on the regular split for good reason last split. This is a strong team.
Strong team indeed, but you called it. Winthrop are coming off of a win against our defending champions with this starting 5. Of course, the new look Winthrop, as we continue to take each slow step forward with the Golden Eagles in the non-Denethor and mobility era. Right. And we have Samikin as that big acquisition, and last week really saw him step up. It was fun to hear him talk about how, and you of course asked Tails about it, he really feels like with this new team and in this current meta, he's finally expanding his champion pool, even in his faded mages class. And, well, he looked pretty impressive on it, but I think there was also some other standouts. Tomo finally picked an AD carry in an ACL match at the end of last week, and Wilson and Kim Down still continue that high level of play we saw during that playoff run.
Yeah, I got to give some props to Barrick jumping back into the NACL after several years. And honestly looked pretty fine in their matchup against Conviction Esports as well. So top to bottom, this team is very exciting, even with the big shifts from what we in the past considered, the star pieces of Winthrop University. And it is fun to see this new generation already find a bit of success. The funny thing for me really, again, is Samikin, because we talked about him as a player overall, debuted on Blue Otter a few years back, and only just now this split left the team. As a player who was good on his picks, we wanted to see more from him, more standard stuff, expand the champ pool a little bit, and it's really funny to see that, week 1, week 2, we already see him starting to do that right away. I know it's a short split, but I always assume that change takes time. And for Samikin, he said, no, it's fine. I'll start now.
Yeah, he's a rapid expansion kind of guy when it comes to new places, new faces. So that, of course, is Winthrop University. So we are very excited to see, especially in the mid lane. I think that'll be a pretty fun matchup between 5mini and Samikin, because I feel like Samikin fit into that class of player back in 2023 when Blue Water Summer first kicked off. He was able to get up to the NACL. One of these guys, like you mentioned with some of his padded picks, we were thinking, oh man, this guy just burst onto the scene in NACL. He's got that tier 1 trajectory. We just need to see him put together a couple of pieces. Does feel like that slowed down a little bit, and the guy that kind of has taken that mantle, at least for me, and in the eyes of the awards we gave out last split, was our most improved player, 5mini with NRG, who kind of fits in that new mold. And I've heard a lot of the NRG guys talk endlessly about how much they believe 5mini can be a future great mid laner in North America. That's why they brought him into this squad. That's why they had him committed to this team for a year alongside, other big-time prospects we talk about. Of course, Samuto, we feel like, should be a Tier 1 player if there weren't circumstances outside of the game that are withholding him from that. And then Sushi as well and Kisno, 2 players that have also been talked about in that sort of same breath. That's just the entire identity of this NRG lineup, Beatdown.
Yeah, and just to bring it back to 5mini for another quick second, when we talked about, our award for most improved player, it was a very brief conversation. We rattled off a couple players, and then one of us said, guys, it's 5mini. And the conversation ended immediately. The growth of this guy from split to split is might be, just off the top of my head, unlike anything I've really seen since joining the NACL. And it is really something to be admired as a fan, as a viewer, as someone who, is excited to see what that next generation of LCS talent could potentially look like. And Mini, you said it, he's kind of taken that mantle as one of those players we could look at to see make those next steps sooner than later.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, B. I think that's a great call. The only players that I could think of that I've seen improve split to split to level Mini has, off the top of my head, I think back to, Zamudo before, once he switched over to Maryville, which a part of that is the Maryville system, but he made great leaps and bounds. And then,
before that,
Disguised's own AD carry right now in the LCS. I thought I saw that from Sajed split to split when he was in NACL as well. So those are some pretty good names to be in company with if you are Mini. And it's also important to remember when we talk about this NRG squad beatdown, this was a year-long project. When we talked to a lot of the NRG players, coaches, coaching staff as well, they talked about how spring was really about kind of meshing the team, molding an identity, and summer was the big push. That's why they all went to Korea to boot camp together. This was the big split for them. So obviously they did great in the regular season last split, but we really want to see them hit their stride and just take off like we know this team can, because this is the split they've been planning for all year long.
Yeah, and there's reason for that. This is the split where you qualify into that promotion tournament to make it into the LCS, and this is really what it's all about. So you gotta imagine this is the split everybody is taking seriously right now. They're throwing out all the stops because there's only one spot to fight for, and of course you have to make it pretty far into the playoffs to even fight for that spot in the first place.
Need a lot of firepower, and there's no role that really embodies the firepower you need in a lineup more than the bot lane role, as we're calling it now, but of course also known as the AD carry role here. So our face-to-face matchup, thanks to Philips Norelco, had to be in the marksman role, quotation marks. Tomo taking on Sushi in this one. There's just so many interesting parallels for these two players, where they're at, of course, in their careers in the NACL, and more importantly, beat down for this matchup, the kind of roles that they serve on their teams. Two very different players, but two integral players to their team's success.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because Tomo's a player who in this league has overall been pretty successful and someone I think we all value pretty highly. And on the other hand, Sushi, it's his second year in the NACL, really showing us and being another one of those players who has that potential for future growth. Someone I think we've all been really excited about ever since we saw him debut just for a game when he played for Near Airport as a sub. And then when he started to actually join the league in earnest, another person to be looking out for.
What's interesting about the stats, thanks to our face-to-face, that I find here is the CS difference numbers versus the gold difference at 14. I think that's really important to talk about the identity of how these two want to operate in the bottom lane. Tomo, of course, I took the joking jab about how he finally picked a marksman in their fourth game, but he has been picking those mages because he knows that he can kind of just safely farm up and scale up, and that's why you see his CS numbers so high at 14 minutes, where Sushi's numbers may not be as high in the CS department, but his gold difference at 14 is higher, because for me, beatdown, it's NRG wanting to play more still for that 2v2 we kind of saw really blossom in the spring split, kind of try and play to win lane, be aggressive in fighting. And that's why I think makes it so fun. These two are getting to match up, because their styles are going to clash one way or another, and those styles are definitely going to clash, knowing Spica is one of the players in that 2v2 and how hyper-aggressive he has become as a support player in the NACL.
And I know you're excited to see them both pick mages in the bot lane, because that's just the meta
fun.
We find ourselves. It is. I know you really enjoy it. That's why I really wanted to bring attention to it, Slayer. It's going to be exciting to see all the sorts of picks that are going to be popping out here on the bot lane.
I've said this in other places, B, but I actually am excited. I mostly have been. This is the last time I'll do the tangent about mages in the bottom lane, because I think it's going to be an answer that people aren't expecting. Watching elite players play these mages in the bot lane is actually fun for me. I think it's very fun. I like watching it as a meta. My problems, Pete, are just that in my scrub solo queue games, people can pick these mages and not interact and are skillless, and I can't punish them. That's where I have the issue. But as a viewer, I very much so love the creativity these mages in the bottom lane bring, and like you talked about, Tomo is definitely at the forefront of that when we talk about NACL bottom lanes and their experimentation. Oh. looks like we may have lost Beatdown. This might just be him getting... oh, yeah. This is him maybe just getting revenge for earlier for when I tried to prank him by muting my microphone. But I'm sure that it is also really funny that Beat may have actually missed my entire speech about mages in the bottom lane. But hey, you know what? We've got Beat back here nonetheless, and Beat, I'll give you the TLDR if you are there. Which is
I'm just gonna stop you right there, Slayer.
Oh, okay.
I didn't need to hear the rant. I know it is just textbook. AD carry not wanting to play anything slightly interesting in their role. They just want to play all the same flavors of, I want to right click, I don't want to have to think about abilities too often, I don't want to manage my resources. That's what you all sound like right now. So that's why I don't need to hear the speech. That's why I walked away. I knew what was gonna pop up.
Well, that's fair, but that is also not what I said.
Yeah, but it's what you meant. I feel like I captured the true essence of it even better than you did.
Fair enough, my friend. You have bested me, and I'm gonna let you have that one because I tried to prank you with a mime interpretation when I muted myself.
That was good
away
though.
From you.
I respect that.
We should be getting set here for draft sooner rather than later. Here, I've gotten word, but. NRG taking on Winthrop. The one lane we kind of touch on so far, Beatdown, with this matchup and how fun we think bottom lane could be. The mid lane, of course, is the top lane. And, you know, this is the toughest task, right? And the biggest strength is going to be for NRG here. Zamudo taking on Barrick alone is a tough task. But again, still Barrick getting adjusted to playing for Winthrop. So suddenly we'll have to see how that top lane matchup goes. And we do see that NRG into Game 1 draft are going to have that first selection. So at least for Barrick, there's a higher chance that he'll be able to get a counter pick here into Zamudo.
Yeah, that is a really great point, Slayer, because, Zamudo is somebody we look at in this league. Honestly, pretty similar to Masu in his last split before he got promoted into the LCS. And I can summarize that viewing as, get this guy out of here. He doesn't belong here. He should be in Tier 1. And that's what Barrick is up against. But, he performed admirably for his first match in the NACL after a couple of years. So, I got faith.
All right, and we've gotten through those bans, seeing some very, very recurring themes with the Orion and the Nocturne, but Ziggs is going to be the priority here on the first selection for NRG. Very likely that's going to be going into Sushi's hands. So there is some flexibility, some safety in that pick. The Syndra is going to be the lock-in on the turn, so for Winthrop, kind of trying to, hold that same flexible identity. I'd say theirs is a bit more flexible. Syndra, who's seen go to the mid lane more often than the Ziggs going out of the bottom lane into the mid lane. But with that Shen support, this is definitely signaling to me so far, Beatdown, the DNA of the new Winthrop strategy with Tomo, which is pick him a mage in the bottom lane that's pretty hard to disturb, and then get a roaming support for Kim down, and the Shen is one of the premier ones to fit that role. But we still have Camille up and floating, which I do find interesting that they didn't want to go for the Camille, actually.
Yeah, maybe they have a plan for it, not confident that Spica will bring it up. There's a lot of different reasons as we'll note when the draft goes up. And yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think that's just going to be Syndra bot. You can play range pretty well. You can, stop dives a little bit with that scatter, especially if Shen is in the area and not roaming at that moment. But Hizno and the rest of NRG, they still want to try for it anyway. Syndra still, without that stun, very vulnerable. So it's something Vi could very well take advantage of.
There's the Victor lock-in, which is really intriguing. Regardless where this goes, we talked about how Samikin has stressed his pool is expanding in the mage pool, and one of the premier ones was the Victor. The other one is the Cassiopeia, so look out for that maybe being the answer pick here if they kind of want to just handshake the mid lane. But a ton of AP already coming through for both of these teams. I'm already starting to think about that natural League of Legends counter to mages that we're starting to see come out more. I saw it in the LPL last night. Just keep in mind, look out for the Mundo if we get this much magic damage, is what I would say. But the Lee Sin is going to come through for Wilson, and boy, does this guy have the Lee Sin pass after last week Beatdown, my lord.
Yeah. I think Wilson's a player who's definitely deserves some recognition in his own right. I think someone we've seen in this ecosystem for a number of years. He's put on middling performances, but I think looking back at the most recent playoffs in Split 1 and how he's been playing ever since, dude has stepped up his game, and you love to see it.
We do, in fact, love to see it. If you're a Winthrop fan, you also love to see the Poppy ban. I think that's a premier ban to come across with the Shen and Lee Sin already showing.
I couldn't agree more. And I'm curious, too, if we're going to start targeting things like the M-Thessa, something that I think Zamudo would benefit from really nicely. Give Vi a dive buddy if they want to go in that particular direction. I could even see something like a Vayne, interestingly enough. Scion Ban makes me think it's not going to be Vayne.
Yeah.
Give them a little bit more of that physical damage component. Because you're right. I've just been waiting since these mage comps popped up for someone to pick something like incredibly tanky like a Mundo or something, and it just kind of owns them.
Yeah, because with all the intricate debates and complaining about this meta, you can always go back to that same cycle that League of Legends had forever. It's the mages counter 80 carries, tanks counter mages, 80 carries counter tanks. So we're still kind of slowly creeping into that tank category to counter these double AP focused compositions like we're seeing from NRG. We see the Camille ban come through late here. I like that a lot. Just don't even give Spica the option to try and really hurt this Syndra, because Vi and Camille into immobile mages, a nightmare even with Stand United. They're going to ban away the Vayne. So I'm curious if Barrack has gotten Mundo reps. I just think this is a really amazing pick in NRG's comp if they can make it work.
It would be fun. I would be surprised if they pull it out, but I'm happy to be surprised. Now as we round out, we'll find out for certain whether or not Syndra is going into the bottom lane, but still, we're pretty confident that that was going to be the case.
Ooh.
Silas would be pretty interesting. I do think there's maybe a little more engaged that Winthrop could benefit from. And okay, it's going to end up being the Gnar. Really good engage. Does mean that, equally low mobility, the Victor and the Ziggs, they can get jumped on too. And if one good Gnar ultimate hits them, that's just, they're out of the fight.
Yeah, seeing this Winthrop comp now, NRG clearly are going to hold a range advantage. It's a ton of dive with the Stand United, Shen, Shadow Dash, Lee Sin goes in, Gnar's going to go in for a big wombo. If they can get back there, and now the space creation has gone from 50% to 100%. We are getting Zamudo Gangplank. You've got barrels, you've got gravity fields, you've got a bunch of bombs being thrown down. Winthrop, good luck walking through the war zone that NRG are going to be able to create with this comp if they get to objectives first.
Wow, and it's going to be that Galio, which I'm pretty confident is for Spica in the bottom lane. So really Galio support, you will be able to withstand that magic damage a lot better. So I really like that angle here. It's going to make the bot lane's kill threat, I think, a lot more difficult for Winthrop University. I think that's why the Kai'Sa was considered. I think we're pivoting here, and we're just going to go with the traditional marksman so that at least you're going to be able to do some damage here in lane to this Galio. And of course, you can still pair up pretty nicely with the dive that the rest of the team has got going.
I wonder how much of this is kind of a bit of I don't want to call it a panic, but like a forced adaptation from Winthrop, because I do truly believe that they were planning on having the Syndra go to Tomo, right? It fits the identity of Winthrop so far this split, but like you mentioned, hats off to NRG for kind of throwing this curveball with the Galio support, and the fact that and also the fact that Kai'Sa, you need a dive buddy to get past this range like we're talking about, right? So now if a Gnar stun lands, you get a scatter, you get a taunt, Tomo can now jump that back line that NRG needs to get access to in this game. So, interesting adaptation late in this draft here, Beatdown.
I agree. I will say something that I think you touched on a little bit needs to be talked about more, that space creation that you can do with Gangplank. I think around objective fights, Zamudo is going to be a terror for Winthrop University. I mean, Kai'Sa, while pretty mobile, is short range, so very easy to get hit by barrels. Syndra, you're low mobility, also pretty tough to dodge that one out if you're not careful. I think Zamudo has a really good opportunity, especially if NRG find leads and get themselves on objective first. Zamudo could win these fights before they even start.
And then you factor in that Kisno's going to click R on this Kai'Sa, on this Syndra, and it's a Cannon Barrage and a Mega Inferno Bomb that will guarantee hit for maximum damage. One single target could get blown up here. NRG getting creative with their draft, flexing their players' own pocket picks a little bit. We're big fans of it. Let's see if Winthrop can overcome what this draft has brought. And level 1, we're already fighting. We've got a flash out of 5 minutes to get away from a Shadow Dash, but the taunt from Spica does land onto Wilson. He will hold on to his flash, though. But with minions already up in the lane, Wilson is starting his clear at 25% HP.
Yeah, but also, he's playing Lee Sin. He'll be fine. And this is really good overall, I would say, for Winthrop University. You get the flash for nothing. All Kim Down had to do was go for that taunt, so it was a nice trap that they sprung, and it means that Mini is going to be susceptible to a gank in those first couple of minutes. Wilson, once he gets himself to level 3, if Mini's not on the right spot, or just any opportunity he can find in the next few minutes, that could turn into a kill.
Have to keep track of that as Kim Down is still throwing down some shadow dashes here. Just trying to get some chunk trades into Spica. Definitely a bottom lane matchup that we are not too privy to, with the Ziggs Galio taking on Kaisa Shen, but that's just the fun of the current meta here, and we can see that they do have to kind of respect the all-in that Kim Down can bring, and Tomo can drop a ton of damage through onto either one of these targets. They're susceptible to the AD, so level 2 easily grabbed by Winthrop. Sushi and Spica are going to have to play a bit slower than they'd like to for now. Also have both junglers pathing away from this bottom lane, so don't expect them to have any real impact yet on that equation.
Yeah, still, Spica is running the Ignite, so once he gets a couple more levels in his pocket, we could see an all-in come through just in the 2v2. Something also that I think Tomo and Kim Down will need to watch out for. But yeah, I think the Kaisa pick still, overall, going to benefit pretty nicely into that Galio. You're already seeing Tomo going to get a quick recall off. Just to be able to get some early gold. Maybe he has enough for a call. He wants to play the scaling game. Yep. Oh, there it is.
But here we go in the mid lane. Mini without flash, and Kim Down punishes it near effortlessly. Commits his own flash to land the taunt, but it's Wilson off to the races again. And if you saw the conviction match for Winthrop, that is a nightmare scenario for NRG with this guy on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about. This is why it was so big for Mini to lose his flash. So props to Winthrop for being able to capitalize on it almost immediately. You get an advantage for Samikin on the Syndra, and that flash is only halfway up in terms of cooldown. It could go again. And
there's another taunt to start off a play here. Kim Down and Wilson in lockstep, this time going after Kisno. And with the Sonic Wave through, Wilson finds that first kill. Barrick soon to drop, though. Spica will find that trade, but he's going to have to sacrifice his own life to the 2 river domination boys for Winthrop here. It's Kim Down, it's Wilson in lockstep, and picking up more kills for the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, gotta respect Barrick. Just holding on to the flash, not using it and then dying shortly after. Knows the death timer is short, can just TP back after his spend. And overall, yeah, just another successful play for Winthrop University. Getting the ball rolling, gonna be really important for them, especially considering some of the risks NRG's comp poses, how good it is at zone control, and just making space so that you can't face check and walk up these objectives. So getting ahead of them is the perfect way to beat it.
But here comes NRG. Kisno wanted to look on to Samikin. Spica roamed into the mid lane as well, but Samikin feigns towards the safer side there.
Yeah.
So both of our teams kind of trying to play the same game here, Beatdown, trying to get their supports out of lane and focus on mid lane to disturb these immobile mages, but Winthrop are just better at the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, you called it out. Samikin hovering to his vision, leaning towards the side where his jungler is. Makes it easy for him to dodge. It could have been an equalizing gank, and it's looking like you can see on the minimap they might want to try again. Spica is spotted out.
Spica will be spotted on that control ward. Kim Down still in a decent position. Still just trying to see if Mini would overstep in this wave state, but seems Mini has learned his lesson somewhat, or he's just getting poked out by Samikin. Again, such a...
that one.
So yeah, it's the second one. Thank you for solving that one for me. It's still so fun to see these two matched up on similar champions, knowing how they've been talked about as players, future, potential NA mid laners of this region. So very fun to see them going blow to blow very early on here and put in similar scale to win scenarios. But we do have the first dragon up on the rift here. Kisno not going to make that a priority. It's actually Wilson that is all over the dragon, uncontested, and there's not even any camps here for Kisno to really steal back on the cross map. So again, Winthrop just playing a much cleaner early game.
Yeah, and I think maybe there's a dive option. Can't really see what the wave state is like on the top side, but yeah, dragon is a no-go. Wilson is too strong right now. Already sitting on a pickaxe and Caulfield's. It's so much AD. It's because he's 3-0 in this early game. So anywhere he is, that's an automatic losing play for NRG. And unfortunately, there's no play for them on the other side of the map.
Nothing manifesting here for NRG. Winthrop holding a 1,000 gold lead as we do see the Arcane Storm come out here from 5mini to get some decent HP trades back into Samikin, but both mid laners should have their teleports back up relatively soon. Still going to see Samikin take his base for now and not utilize that TP. Going to give 5mini a chance to catch up on the CS, so mid lane not really going to be too much of a gold difference. Again, it really just revolves all around Wilson at this point and what plays he'll look to make. I spot Grubs at about a minute 30. We'll see if he wants to take his accelerated kit over towards that side of the map.
Right now, 5mini able to...
Here we go again.
Samikin misses most of that wave, and yeah, we're fighting.
Fighting in the mid lane.
I don't think so.
Shadow Dash from Kim Down gets a taunt. A flash forward from Kisno looking to punish a very squishy Kim Down. The Cannon Barrage gets one.
Hello.
And the flash double taunt from Spica. Just like that, NRG pounce and turn this game on a dime. 3 kills out of nowhere and nothing for Winthrop to do on the response.
And Winthrop not respecting what level 6 means for the members of NRG. You said it in the draft, Slayer. That Cannon Barrage, that Mega Inferno Bomb, such a big impact in team fights, really makes it look like it was more of a 5 versus 3.
It's just the difference that guaranteed lockdown can bring with those basically global ultimates. Get a bit of gold there over to Zamudo as well is always nice. Racking up those assists. He hasn't left the top lane yet, and he is up to 4 assists. And you marked it. Outside the Cannon Barrage alone, a Fed-scaled gangplank is such a problem for Winthrop in this game.
Yeah, and again, it's really hinging on whether or not NRG can get to these objectives first. Winthrop have this important advantage by getting that first dragon. Wilson is still very strong and accelerated at the moment here, so he could still leverage that into more dragons. And if you do that, you could create a situation where you don't actually have to take the same objectives as NRG for some time. Either you're going to keep Drake stacking, or you got an early enough lead that NRG taking a dragon is not going to matter, and you can actually focus your effort somewhere else in an attempt to gain gold.
But Wilson with the insect flash kick just deletes Sushi as NRG were trying to greed for all 3 of these grubs, trying to contest the grub play from Wilson. And we've got ourselves a heavyweight bout already in game 1. Haymakers being thrown from both sides, and the gold is back to dead even, courtesy of Wilson.
Yeah, again, another successful fight there for Winthrop, and they get all 3 grubs. So hold on.
Here we go. 5mini trying to walk down Samikin with the Arcane Storm. Wilson is close by, though, so just some good HP train there for 5mini.
Still, second time now, 5mini goes for this all-in, seemingly trying to force Samikin out of lane so he can get a little bit more of an advantage here, and it's looking like it's working. Now he's going to hold these minions, I think, just so Samikin loses out even more. That wave will be slow pushing into 5mini's turret.
The 2 places we must fight in NACL. The Raptor Pit and mid lane. So we won't see a fight break out there, and we needed to get Phillips Norelco in here for this precision play for the power of the Inferno Bomb Barrage, as I'll call it.
Yes, or the ult of circles, for others.
I like that one better.
And I think that's something Josh used to say in the past. And it worked out really nicely. It's something that, especially with how uncommon GP is in this meta, especially the last few years, that's something teams aren't really considering, something they have to be mindful of.
Something that's definitely not going to escape the mind of Samikin and Tomo. Factoring now that Kisno will have that cease and desist up, and that is the easiest way to set up those 2 ultimates. Wherever the Vi is going to land, that's where Sushi and Zamudo drop their ultimates. And again, it's really hard to see a scenario where Tomo or Samikin can ever survive that combo until maybe you factor them in, picking up a Zanya's Hourglass later down the line. Luckily for Winthrop, I will say, that item actually fits into both their carries' build paths pretty well. So that'll be something they'll have to go towards, but that's a long ways away. In the present, we've got Wilson and Kim Down back at it again as the Splash Bros essentially trying to make a gank happen to Sushi, but he does flash and Satchel Charge away from Kim Down, and Wilson has left his partner in crime to the masses of Spica. The Mega Inferno Bomb will not find enough damage onto Kim Down. Those ultimates of circle ultimates nearly find that kill, but it will get NRG first look onto this Cloud Drake. I see no contest coming from the Golden Eagles. Instead, they look to go towards the mid lane. Gravity Field not going to stun up onto Wilson, but he misses the Sonic Wave, and Fireman's out.
It really nicely turned on by Sushi and Spica. That basically getting them on to Kim down and forcing his HP down is why they were able to get this dragon so easily. And now it's one dragon apiece. Winthrop not going for the Drake stacking they were potentially looking for at the start of this game. So it does give NRG a little breathing room in that regard, give them time to scale.
Oh boy.
Some of their members really need time and gold.
Here comes Wilson again, trying to go after Zamudo, who casually sidesteps basically everything Winthrop could have thrown at him. He gets hit by the Gnar ultimate. Now looking for the turn here with Spica nearby. NRG is starting to do a lot better at absorbing these plays from Wilson. We saw 5 Minute do it on that dragon take, and now Zamudo able to avoid the very fed Lee Sin.
Yeah, and you can see Sammykin trying to play a little keep away here. Oh, actually, very successfully. Was able to at least deny the big chicken while Wilson and Kim Down show up. So now speaking of level 6s, we got more circles into the mix here. Spica, of course, is going to have that Hero's Entrance, another semi-global ultimate. And of course, Kim Down, he has the Stand United, a very totally global ultimate, which is definitely going to, I imagine, really add to Wilson's dive threat. We see him already get aggressive and go in there for some of these highlight plays. He's going to be able to do so even more now that he has that shield Kim Down can give him available.
Him down and that Stand United, great call. Beat down are so integral. You talk about the offensive side of it, but again, want to stress that if he sees Tomo, he sees Sammykin eating that Vi ultimate with GP old Zigzold up, could be essential in making sure one of those carries is able to survive, or at the very least, help find a turn, bringing Kim Down into the fray. So that key ultimate, something to watch for every time it comes off cooldown. Still a couple minutes away from any of these big neutral objectives coming up here. We're still 2 minutes away from a Herald. Our Ocean Soul first Drake will be about 3 minutes away, and if we kind of settle down with this even game state, I think it further benefits NRG, and maybe Barrick knows that. Here comes that offensive Shen Stand United usage to pick off Zamudo. Barrick flashes to secure it, and Zamudo will not get out of this gank attempt. Exactly what Winthrop need to do. Keep the pressure on to NRG.
There it is, first Stand United. Finds a lot of value there to really... Oh, hold on a sec.
Can the Sonic Wave hit? He's going to ward hop to cut down the distance here, and Wilson just trying to spoon feed his mid laner. Can't dance away from those autos. Killing spree for Sammykin. Winthrop back in the driver's seat.
Winthrop winning on several parts of the map. Tails said in the interview that they want to keep improving on the macro, and it feels like we're seeing that improve week by week. Several skirmishes going in their favor, and you're seeing small gold leads build kind of across the map. And of course, Barrick, being able to get that lead Zamudo has over him, reduced a good bit.
Reduced indeed. Now Sammykin with those 3 kills, able to get over some very valuable gold. He also purchased that Dark Seal early on after 5 Minute died early into this game. He's got 6 stacks on that, so talk about Syndra as a real big scaling champion compared to her old form, but Sammykin at this point in the game is going to be pack a pretty good punch on the return here for Winthrop. But Kisno is back at it. Next pick play must come as we continue to trade overloads. Here's the cease and desist, and here are the power of the circles from NRG. Heroic entrance, cannon barrage. You will not survive, Golden Eagles. A double kill over to Spica. NRG showing exactly why they drafted this composition.
Not exactly ideal for 2 kills onto the support, but you're still taking Sammykin off of the map. And now, whether or not this is worth it depends on whether or not Zamudo survives. Then, well, easy to survive the dive that never happens. So we'll call that a win for NRG, especially with 5 Mini collecting some plates here, unencumbered on the bottom side.
And 5 Mini also harboring a Dark Seal. We have a lot of Dark Seals in this game. And now he is actually the one holding on to those key 6 stacks, picking up on a lot of those assists. So that's obviously a nice boost to the victor. Winthrop, though, they didn't make the Zamudo dive work, so they'll settle instead for the coveted Rift Herald as they held top lane control. We're still hunting for that first turret of the game from either side, but now with Winthrop holding all 3 Void Grubs and that Herald, should expect them to be able to break open whatever first turret they like. And it looks like it could be the mid lane.
Oh, And they stop Sushi from backing, who's a little low on mana.
They didn't just stop him from backing. They're diving on top of him. Tomo nearly gets the assassination on his own. Wilson's still going to hunt it. Looks for the Sonic Wave off the ward hop. Sushi forced to flash and forced out of the mid lane. Herald nearly going to take down that mid lane tier 1 turret. Looks like Zamudo and Spica will stop that right at the finish line, but Ocean Soul Drake is up. Sushi does not have teleport, but NRG still looking to get onto this dragon first. It's Kizno soloing it down with relative ease. Spica playing bodyguard. Zamudo making sure the mid wave is pushed up here. Winthrop, despite finding all that chip damage onto Sushi, are not going to try and contest this first Ocean Drake. It's NRG. They're going to grab the lead in the dragon stacking.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to secure that kill onto Sushi. Tomo used the ult, so it wasn't going to be able to reposition in that fight. It wasn't going to work out. So second Drake for NRG, who are doing some stacking of their own. And now Fine Mini is the one who gets to collect first brick on that bottom side.
Oh my god, but here we go. Again, the circles of doom have landed on Samikin's head this time. And you know exactly who the culprit was. It was Kizno into Zamudo. The cannon barrage to get the kill done there. NRG starting to really find their form of this composition, the pick plays, but also beat down, I think, a really good strength that NRG are showing in this game in particular with the Ziggs pick, factoring in there's no real marksman. I really love how their lane assignments have gone. They've virtually moved Zamudo, Fine Mini, and Sushi into all 3 lanes just to make sure they don't really give up tempo at any point.
Yeah, and it works out too because Winthrop not really spreading themselves as thinly. It does mean that Fine Mini, again, has been able to get so much alone time on that bottom side of the map. It's already gotten him to his second item. Finally, Tomo's going to take this mid-tier 1. But Victor is coming back real strong. But
Wilson and Kim down. You know they're good for the Bash Bros. And they found Kizno trying to go after his blue buff. Tomo took quite a while to actually finish off that kill. And now Fine Mini looking for the turn. The Arcane Storm will pick off Kim down thanks to Blackfire Torch's burn. Fine Mini able to rescue 1 kill back as his jungler is punished.
That's tough. I understand wanting to give Tomo the kill, but it took way too long because of that Sundered Sky. And it gave Fine Mini the chance to answer back. Really dilutes the value of that play there for Winthrop University, but I think overall still, accelerating this Kaisa is going to be really important. Getting 2 items, getting to 3, Tomo's going to have some serious value this game. It just means that he's going to need to play like it.
He's going to have to play with precision positioning. Kaisa is one of those few AD carries we talk about. You can have some of the greatest highlights you've ever seen in AD carry show in League of Legends, but also you can ult right over a stun, get caught jumping into the back line, and get blown up in a second.
And
so,
die.
yeah, it is a 0 to 100 type of AD carry once you're holding a lead like this. And we know that this NRG comp has the means to punish a misposition from a fed Kaisa. So Tomo really going to be tested here. The proverbial captain of this squad in game, as Coach Tails has called him. A big asset to have him on this team in the communications. And now, well, he's going to have to show that he has the hands as well to back it up.
Now things slow back down. Baron is coming up pretty soon. I don't think anyone's going to be looking for it just yet. I think NRG will have to be careful because while they have a decent amount of damage in terms of taking Baron, it's not quite the same as it would be if you have a marksman, especially one like Kaisa. Passive makes taking the Baron quite a trivial thing, especially with Tomo already at the 2-item mark and change with that recurve bow in his inventory. So Winthrop, something they could look to try and play for, especially with this next dragon coming up in a minute 40.
Good to see that Tomo so far is going relatively closer to that AD Kaisa build. Could still see it pick up some...
Were you worried?
No, yeah. Not worried at all, but, you know, definitely worth stating with his lead, right? You could see him go towards the Nashor's Tooth here with this recurve bow. I would expect maybe something like a Terminus. We'll have to see here. There's a lot of ways you can go with this Kaisa build, but like you mentioned in the draft, you made this adaptation. You picked this Kaisa to be that big, consistent AD threat later into this game. So we'll have to see how this build for Tomo evolves. Baron is up, like you called out, beat down. We've got that Drake in about a minute's time. But again, I really feel like whenever the game slows down for a bit of time, it's to NRG's advantage. They have such advantages in scaling. Sure, Syndra and Kaisa scale really well, but we're talking about an NRG comp beat down with 3 damage dealers that scale beautifully into a game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you there. The only real difference maker in this scenario in that regard, Barrick and Kim Down have some amazing engage tools that, if used correctly, can certainly overcome that kind of late game damage that you're alluding to. But of course, again, they got to play like it. As we've said before, there is that pressure onto them, and again, the value of NRG's comp.
Oh boy, Kim Down.
Great space.
He committed the Shadow Dash and didn't get the taunt. Little bit of an audacious look with very little vision there. There was no way for Tomo to really follow that up. Wilson was not in position, so a bit of a freebie given there over by Kim Down, and at a pretty unfortunate time as well for the Golden Eagles. Ocean Drake spawns on the bot side in 10 seconds. They're instead going to look to maybe go for a top lane play, but Zamudo sidesteps the Scatter the Weak. Now going to drop the Cannon Barrage. He's trying to kite back towards his team. Gets the Shield Bow Shield, and the damage from this guy's Powder Cakes is absolutely disgusting. Zamudo able to trade 1-for-1 and get the Stand United out, virtually guaranteeing supremacy for NRG on the bot side.
Oh boy, what a sick turn from Zamudo. They tried on the side of Winthrop to turn this into an advantage play, but honestly, they lost on that one. Because you teleported Samikin away and he died, Fimini knows this side of the map is completely uncontested. They take the Dragon, they take this tier 2 turret, and now NRG's gold lead is really starting to grow.
This is why you don't let Zamudo onto his gangplank, man.
And you got to give him credit. Recognized immediately that, yep, Samikin's the target here. I cannot 100-0 Barrick. So he knew he had to play for the trade. And on top of getting Samikin's flash out, even though they traded for it, I think that's just a huge win.
Huge win indeed. You can see it in multiple areas. The gold lead now swings into NRG's favor. They're on to Ocean Soul Point as well on top of that to play for. And now trying to set up vision in this top side. It's Spica that gets jumped on, but Wilson's damage is starting to taper off a bit, especially into Spica, who's getting tankier and tankier, so won't be punished for walking too far into that Winthrop jungle.
Yeah, another turret going down. They've just been spoon feeding turret gold into Fimini's pocket this whole game. He's becoming very strong. Once that death cap comes through, he's going to be a nightmare for the members of Winthrop University, especially if we get to these Baron fights where NRG get that first setup. Between him and Zamudo, who's approaching his third item, again, ability to control space, to punish Winthrop for walking into them, cannot be understated.
That was the biggest thing we outlined beat down when we saw this draft, how terrifying it would be if Winthrop had to ever walk into NRG-controlled territory. And you're starting to see how much the vision wars really matter on that top side towards that conversation. But side lanes are also a bit of an issue now by this point as well. Zamudo not really going to be able to be disturbed matching into Barrick in the 1v1 by this point in the game. So you can see NRG starting to kind of overload towards that side as Wilson just gets blown up by Sushi with the cease and desist. It's easy enough for Sushi to get that kill over. Cannon Barrage going to force a slow onto Kim Down. Espika has come in with the Justice Punch, gets the taunt onto Kim Down. It's a double for Sushi. Scatter the Weak Stun will land from Samikin to slow him up. Tomo trying to get in to burst him down and predicts the flash with a Void Seeker to find one back for the Golden Eagles.
It is something, but it's really just illustrating again the power curves that NRG are approaching and in some cases passing. And it's so easy for them to pick off members of Winthrop University. I think at some points this game, Winthrop not really respecting that. They've gotten punished for it very heavily, and now they find themselves in this position where the game is really starting to fall away from them. Yeah, the gold lead is only 2,000, but that's not really what to be focusing on here. It's the power spikes that we're seeing from Fimini and Zamudo in particular. Both have hit that third item, both are incredibly strong and have great range to work with, and NRG are one Drake away from an Ocean Soul. There's just so much going into NRG's favor right now, not showing in the gold. Winthrop really are in a serious amount of trouble.
They are starting to see at least a Seeker's Arm Guard come through for Samikin in case he tanks that Vi ultimate. He can maybe buy some time before that combo comes across. But the nature of Tomo's AD build makes it much harder, and Wilson goes right into a taunt there from Spica, trying to look for a kickback. He's then instead going to follow Kim down, who flash taunts 5-Mini, gets the shutdown, but here comes the cannon barrage onto Tomo, but he uses the killer instinct to create just enough space to get away from Kizno. Winthrop pick off 5-Mini and stand up tall in the face of this NRG lead.
And it's a shutdown too. That's a lot of gold Tomo is able to sit on. He's already approaching that 4th item. I like what they're playing at here. They fake the backs. They could try and force this one just to bait teleports, but I think they don't even want to bother with it. They're just going to clear vision. They're going to reset and then spend their gold in preparation for this dragon. It's NRG's Ocean Soul. You don't want to let that one go through. And if that's going to be the case, Winthrop, we've seen it. We alluded to it. It's all on Tomo at this point. He is so strong. He does so much damage. Winthrop needs to be able to set him up. It is all about the AD carry here for Wu.
All about Captain Tomo. As we move over towards the Drake side of the map here, Ocean Soul in the cards here for NRG in about 20 seconds. Already seeing some decent chip damage here from Samikin. Scatter the weak onto Spica. But he is the one that wants to absorb these sonic waves, absorbs these scatters to make sure his team isn't getting poked down. NRG really holding on to this river control. They've completely seceded any sort of presence in that mid lane. They want this Ocean Soul. And it's Kim down to start it up on his lonesome. Zamudo gonna have to, cleanse off the scurvy that is that Scatter the Weak. Back away, try and get in better position to set up his powder kegs. Tomo on the flank, nearly finds one. We've had kills on all sides. Zamudo blows up Samikin, and Kim down goes down, trying to flank. And NRG with 2 picks. They're not even going to need a fight. They are going to secure Ocean Soul with their pick comp behind them again.
Yeah, Kim down getting caught there is so brutal. And Samikin on the other side. Again, we talked about that ability to control space. NRG, that is the best example we've seen so far. And now they have the Ocean Soul. That persistent healing from 3 Ocean Dragons. And of course, the healing and mana regen that comes from the Soul is so big.
5-Mini might be caught again. Sonic Wave's going to land. Trying to kite back, but Tomo commits the killer instinct. 5-Mini has no Zanyas and no way out. Path incorrectly as he got surrounded by the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, and I think if Barrick's health wasn't so low, they could maybe try and force the Baron. In fact, they are. Remember, Kaisa, 4 items, takes this very, very quickly.
Oh, boy.
And this is the flip that Winthrop have to go for.
Yeah, they're giving up their base on the other side. It's Zamudo. Samikin can't slow him down. Hero's entrance to get Spica closer to the pit. Is he going to look for a flash taunt over the wall? But it's instead going to be a taunt coming out from Kim down as well as secures the Baron. No way for Kizno in. Barrick will pay the price. But Winthrop now desperately trying to escape with 4 Baron buffed up champions. Kim down should be able to slide right on out of there. Spica with the Justice Punch is actually going to interrupt back.
Kill this guy.
He might have went a little too far forward, but there's the power of the Death Circles. Cannon Barrage just chunking away at Wilson's health bar. Will not drop, but NRG able to keep these Barons off the map a little bit longer.
Still, the fact that they walk away with 4, all things considered, is what they wanted. The stalling, though, is allowing Sushi to be able to knock down another turret, so the gold is still just collecting for the side of NRG, really diminishing the value Winthrop can get from this Baron power play right now. Still,
Wilson.
This is the pick. This is what they need to look for.
Ooh, Sushi again having to flash over a Sonic Wave. That is... Oh, and Tomo, killer instinct off the Void Seeker. He wants Sushi, and he nearly finds that kill, but 5-Mini able to protect his fellow carry. No way to punish, though. Tomo able to slip out. Wilson needs to dodge this taunt from Spica, and will do so. Tomo playing into that Kaisa ultimate name, has that killer instinct in him. Zamudo still unperturbed on the side lane. Samikin and Kim down went too far after Captain Zamudo, and Spica's double flash taunt will sign Samikin's death warrant. Kizno goes on a killing spree as once again NRG turn Winthrop's pick play right up against them. Sushi, one more bomb should do it to make it a 2-0 turn for NRG.
And it might be a 1-0 series if NRG want to keep this push going. Mudo also has TP. I think he's going to back, spend his gold, and maybe go for something here. You have quite a numbers advantage at this point. I think it's only the Baron that's really giving them pause, because those Baroned up minions going to make it harder to actually close the game.
Killer Instinct nearly back up here for Tomo as well, alongside his flash. So we could see him get pretty crazy if he wants to. Good call on the Baron minions. May have just saved Winthrop from a game 1 loss. It's now a 2-wave push trying to come out for NRG, but again, Baron minions are completely slowing down this push from NRG. They don't even pick up the bot side inhibitor. Seems more and more likely that we're going to wait for this Elder Drake in about 2.5 minutes in this game state beatdown.
And this is it, the Elder Dragon. You know, the great equalizer. Winthrop University's one chance is to win a fight here in hopes that they're able to sneak away that Elder Dragon, because that would be their final hope in turning this game around and trying to get a win here in game 1. It's tough, though. We've already highlighted it. Walking into NRG's comp is so hard. And splitting up, we've seen, is disastrous to their ability to fight because they have so many pick tools on the side of NRG. So the goal here, again, set up Tomo for a huge killer instinct. You got to kill a key target. It's either Mini or Zamudo.
Yeah, it's got to be.
You got to get one out of the picture with no cost.
A little bit harder to make Sushi work now with that Seeker's Arm Guard complete in his inventory. And we saw what that potential very narrow fight win scenario was for Winthrop when they picked off Mini. They just they have the divers. They just need to succinctly go all in together, or it's looking more and more likely NRG take this very cinematic game 1. What a start to the series, and nonetheless beat down. Both these teams going blow for blow. Oh, Zamudo.
He's got him.
Oh,
he didn't.
I really wanted to see that powder keg hit, because looking at this dude's inventory, that might have just done 2,000 damage alone.
Maybe more. There's no armor. Wilson's not sitting on any, so it would have been a lot. Would have been a lot.
Not going to be that pick just yet. About a minute out from Elder. Maybe we could see if anybody can get some key item completions through before this point. Talked a bit about Sushi with the Seeker's Arm Guard. That can maybe be a reality. GA on Kizno. Immensely valuable in these fight scenarios, knowing that Kizno's kind of the guy who just is going to throw his life away for that miracle engage. So being able to res back up is pretty big.
Same with Tomo. He has the GA as well.
Wow,
flash back up, killer instinct. He is just going to throw everything he has into this team fight, because it is more likely than not going to be the final one of the game. So it's all about the setup. NRG, of course, are here first. Wilson and Kim down, just trying to get some kind of zone of control to make it harder for NRG the way they've to set up the way they have in the past. But it's still pretty tough, especially with Barrick.
Oh boy,
he's the teleport. Maybe now.
Kizno has a flank. Tomo going to back him off pretty seamlessly. It's a Vault Breaker back towards the rest of NRG. Double TPs had to be used by Winthrop though. Samikin and Barrick able to join the team, but Barrick, very importantly, has 0 of the Gnar bar stacked up by this point. Needs to get to Mega as soon as possible, but NRG aren't going to start the Elder up just yet. They want to get more vision down.
Yeah, they know. They just need an idea on the location of Winthrop. They did get that for a moment there with the killing of the Scuttle Crab. And now it's just the game here, Slayer. It's just going to be about who can Poku down first. Winthrop want to force the situation because they know they're outraged.
Who can find that snap engage first? It's Tomo onto the Elder. Barrick with the Gnar bar stacking up decently, but he's losing charge, and he needs to be Mega to find that Dream engage for Tomo. Winthrop getting poked out away from the Elder as it's the center stage of this fight. Flash Shadow Dash on top of Sushi, but he goes into the stasis. Justice Punch comes down, but look at the damage from the Cannon Barrage. Barrick gets a huge Gnar bar ultimate, but there's no Tomo. He gets over the wall, though, to try and push some damage out, but he just can't get close enough. NRG stand tall as 5 and pick up a couple kills onto Mini. Now the Elder Dragon will be the focus with Kizno up and waiting, but Wilson has a chance to steal this, to get the Elder Drake buff, to give Winthrop the juice they need to win this fight. And he will secure the Elder, but it's a one-way trip, and even without old Greybeard, NRG are going to step up and put down the damage dealers. For their Samikin, and speak of Flash taunts Tomo to say sayonara to the Golden Eagles.
Stolen Elder, but still an ace for NRG. Winthrop almost made it happen, but NRG are the ones who have the lead.
Death timers aren't even long enough, though, here, beat down, for NRG to make any serious push happen. They don't have the Elder. They got all of it off of Winthrop. And let's go back through it.
And you give props to Wilson. This is, even though they don't have the Elder buff anymore because they got Ace, him denying that from NRG is instrumental, because otherwise NRG would just recall and then end the game regardless. But now they have pause. They don't have the opportunity, and they won't for the next couple of minutes. Instead, NRG is just going to take the Baron buff, excuse me, and now we're just going to kind of reset and hope that they can kind of whittle down the remaining structures outside of Winthrop University's base. But again, that last fight, again, it shows you the power Tomo was working with here, the impact he is able to have in these fights.
It's immaculate. It is very fun to watch if he can get close enough. But we saw that be a pretty big if in that last fight. He tries Killer Instinct over the wall to get himself some space, but that short range of Kaisa compared to a Victor, compared to a Gangplank, a Ziggs, was just too much for Tomo to really brunt. NRG with their first Baron of the game now get to really start sieging, and, well, another reason why Winthrop getting that first Baron was so pivotal is their wave clear ability is kind of just Samikin.
Yeah, Tomo also clears waves pretty crazy, but he doesn't have range to work with, so I see what you mean. And now NRG, yeah, they're just pushing their way into the base. This inhibitor is going to fall very quickly, but it isn't enough for NRG to actually end the game. So even though they have a range advantage, even though they have quite a hefty gold advantage, they know they have to play this one a little carefully.
Oh, him down though, has to be careful on his own. Shadow Dash will get him out of any danger zone. NRG looking like they were trying to reset. They do have the Ocean Soul and more Baron time, so I was curious if they'd stay out on the Rift and just try and regen, but they're going to take a group field trip back to the Fountain together and try and pick up some items to really push this over the edge. I am seeing double Serpent's Fangs completed now for Zamudo and Kizno, really just trying to eliminate all of the value that Kim Down brings to this game now.
Yep, no shield, not allowed. I'm sorry. They're just going to make sure they can deny that as much as possible. Otherwise, now, one lane that NRG don't have to worry about for the moment. They can start to focus elsewhere. You can see them putting their attention on bot side with that bottom inhibitor already exposed. You just need to walk a wave in, Baroned up minions, and take that one too, and it will set them up perfectly for the next Elder Dragon that's coming up.
Time to do the same song and dance again, beat down. Unless NRG can force their way into a Game 1 win now, but Kizno's going to get poked down decently there from Samikin. They are going to be able to whittle down this bot lane inhibitor. And once again, they do have the Ocean Soul, so Kizno will be able to heal up relatively quickly.
Ooh.
Main thing I'm looking out for beat down is these Guardian Angel timers. It does seem that Tomo and Kizno should have that revive available for that Elder Drake in about 2 minutes, and we also have some more completed stasises, Golden Zanyas coming out here. Both Sushi and Samikin will have those available, so making it a bit harder for either of these kind of pick-centric bursty comps to get these kills over the line.
Yeah, and I think another thing flagging is Tomo's last item is that Hex Optics, which I don't see very often on Kaisa players, but I think this game it is incredibly appropriate. All it's going to take is one kill for him to be able to get that extra range that will, you know, each subsequent kill will make the fight even easier for him. So anything that makes it easier for him to auto-attack in this game is only incredible for Winthrop.
Great spot beatdown and coach diff for Tomo. Another reason why we really stress having this guy on the Rift is immensely valuable. And hey, you know what? You talked about how Tomo, when he's been playing in the NACL, has always been a very successful player. My guy's still got it. He's still able to play with some of the best AD carries that we have in the league at this point. Going blow for blow with Sushi. So you can see Sushi and him both combined for over 30,000 damage in that last fight.
Oh. Did I just see Down You Stand United? What happened?
Oh, I missed that too. Well, that is
actually a tragedy.
Yes. I'm curious. I don't think... Oh, no. And now Samikin's calling the bot side. The power of the circles comes for Samikin once more. Justice Punch gonna land unless the scatter from Samikin is pretty pristine. He's buying some time here, and they picked off Sushi in the mid lane. Winthrop win their pick first. Samikin buying valuable time and space. He gets the scatter off, but not before the taunt comes through for Spica. Sushi and Samikin down for the count. Neither going to be available for this Elder Drake, but I don't think Zamudo even cares that much about the Elder the way he's going.
I think that ends up... Oh, hold on. Okay, this is bad.
Wilson. Void Seeker's gonna land from Tomo. He has the killer instinct. He's gonna go in alongside Wilson, but Kisno stays away from Tomo. Good flash away for the Justice Punch. Tomo's starting to glide. 5 minutes, he needs to burst him out, and he will be able to do so. Drops Tomo into the GA, and now Winthrop are scattered. He's gonna res into a Hextech Ray as Kisno kills off Wilson in the background. Tomo cannot run away from our most improved player from the spring split, who comes up clutch, was Captain Zamudo to force the Golden Eagles to walk the plank over to Game 2.
And there it is, Winthrop holding on by their fingernails, but unfortunately couldn't hold strong enough. NRG are poised to take Game 1.
Varric will finally drop. All flashes expended. 41.5 minutes. Could you have asked for a better start to NRG versus Winthrop? NRG will take a bloody Game 1 win.
And bloody is right, Slayer. Started off with a lead for Winthrop University and some small advantages and a lot of back and forth. Even when NRG had control of the game, Winthrop, especially Tomo and the Kaisa, were showing us, they were giving us moments, making us question, like, oh, is this over? Can they come back? At the end of it, NRG, the circles were too strong and the scaling was too powerful.
Yeah, you know, I love that term, the circles of death. I'm used to circles of suck when it comes to standings and stuff, of course. But you know,
true.
There was. It only sucked to be a Winthrop player stuck in those circles in that game, and it really felt poetic, right? The game got super crazy towards the end there, but the bread and butter of this NRG comp that was working so well up until like the 25-minute point was just the Vile into those stacking circles, and that's of course what really gave them the big advantage there at the end to get this win. But what a start beatdown. Definitely signs that Winthrop have already started to super scale from their week 1 loss with this new team, and they'll have all the chances to try and push this series the distance. NRG versus Winthrop, must-watch TV for Game 2, which will be coming to you guys after this intermission.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome everybody back to the North American Challengers League live stream here, and hope everybody's been able to either settle their heart rates down or lock back in, because boy do we know NRG and Winthrop are locked into this series. Beatdown, we'll go back through memory lane, I guess short-term memory lane here with how recent this game one was, but what a kickoff to our day it was indeed.
It was, and I mean, again, you got to give it to Tomo. Really tried with that Kaisa into those later stages. Ended up doing more damage than anyone else, but again, Winthrop, NRG's comp, there's so much range, and there was so many global ultimates or semi-global ultimates that they had to work with, where they were able to turn so many fights in their favor. And I got to give it to them. I think after 10 minutes, they just played the map better, top to bottom. And Winthrop weren't able to team fight their way out of it.
But still good to see that Winthrop versus NRG, even with how much the Golden Eagles roster has switched up, is continuing to deliver in these high-pressure series. Like we talked about, these two met in the playoffs, of course, of the spring split. And, well, Wilson continuing to play at a high level on this Lee Sin. It's just one of those games where, you know, you do a lot of the right things on Lee Sin early. Sure, you know, the game got a bit bumpy later on, but Wilson is still just really dialed in this entire year, and it was another really fun Lee Sin performance of the early game. It's just very easy to kind of forget about that when you go nearly 42 minutes in a game like this.
Yeah, and it's a hard comp to play Lee Sin into as well. He did his best. He did steal the Elder Dragon, which did buy them some pretty crucial time. It just wasn't enough for them to actually win the game. So now, you know, these champions are out of the picture. It's Fearless, guys. Woo. So now we'll see what Winthrop University can do with a new set of 5 champions.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how flexible their draft wants to go. It's worth talking about draft beatdown because we do feel like Winthrop were kind of, you know, put on their heels with the way NRG went about their draft of game one. You know, the R5 Galio that came through. Felt like they really wanted to get Tomo on the Syndra, so it's definitely kind of a bounce back as well for the coaches, in essence, right, to try and put together a game plan where we feel like they aren't kind of scrambling to change things at the last minute. That's never a spot you really want to be as a coach. It's worth mentioning, we obviously don't know if that is indeed what happened, just kind of how we perceive the draft playing out. We get into this game true draft with sides swapped, so it's still going to be red side first pick here for Winthrop. NRG are going to have the counter potential on the blue side, and we're seeing some very usual bans for both this matchup in particular and the meta. The Nocturne Orianna bans make a ton of sense, and NRG, well, even though Samikin has been trying to go away from his traditional champ pool of late, still want to give him some respect with the Zoe ban.
Yeah, it's a good pick for him. It is always nice to have sort of off-meta picks in your back pocket, forcing bans to be used on them. Does open up his options a little more, especially considering he's branching into those standard mage picks. But now Syndra's out of the way, Victor's also out of the way. Of the ones we've seen so far, Cassiopeia is up. Will he go that route, or will he show us something different, is now my question.
We're going to instead pick up the Jace, and loyal viewers, obviously you're thinking, all right, we're blinding Barrack Jace for a lane matchup. If you've been watching Winthrop games, this is, I would almost argue, more likely to be in Tomo's hands than anywhere else, but a very flexible pick nonetheless. And good eye on that Cassiopeia beatdown. NRG, of course, are the ones to pick it, but got to think part of that logic is to take away another one of those staple summer split Samikin champions. And we talked a lot about how 5-mini and Samikin have a lot of champions overlapping in their pools. So cool to see this one brought through, even if it does actually end up going into Sushi's hands. So another draft where there's a lot of flexibility with these first couple of picks.
Oh, and the Rumble, which we can very likely guess is for Zabuto. I think it's a matchup he'll be fine with if it is Jason at top lane, but like you said, it's up in the air. Tomo, you never know what this guy's going to play. I think overall, already, good lane power and team fight potential there for Zamudo, and whoever's running the Cassiopeia, more of the same. So there is an opportunity for Winthrop to grab some champions that will make it a little harder for her to play the game.
Thinking about, outranging or, of course, being able to consistently dive onto, but that's a slippery slope in of itself. Here comes the way for Samikin. We talked a little about this before we got on the broadcast. Beatdown, I was telling you that if there's one champion that I think both Phi Mini and Samikin overlap most on, it is the Hui. I didn't feel like we were going to get it in this series, but very happy to see Samikin pull this one out. If you don't think about his Zoe, you don't think about his Lux, I would say Hui is the next up champion when we think about Samikin-esque mid laners. So very fun to see him bring this one out against Phi Mini of all people.
Yeah, and when we talk about Samikin champions, this was one of them that he played to a lot of great success over the last few years. So it does offer range. It's tough because it is not so mobile, and we are seeing Kizno pull out the Trundle. So it already is really nice into what's showing so far. A lot of good gank potential, a lot of great dueling potential into Wilson, who's playing the Xin. And now I'm pretty curious when it comes to support picks here. You still need more engage for Winthrop University. If I'm NRG, I'm just banning Alistar. Or maybe you just pick it away.
I was curious to see if with the Poppy ban included into the thinking, they're trying to get Spica Camille angle. I was going to say I think Winthrop need to ban it because I think Camille jumping on your Hui is very problematic. So that's a good ban there. Yeah. I think it's interesting, right? NRG have the value of being able to absorb a lot of engage, Trundle subjugate to buy more HP pool for Kizno. Obviously, Miasma and Petrifying Gaze, you never really want to run into a Cassio. But like you talked about with the range, I feel like NRG are in a bit of a weird spot where they also do feel like they kind of have to go forward because they need to get their Cassio into range. They're going to need to get their Rumble into range. So curious to see what Spica's thinking because at this point in the draft, he is going to have to be that reliable, engaged player for this team if that's the route they want to go.
I mean, for Spica, I'm kind of just thinking Rel at this point.
Ooh,
if that's the angle he wants to go. Again, Nautilus is up, Alistar's up. We know he leans more to the engages even when Enchanters were a little more popular last split. So I don't really see that changing now that we are just back to the engaged champions in the bottom lane. I think that's part of why you saw the Karma ban as well, not just its pairing with Xin. Just, up so you can draft the bot lane where you can engage easier.
Well, there's a good way to, help out some of that engage like we're talking about. Sushi lands a Deadly Flourish. It's going to be a bit easier to land an Equalizer, put Miasma down, and of course, have Kizno run on in there. But Tomo is going to lock in the Ezreal to be as slippery as ever and provide extra range. I like this from Winthrop. We talk endlessly about how Tomo has played the Jace AD carry. It could go into the bottom lane. Maybe they were holding the flexibility with that R1 pick. But I really like that they've landed on this Ezreal. It's becoming harder and harder, in my mind, to play as a Trundle in this game, to play as a Cassiopeia in this game if you are NRG.
A little bit. And now, Kim Down's going to round this out with the Rakan. Very standard pick for him, something he's played great over the years. And it's tough because you don't want to go with something too tanky. Again, because you called it out, the Trundle Subjugate is there. That's why I think I would have liked the Alistar. Just because it's damage reduction and Trundle can't steal that. And I think it does give you a little more beef to the front line. But instead, Winthrop, they're going to play a bit of a squishier composition. A lot of damage is to be played. But yeah, again, this is what I'm talking about. Now you have to be very careful because Spica, he's running this Pyke. There is a lot of execute potential with the death from below.
You were hovering the Rel. I would have liked that too, but it's really hard to say no to a mechanical player of Spica's level on the Pyke. I'm sure we're going to see him limit test the ability of this Pyke. But again, it's important to remember, as much fun as Pyke can be in that early game, whenever you bring this into a competitive game, Beatdown, you feel like you're putting your team on a timer with how useful this champion could be. Because later on, when you're thinking about, virtually a 3 damage comp, scaling, bringing a lot more damage, an enhanced Shock Blast goes from, oh, that's a nice chunk damage to, oh my god, my entire health bar's gone. True Shot Barrage, same, logic. All of Hui's damage the same way on top of that. So Spica is really going to be put on a timer to make this pick very effective, but also obviously kind of fits into what we think about the meta now with roaming supports. So Spica is likely to impact all 3 lanes in this game on this one.
And that's what I mean. Samikin, no movement spells to speak of. Barrack, not really. He can give himself move speed, but it's not quite the same thing. So there are some vulnerabilities, especially when you consider that Trundle Pillar of Ice. It can really set up that Bone Skewer very nicely. So Spica, while I agree, there is a timer for where Pyke can run out of usefulness. He has a lot of tools around him on his team to help him make use of that time. Make very good use of that time.
See if the Pyke and the rest of NRG can make use of the Game 1 win and look to call series now as we are back onto the Rift. NRG, Winthrop University, both supports already looking to find pickoffs, and they may have just found Sushi. Exhaust going to go down. He's already had to flash. Does have 5 mini nearby, and there's not enough reliable CC to come through further. Sushi, though, losing out on that flash. You got to think Wilson is licking his chops after his first clear.
I like hitting the red buff, too. He's trying to get that one to aggro towards Sushi. For Sushi, despite the health loss, because the waves are already meeting, he just can't back. Otherwise, he puts himself in a tremendously difficult position. So now he's got to show up. He's got to risk getting poked down, and he is flashless. So there's an opportunity for Wilson to try and go for a gank, especially with the way the map is being split right now.
Let's see if he does, 3 camp and maybe look to punish this Jhin. Sushi and Spica being ever so respectful, though, recognizing, as you pointed out, that their lane control is not going to be there for a bit, especially nowhere near that level 2. As much time as you can buy as Winthrop, not one, just kind of keeping Spica away from engage looks, but 2, kind of jailing him in this lane, I do think is a net benefit as we talk about how much the Pyke's advantage really could taper off the later a game goes. So valuable seconds or a minute that you hold him here is pretty important, as we have a very meaty wave stacked up here for Sushi to farm into. And I do spot Wilson is in the enemy red side jungle here, but so is Kizna.
Yeah, so now, they need some help. Wilson needs some help here to clear this red buff, because this is a pretty good opener for Kizno. Oh, man, if he's able to...
No.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, hold on. Here comes Spica over the wall, but they get the knock-up onto Kizno. He's going to flash and get out of vision. Here comes the pillar down. 5 mini at first roam as we are going to fight over this red buff. It's a full-on 4-on-4. Wow. It's just going to be Spica flashing out and giving up on that red buff. So Winthrop get what they came for, and some flashes to boot on the backside.
Yeah, so you're pretty happy with that one as Winthrop, as long as Wilson's able to maybe take something away on that other side, because otherwise, Kizno still has a lot of camps to be working with because he was able to take Wilson's entire top side. But either way, the pressure on lanes here is very beneficial for Winthrop University. But now we're level 3. You gotta be careful of Spica.
Oh, man. Sushi and Spica don't have flash in the grand entrance.
Nice
Knock-up
catch.
lands, and that means good night to Sushi. Tomo gets the kill as well. And the hyper-aggressive Pyke bot lane set behind early. Big win for Winthrop University.
Huge. And that wave is pretty large and looking like it's bouncing back the other way too. So Sushi stands to lose so much more than he already has. You can see a 14 CS difference here just before 4 minutes. And it's looking like he's going to have a very difficult game. I know you can speak to that a little bit more than me as a seasoned AD carry player yourself. Please tell the people how difficult this game is for Sushi.
I'm already tilted if I'm Sushi.
Yeah.
Luckily, Sushi has the mental fortitude that we have rarely seen of players in the NACL, so he should be fine. And he'll definitely help out if they can make this pick happen onto Samikin. A great fear to hit Spica in the middle of his Ghostwater dive. We'll make sure that he doesn't get picked off there. But yeah, this is pretty brutal. And into the Ezreal matchup in particular, just a champion that can really abuse you, especially if we see them left in the 1v1. So Sushi is on the back foot. NRG trying to make up for it in the aggregate near the Raptors pit. Bone Skewer gonna land there from Spica. Force Kim down away from these Raptors. Who's gonna get the big old chicken? No smites. It's going to be the smite of Kizno to find it.
Kizno.
Ignite's going to go on top of Wilson. Kim down already having a flash, but Spica on the flank gets some serious damage down. Spica is going to drop to Samikin, and Wilson flashes out just in time. The pillar going to force 5mini to go forward with the Twin Fangs, but Samikin has already found his jungler. 5mini having to kite back, but it's somehow Zamudo that's gotten over here first, and the Twin Fangs are starting to really sink into Samikin. Zamudo flashes to try and get the Flame Splitter in range, and with the burn, he will find the kill onto Kim down to rescue the play back onto a 2-on-2. He tips over to level 6 with the equalizer, but Samikin's got the fancy footwork, get away from the slows, and hit Shock Blast out of Barrick, just a couple inches too short. And finally, the fighting at the Raptor Pit is over, but bot lane has its own conversation to be had. Tomo flashes away from the Bone Skewer out of Spica. And finally, the map settles down for a moment.
5 minutes and so much action. This is the kind of league we live for, Slayer. So much has happened here, and the thing I really want to be focusing on is that I think Winthrop are pretty happy with how these last couple of exchanges have gone, because Samikid walks away with the double. Tomo, of course, at that first gank, also has a kill for himself. I think the gold is really where it needs to be all across the board for Winthrop University. And it does set up some potential advantages as time goes on. We talked about the timer there for Spica, and he's been able to have very little impact so far this game. So, we thought he was set up for success and able to do a lot of fight, but that level 1 from Winthrop and everything they did after has been huge.
Kim down also getting a mental warfare win.
That's
here.
crazy.
Interrupting.
That's not just mental, that's a win-win.
Yeah, it's a full-on win. I like it. Beat down. Gonna slow down that recall out of Sushi.
Oh my god, wait.
Tomo. Oh my god, they got it again. Oh yes, he hit the True Shot Barrage. Oh, Spica. We are really testing that mental fortitude you are so well known for right now, because this game is just a nightmare for this Jin. Another cannon wave he's going to lose, too. Oh, my God. My poor Sushi. He's down 36 CS and counting.
I mean, this bot gap is astronomical. Like, it's 2 levels down. Sushi's still only level 4. He's going to be down like 40 CS by the end of it here. Oh, God.
Oh, man. Wilson, though. You know those aren't your Raptors, buddy. You already lost your life before on them. The Subjugate actually not going to bleed the life out.
Okay.
He will not die, but he should surrender his Raptors. Kim down. The goldfish memory that you have to fight over these Raptors. Once again, the crushing ball from Samikin not going to pick up those Raptors. Kizno will steal them away. Love that we're seeing more resources used by 2 teams to fight over second spawn Raptors than a dragon or anything else. Oh no, Sushi! Oh, he flashed with the auto follows from Tomo. The bot lane gap is slowly becoming a canyon.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because on the other side, NRG building this gap into the jungle. Of course, it's just nothing compared to what's going on bot side. That first gank and everything Tomo and Kim Down have done afterwards have just been decimating Sushi's this game.
2,000 gold lead at 8 minutes for Tomo. He is eclipsing Winthrop's entire gold lead as a team alone right now. What a series from Tomo already. I know it was a game 1 loss, but that Kai'Sa was the reason the game goes 42 minutes. And now he's in prime position to bring Winthrop back even in the series. And no better champion to have this sort of lead on than the Ezreal, a champion that just spikes so hard around those 2 items into that mid game, into a team with virtually no tank. This is one of the pristine Ezreal angles to be this far ahead on.
And that first item is expensive too. So
you bet.
Accelerating that is great. I will say, win for NRG is the fact that Kizno's advantage over Wilson is growing. Doesn't mean around neutral objectives, NRG are likely going to reign supreme until we get to full-on 5v5 fights. So it does mean that Winthrop, as long as they commit most or all of their members, they should be able to keep Drake stacking. But all 3 grubs do go to NRG.
Ooh, Phantom Undertow, though, is going to land onto Kim down. The Bone Skewer going to pull Samikin back into Kizno in 5mini. That's a kill for NRG. That's a shutdown to 5mini, who now takes the gold lead over his lane counterpart to keep NRG in it.
Yeah, now, with 5mini just essentially pulling ahead here in that mid matchup, despite Samikin's earlier double. Winthrop, any exchange they want to win, we got to bring Tomo to the function, man. He's the only one who needs to be invited. This guy is so powerful. 2K in his pocket. Once he spends and gets that Trinity Force, just move him around the map. Anything you want to do, this Ezreal better be there.
Tomo is effectively the only guy with a Jackbox account coming to the function.
Oh,
and they
boy.
need him there. Wilson going to flash away from a Bone Skewer as the fight over Raptors continues. That's a key flash to get off of Wilson, but just that will be the price. Minute 30 away from our next Dragon as the equalizer's been dropped from Zamudo, and Barrack is going to have to flash away from the big bad top laner in the NACL. Spica tries to just walk up to Tomo, eats a full combo, and, well, he thinks twice about that engagement.
He's like, wait a goddamn second. I'm not built for this.
This guy hurts,
And he
man.
I'm sorry, that's just so funny. Like, he's trying to get into his face and instantly leaves. He's like, never mind, bro. Never mind. And again, that just shows you what Tomo is working with right now in terms of power. 3 levels up consistently on Sushi as he ticks over to level 9. Again, man. Winthrop, you better move this guy everywhere. You want to win.
I appreciate the aura that Tomo's Ezreal has, especially knowing that he's wearing the Debonair Ezreal skin, the nice tux. He's fitted for aura. He's got the aura, and you know, as an Ezreal aficionado, as many know, that is a rare skin choice I see from our players. Usually, it's either the blue Ezreal or the striker Ezreal. Those are usually the two you see out of the best of the best when it comes to this champion.
Blue is in Samsung, or
No, the Frost Ezreal. You know, the one that's Ven
yeah.
used when he tormented my entire existence on TSM with that one Ezreal play that I can never forget.
Yes. Yeah. I know exactly the play you're talking about, for sure.
All right, here we go, though. A dive onto the top side. Kipdown's here to cover. Bone Skewer going to land into a double Phantom Undertow from Spica. Not going to commit the Death from Below ultimate because he didn't even have it. Zamudo's going to grab that kill onto Barrack. We've got TPs coming through here. Samikin is trying to chase down Zamudo. Does land the Grim Visage into the Spiraling Despair, but it's Spica again with the Phantom Undertow to pull Samikin back towards 5 Mini. The Flame Spinner is going to get Zamudo killed. Samikin again doesn't get stunned by the Petrifying Gaze and just walks out of the turn.
Yeah, so not bad. A little back and forth there on the top side for Winthrop. I mean, this also works for them. Just that Tomo can literally hold it down in every sense of the phrase on his own. They can just throw all their resources elsewhere. They cover the dive, end up making it a 1-for-1. Because Barrack can TP back, he's not going to lose too much overall. And of course, Winthrop very easily going to be able to collect their second dragon.
This may be the earliest I've seen a 3,000 gold lead in NACL in a while, or at least to serve my recent
individually?
memory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
this is crazy.
12 minutes of 3K gold lead, but luckily for NRG, all other lanes you'd say they could play for, but Samikin continues to show off why he may have the best jukes in the entire league. The entire last week beatdown, we watched him just fry all CC coming at him on the Casio, and now he's bested Spica, Silas, Pike a couple of times now with an immobile mage again.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Samikin's pretty good, especially on his comfortable champions. They're clearly showing us that time and time again. He's able to play aggressive even without his flash because of it. Now they rotate Tomo, of course. Because he's so far ahead, you just want to throw all the gold you can into his pocket. So there's going to be more plates as they rotate him and Kim down to the top side. Now that Spica's level 6, has that Death from Below, now he can start to feel good about trying to play something, but he's still a piece of wet paper compared to Tomo and how strong he is.
Yep. And the nature of the Ezreal build path is that he low-key gets to stack a decent amount of health alongside his damage. You know, Trinity Force gives you some HP, Spear of Shojin gives you a little bit of extra tankiness. That'll help into the Pike. Kizzo's once again found Wilson at, guess what, the Raptor Pit again. Phantom Undertow not able to grab Wilson. They're looking to maybe chase down Spica, and they get the Grand Entrance knockup, and boom! There's Tomo's damage. 1 WQ combo takes all 40% remaining HP out of Spica. Samikin, though, can get flashed out by Sushi, who finally wants to get on the board if he can get the crit shot down, but he can't! He can't even find limping away Samikin, and no more kills to be found.
Whew. 9 spells, and Samikin always knows the right one, Slayer. He manages to narrowly walk away yet again, as so much was invested trying to take him out. And of course, it once more leaves Tomo free to just continue stacking that paper in the top side. This is getting pretty insane. And I think the thing that we really need to be looking towards is this next dragon. I know Herald is coming up, but I really want to bring attention to the fact that it's Mountain Soul that Winthrop are working with, and that extra bit of tankiness that all the members are going to get from those individual Drakes, and of course the shields you get from the Soul, that's really going to matter in these team fights. In terms of just surviving, especially when you consider the health that, of course, you pointed out Tomo is going to be stacking.
Very integral. Also, for NRG, if they can start getting onto these dragons, of course, it's a long ways away to a Mountain Soul, but you talked about the individual resistances you get from each Mountain Soul. All they can get are Mountain Drakes at this point, so inherent resistant value to NRG. But the way this game is going, and with Tomo officially shifted over to the mid lane, Winthrop are going to have control of whatever side of the river they want, and, well, they're playing greedy. Hard to blame them with Tomo next to them. They're going to play for the Herald now, and NRG are not going to look to contest that. I think all they can really hope to do is try out for an all-out fight here at this third Drake. We're going to really find out how much of a close-knit battle we're going to have for Game 2 here, beat down in a minute 30.
Yeah. I don't even know if you fight for this Drake. It's tough because NRG, unless they have the angle, the pick of destiny onto Tomo, it's just not going to work. And you're just going to throw away more gold into Winthrop's pockets for a dragon you likely weren't going to win anyway. Especially once Tomo backs and spend this gold, you got to imagine he's just going to have his Muramana, which will be fully stacked any minute now. So it means he is too powerful. And NRG just have to bide their time and hope that 5 Mini can get a crucial power spike, that Sushi can somewhat catch himself back up into the game so that he can do some more damage. And that's not going to happen in 40 seconds.
No, it is not. 40 seconds time, Tomo might just have the Muramana fully stacked. He's also just walking Sushi down. True Shot Barrage barely not going to hit Sushi, but puts him out of commission. And Tomo has already taken 10 plates nearly on his own with the bot in top lane tier 1, so why not bring him the Herald? And like you mentioned, funnel him more gold. We've got League Classic on the Rift now for everybody to play. This is as close as we're going to get to the OG funneling strategies of old, is this game with Tomo.
Yeah, Tails did say they were playing LoL Classic as a team building, so it really shows with this funnel that's going on here. And I will say, the downside, of course, if NRG do manage to pick off Tomo, it's a completely different fight.
Yeah.
And it's suddenly extremely disturbingly, disgustingly winnable for NRG. But the problem with that is they don't really have the champs for, the guaranteed lockdown. There's no Vi, there's no Nautilus. Really, all you have is a Pyke.
Yeah, a Pyke that can get blown up in an instant. A Pyke that also could be exhausted trying to go for that death from below out of Tomo. Tomo has everything he wants to be able to carry this fight, and they've already blown up Spica. Samikin picks him off, trying to find a flake. The curtain call is just tickling the front line of Winthrop. Wilson down decently low. Zamudo has found Barrack on the backside with the equalizer. Gonna have to flash away from Samikin, who was looking for a snare. Wilson getting pushed off. Whoa, trying to go forward. Gets a huge petrified gaze and kills off Tomo. The Juggernaut Israel drops to the floor, and now NRG get to free fire as they want. But Sushi gets knocked up by Wilson, and Zamudo doesn't have the health to continue the fight. Tomo may have dropped, but the rest of the Golden Eagles soar to his rescue and save the fight for Winthrop. It's only Spica to watch as the dragon will fall into the hands of Winthrop University.
Wow, so even with the pickoff, Winthrop still able to come out in the end on top. They're going to get that Mountain Soul point. Now they're one dragon away from closing this one out. 5 Mini, I got to credit him. He played that fight really nicely. And, I mean, if we replay this fight and just look at it again, we can really see what could have been had Sushi had a standard opening this game, because he was getting spells off. He was getting auto attacks off. But you said it, Slayer. He was just tickling.
Just not enough from Sushi. 5 Mini, gotta think that actualizer, second item out of Casio, was purely for what he just did to Tomo.
Yeah.
Thinking, I've got to blow him up, and that's all that matters. So good on that build path from 5 Mini to recognize it, and of course, like you mentioned, to play that fight so well. Zamudo can get the slow with the equalizer, but 5 Mini doesn't get close enough to land any poison into Barrack, who absorbs the overload well.
Yeah, that's a lot of, got two solo laners making their presence known. Really gives Winthrop some breathing room there on the map. And it didn't cost Barrack anything to be able to just run away from that one. The NRG trying to go for other laners who are slightly more vulnerable than an Ezreal would be. Still not able to find exactly what they're looking for.
All NRG feel they can do is try and buy more time for their damage dealers at this point in the game. Zamudo still on that single item. Spica continuing to hunt for these picks because that's all he can really do on this Pyke. Tomo going to flash away from a Kisno pillar, though. So that's good to get the flash off of Tomo. Ezreal is slippery as they come from the marksman role, but now you only have to really worry about one dash to create some distance from Tomo for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, still though, overall, a lot committed, looting the subjugate, so the pressure means that Kisno going to be forced out of his own jungle, especially because most of Winthrop are in a position to help really bridge that gap that Kisno was able to create in that early game. You can see now only two-ish camp difference between the two when it was much higher in those first 10 minutes.
As much as we've hyped up Tomo, aptly so, shout out our stats people in our production for highlighting Samikin and 5mini because both them looking pretty important in this game as well. Combined 8 kills and just 2 deaths between the two of them. And you see the damage numbers on your screen. They're definitely packing more than enough magic damage in this game as well.
It really shows you though, Samikin. 4,000 damage difference is not insignificant. Especially if I'm right in assuming that that is only at the 14-minute mark. So you got to imagine he still has a lot more to offer here. In these last 7 minutes and, of course, the rest of the game. He has been just landing so many of these spells. And again, just shows you how good and confident he is playing something like the Hui.
He's been ruining Spica's day all game long on this Pyke, having to flash away from the Crushing Maw. He was the one that blew up Spica as we look for 5mini to turn. Petrifying Gaze can land on a kid down with stun. And Zamudo pops up from behind the tier 1 turret to find that shutdown onto Samikin. It took a lot of resources, but NRG find their pick. Now can they get out with the gold? Sushi is sprinting up here from the top river to rejoin. NRG have the man advantage. They're going to look for the turn with the curtain call. Just trying to get these slows. Wilson going to take a second shot, but should be able to get out of range. NRG thought they'd baited Winthrop in. The Golden Eagles will be able to fly out of the trap. Still, a clutch kill for NRG nonetheless.
And I think Winthrop panicked a little bit with that TP. It's a big resource that really doesn't accomplish a whole lot. They were forced away, and even a flash was forced out as well. Samikin did lose his before dying in the end, so not much gained and a lot used up for Winthrop University. And I think these small decisions that NRG are so good at making are part of how NRG really took a commanding lead in that game 1. And if Winthrop aren't careful, it is very possible for that to also happen here in game 2.
Old lead has started trending the other way ever but slowly. But Tomo's damage is still there. 2 Mystic shots and 1 Essence Flux. That's all he needs to kill off Spica for a 4th time.
It's a tough game for Spica. This one is hard. You know, you can't really... It's hard to blame him. You don't really account for the kind of lead Tomo got in this early game. So, he's just going to have to make the best of it. And, I think we have a play top lane.
Yeah, we do.
Oh.
Eric gets knocked off of his recall. 5mini going to step up to pull turret aggro. Nice flash hammer.
An insect.
Slam. Yeah, for the Jace sec. And it is actually going to get Zamudo killed here. The charm knockup is right in time from Kim down. Samikin gets behind on a 5-minute Spiraling Despair. This is the battle we wanted to see. The 2 upstart mid laners of the NACL. Samikin looks like he will win with the help of Kim down. But keep in mind, the Dragon is spawned on this bot side, so NRG are losing hard on the top lane. But they might be able to steal away a Soul Secure from Winthrop.
That's okay, though, because I think you do this as Winthrop willingly because you have such a huge Dragon advantage. It's fine to let one go in exchange for that play topside. Then again, maybe they want to see if they can do both. Honestly, not sure I'm big on this.
Yeah, Wilson's going to get pushed away.
Okay, never mind, it's
does
fine.
Blow up Spica. And Kisno will get out with that Mountain Drake. So valuable time for NRG bot here. 5 more minutes to try and get more items, but maybe not, because Baron is right on the other side of the river.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only way I like this. I think as NRG, you should just stay topside, take away resources in the jungle after letting that Dragon go. You can't really play for every single thing. At the end of the day, as long as they get this Baron, it will probably end up being fine. But again, a little greedy Winthrop University. It can cost them this game. Oh.
Too far up on the top side. Doesn't get knocked up, though, by the Grand Entrance. Does get hit with the Spiraling Despair for the slow, and he is toast. Barrett grabs that kill. A rare overstep from Zamudo on the side lane.
Yeah, big punish. And on the other side, Wilson still able to take away some resources as well. Yeah. And it's just, I think Wilson may... Oh, yeah, we have a very interesting...
This is some weird
situation there. Yeah. I mean, we just walk upwards, no? Oh, no, I guess Wilson is going to die.
Oh, no. Yeah, Wilson should be dead. Pillar down. Phantom Undertow, not going to be needed. It's the Bone Skewer. The Flourish does not land. Wilson's going to flash over, and Kissel's like, no, sir, you are not getting out of this engagement unless you got some fancy footwork behind you.
Him?
Dodges all but the fourth shot, and finally we can say it. Sushi got a kill. Sushi got a shut down.
He's on the board, guys. Still 3K up, but he's on the board. And that's got to feel good after everything he's been through this game. Again, a mental test for the young 80 carry of NRG this game. And, you know, you got to give him credit. He's been hitting those deadly flourishes. He's been having some impactful curtain calls. That is the most we can ask for him this game. And overall, Winthrop still in the lead. A bit of an oopsie death there from Wilson, but still 4 Baron buffs to be working with.
See how much they can get on this power play. 1,100 gold for now. And they're looking again to just pick off these NRG solo lanes. 5 Mini trying to run away. Already expended the Rocket Belt. Not getting hit by the Grand Entrance. Does have to use Petrifying Gaze not to get charmed up by the quickness, and it won't tag him. Does get the Storm Raider's speed up, and gets out of another Grand Entrance knockup from Kim down. So 5 Mini does cost him nearly everything, but he gets out.
Yeah, I mean, he was flashless too, so you got to credit him for that, especially considering you look on the other side of the map, that was so much attention from Winthrop, and they're getting punished for it big time. Losing resources in the jungle, that top wave gets pushed in so far, and I think we even got plates onto Zamudo, making him even more stronger. Well, again, bit of an overcommitment punish there by NRG.
Oh no, it's Speaker again getting picked off. Spike is pretty slippery, and he'll get out of there with the Phantom Undertow to utilize that dash. Trying to set up vision around the top side of the river, which is intriguing. Baron shows up 3.5 minutes away, and our next Mountain Drake is here in about a minute 30 time. NRG, very valuable 5 minutes they've used. They've gotten some gold, as you called out, beat down to try and get this game a bit closer, but it's still Winthrop that have control of the lane states and now can set up their own vision around what could be the Mountain Soul we feel gives them a Game 2 win.
Yeah, right now, though, I think we need to be recalling from the top side. Okay, good job. I was getting a little nervous there. But you got the wave in a good enough position where you can start setting all your sights on trying to keep control over that bottom side, but otherwise... Winthrop University, yeah, you said it. They need that Mountain Dragon. They need that soul. It's that last little push that should allow them to get an insurmountable lead this game.
Down, I'm just enjoying looking at the NRG inventories and seeing how different a lot of these champions are being built versus what we expect them to. Some of them are just because of, like, Sushi. He fell so far behind, he kind of had to, adjust his build to try and maximize if he can get a kill, his impact. Then we're also seeing, like we talked about, there's no tanks in this game, so both 5 Mini and Zamudo have itemized a lot more for just straight upfront burst to get that initial kill. Rarely you see a Rumble go Shadow Flame, I feel like, and it's also rare for 5 Mini to have such an early actualizer. Seeing them adapt their builds to the game is very interesting as we get the NA Ram around the mid lane with the Dragon hitting the Rift now.
Sorry, 15 seconds. And we have Barrick, who's just walking his way down. Zamudo's on the bottom side. Winthrop, not quite the position they're hoping for around this. They can get flanked on. There's a bit of a pincer being set up here by NRG.
Almost going to get poked down decently, and Deadly Flourish not landing is the big win there. As the Dragon will be started up by Winthrop University. Speaka trying for that same flank angle he had last time. Wilson getting engaged onto Zamudo. Gonna get the grand entrance knockup. Wilson gets poked very, very low. Spica trying to find a flank in here as Kizno eats a ton of upfront damage, but Tomo's trapped. Spica tries to get back towards him. Tomo gets out, but they just blow up Wilson, and Tomo arcade shifts over the wall, trying to find these trade kills. Boltsamuto on 5 minutes, so low, trapped in the back of the pit. The shock blasts are coming through, the mystic shots. NRG are trying to play bodyguard, but their front line is crumbling. Wow. The severing bolts, the mystic shots, the rage of Winthrop rescues them without their jungler. But NRG have teleports. They're trying to rejoin. There are no junglers with this Drake Soul coming up, but there's the root down from Samikin. 5 Mini comes out just as unhealthy as he left, and that should secure Winthrop the Mountain Soul they've been looking for.
Wow, it was dicey for a moment there, but they are going to get that 4th dragon, get themselves a hugely powerful buff. Again, NRG just continues showing us that they can fight this out, even from this deficit that they're in. But Tomo's gold, his wallet is just too big. And now this next Baron is spawning. You gotta believe Winthrop. They're setting their sights on that so they can finally crack open the base of NRG.
Could be the last missing piece to a Game 2 win here. As Baron hits the rift, everybody back and respawned. Oh, not this time. Sushi will be able to get his back off. Pretty sure that back for Sushi will get him if he's not already over towards that 3rd item. Significant to see him at least get to 3 items in a game he was so far behind. Yep, so the LDR will be done. Still not a really scary Jhin with damage just yet, but significant nonetheless is Tomo. The big scary damage AD carry is already onto this Baron. Spica's going to get caught trying to work his way in. Kim down marks him and Tomo blows him up. So the Pike value non-existent for another big fight as NRG are going to have to work their way in, down a man.
Yeah, and down a hook, too. This is going to be really hard, but I think still we need to respect and possibly turn.
Big equalizer from Zamudo. He's trying to go in with the Flame Splitters. The curtain call comes down, but the fears and the kickbacks do get rid of Zamudo. And with that Crescent Guard, Wilson's able to absorb a lot of the upfront damage.
50-50.
There's no smite here, but Kizno's able to find the Baron, and they get Tomo. The deadly flourish from Sushi allows for 5 Mini to kill off the Juggernaut Ezreal once again. Another lifeline for NRG. They are not done with Game 2 just yet.
Oh, it's more than a lifeline. I think this is an angle. Being able to take this Baron, collect so much gold in an instant there, you can see what they're able to do with it. They're not backing, they're wisely just knocking down this tier 2 turret, and Spica and 5 Mini earlier are stalling them, preventing the response. Look at the gold difference. We were looking at 3,000 to 4,000, and it's been instantly wiped away.
Oh my god, the death from below, juke out of Spica. Bone Skewer to throw him on the other side of the blast cone and send Wilson back into the pit. Now this is the Phantom Undertow. Oh man, I wish we had Spica's player came up right there. You know he's smiling ear to ear. And he's not done. He's still trying to mess with Wilson. He's trying to bait him in. Wilson doesn't realize this time Spica's got friends. And Wilson will immediately see the GA he bought expire alongside his life.
I feel like I'm watching this Zillion TikToker. I accidentally bomb him to calm him down. If you know, you know. The way Spica is just juking Wilson up and down, and now just very so delicately leads him to his own death. NRG is still a minute 30 with the Baron buff in their hands. And again, gold lead completely wiped away. Even Tomo's advantage has gone down to 2,000. Zamudo has a bigger gold lead over Baron for the first time this game. And it's, again, Winthrop, while they had a lot of early advantages this game, not so great map decisions and really good responses from NRG.
Oh, Zamudo
have turned things in their favor.
Goes into the stasis to avoid the Spiraling Despair damage, and that will secure his life for another engagement. Kim down after Mikhails himself away from a deadly flourish snare. But they've caught Spica, and there's the Severing Bolt. Spica will drop once again as NRG desperate to hunt for these kills. Still got some time before the Elder Drake. Beatdown, I just think it's hilarious. Did you ever think that both these ADs would be on the same amount of items at the same time, knowing the game state we had earlier? I never would have seen it coming.
If you asked me like 30 minutes ago, I would definitely say hell no. If you asked me 5 minutes ago, yeah, I think it's been building for some time.
True.
Sushi's been collecting shutdowns. He's been farming as much as he can. Now the fact that he's gotten IE, I mean, he's still an item down compared to Tomo, but he's going to be impactful. So I think that lead is very much diminished, and it doesn't look as good as it did earlier, is what I'll say.
Just so happy that both these mid laners looking more than good in this game.
Yeah.
We've seen big moments from both Samikin and 5mini. Really feels like with the 80 carry gap starting to close a bit, they could be such impactful difference makers in these late fights. Both Hui and Cassiopeia love a late game team fight. It's just the difference of that range versus that innate catch ability as Kisno's looking to catch on to Kim down, but Tomo says no. It's some good poke damage. Now finds Spica. That was an auto and an arcane shift, and Spica goes below 40% HP.
Okay, he's Pike. He's going to heal up most of it. As long as he lives, he'll be able to interact. Oh my god.
Sushi gonna have to use that Youmuu's Ghostblade move speed to get himself away from Tomo. And Barrick. Side lanes are in NRG's favor with all that mid lane pressure. Important to note with these Elder Dragons spawning in less than a minute. 5mini has gotten a full shove towards that top side. It's going to force Barrick all the way over to that side of the map. Barrick likely going to have to TP back towards this Elder Drake. Oh my god. Yep, that was WE from Tomo that time.
Uh-huh. Oh, now he's sniping. Ooh. Close call. I mean, it's a good stall too because we're 20 seconds from the Elder Dragon. So delaying Spica at all, like that even, is actually really good because, I mean, that's
another
support.
One.
That's the vision.
He has the flash!
That is crazy. Now he's the one who's getting rage baited, and it really will allow Winthrop to get a good setup in and around this Dragon Pit, which is so important here because, remember, the Baron was stolen away from them. Their ability to fight around these objectives now has become very tenuous with how the gold lead is evened up. So it does mean that they want to do this as quickly as possible.
Tomo! He just arcade shift in the face of Kisno, who pops the subjugate. True Shot Barrage going to come out as well. Winthrop on the back foot. Trying to decide if they should just burn the Elder down or play slower. Wilson's going to eat that crit shot here from Sushi to get him below half HP. Wilson and Tomo trying to finish off the Elder as Kim down plays Distractor, but he's down. But he does die valiantly. Elder Dragon once again secured from Winthrop, just like game one. But this time, they've got the man advantage up to make it hurt in the damage category. But the Severing Bolts aren't hitting. Mystic Shots aren't finding their mark. So NRG will get the kill and now have to play time away from this Elder buff. Oh, bye-bye, Spica. Yep. Oh! I thought it would. I thought the XP would have been there. Yeah, I thought it'd be there.
Yeah, but still, like you said, Winthrop University, they managed to. Oh my god, they managed to walk away with 4 Elder Dragon buffs, and now this time around, that aggression really going to pay dividends as long as they're able to hit on their spells and find the right angles. That execute can be how they close out the game. You got to imagine they're going to use that pressure to at least somewhat try and secure that next Baron. But honestly, part of me wants them to just try and fight. Minute 30? It's tough. Because after they get this, if they recall, they're basically only going to have one fight to use that Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
And if they don't have that, I mean, we see these fights. They're close.
We'll have to see. Doesn't even look like they're going to reset. I kind of like this strategy from NRG again, though, to delay that time. It's a risky one. I thought they were going to let 5mini push a little bit further out here to see if Winthrop will back off, but like you mentioned with the Elder, I don't think any side lane shenanigans can stop Winthrop from their main advantage, which is taking as many structures as they can in this now virtually minute window they've got with this Elder Dragon onto everybody besides Kim down.
Curtain call. We're just back to tickling, I guess. And for Sushi. But yeah, I agree. I like that they stayed. They got to use this pressure of the Elder Dragon to take as much as they can. It's going to be at least 2 inhibitors. And if they're so inclined, they could look to push here for the end. Oh!
Yeah, they want it, and they do get Sushi, but he gets away. Kim down comes in and sets up the Greybeard execute. Down goes Zamuno, and Winthrop do, in fact, capitalize on that Elder Dragon window to force us the distance. Tomo goes crazy, and Winthrop bounce back. Bring us to game 3.
You gotta love the equalizing here from Winthrop University. You said it, Slayer. We're going the distance. And honestly, Winthrop, I gotta give some credit to NRG. Winthrop were making me sweat a little bit. I wasn't sure they were going to be able to close that one out, but Elder Dragon makes it happen. It's too strong of a buff.
Too strong of a buff indeed. You could see what NRG were trying to do, see if they could get Winthrop to back to play for the bot wave and just by that couple crucial seconds, clear out waves in time. But all you needed was a couple of seconds with the Elder Dragon, like you talked about, to get that game win. A big one for Winthrop, and it's, again, very just fun to see the few times we've seen NRG and Winthrop match up this year. They've just kind of all been bangers beat down, and this one has already met up to that level as well.
Yeah, especially with how exciting the second game was. Even game one was very fun to watch, and now we're going to that third game. And it really does speak to, again, the improvements you were talking about with Winthrop University from week one. And, multiple interviews with Tails so far this split where just talking about, yeah, it's a short split, focusing on improving, trying to improve that macro gameplay, like he said in today's interview. And now it's gotten them this far.
Gotten them right on the doorstep of another series win over NRG. It all is going to come down to that regular season coveted Game 3. We'll bring you guys that very important draft after another scheduled break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
What a fun series we've had today to kick off our day in the North American Challengers League, a Week 3 regular season. Winthrop bounced back with a banger of their own to tie up the series 1 apiece up against NRG and beat down. We, of course, have to start the conversation with, as Tails has called him, Captain Tomo, showing he's still got it when it comes to the AD carry role. And I mean AD carry this time, folks.
Yes, an actual marksman. Honestly, a lot of it was just Sushi getting caught out in their own red side jungle and forced. I mean, this is, we're playing League in the Big 26, guys. The minion wave, they crash. That first minion wave crashes very, very early. There is no luxury to recall after getting chunked out. And the fact that he had a pike as well in the bottom lane, there's really just no walking up. And you got to give credit. Kim Down and Tomo, they used that advantage beautifully to push Sushi and Spica. In one case, out of most of the game. In the other case, out of the game entirely. Because I'm just going to go ahead and say Spica did not get an execute a single time.
Not a single death from below. Nope. And you can see the difference that, I kind of liked how you jokingly put it when we were off air, that the essential 5v3 that NRG had to play for a lot of this game, you can see how close it still was in the gold graph. They actually take a gold lead like post 30 minutes. It's just, look what you're getting out of your bot lane this game. It's just... Tomo nearly has double the damage that Sushi and a damaged Pike brought into this game alone. That really tells the tale for me.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring that up too, because I don't know if I would have worded it that way on air, but it really is telling that NRG were coming back in that game, really showing us for a moment that, hey, maybe they will win. And you got to give a lot of credit to Kizno, and I think how well he was playing on the Trundle, but also the solo laners. Fimini on the Cassiopeia, Zamudo on the Rumble, both were playing out these skirmishes, these team fights so well, and it was to a point where if bot lane went any other way, we'd be talking about Conviction versus Dorado Gaming right now.
What a different world we would be in. But there is redemption available for both Sushi and Spica in this series, because the one trend that has been, very stable across 2 games is kind of what you said there, talking about the solo lanes of NRG. Zamudo has consistently been able to accrue big leads over Barrick. And despite some of Samakin's heroics on, some of his jukes, his dodges into some of these ganks,
that was crazy.
We felt like Fimini has been kind of the better laning mid laner in this series. So if we can get a good bottom lane scenario for Sushi and Spica, NRG may just be back in business as they continue to look to top Group A with this Game 3 win. We are in to our final draft here, and starting to see some new champions enter the ban phase, especially from the NRG side. They're going to take away Locke and Talia alongside the Zoe. So the Talia ban actually serves a double purpose. Samakin can obviously play the Talia, but Tomo has already put a Talia AP carry game in the bag. So kind of a twofold ban there from NRG.
And honestly, that's probably the one they're banning, because I don't know, we don't see a lot of mid Talia these days, even with the Vice. So again, Tomo getting some respect there in the bottom lane. Maybe he'll pull out the Vlad this game. We'll have to see. But Kizno's going to start off with the J4, something that was taken away every other game so far in this series and is now available.
And the Rye is going to be the immediate answer here for Samakin, as we continue to see him work on these more, as you put it early on in the show, meta mid lane mages that Samakin needs to be able to add to his repertoire if he wants to continue to grow as a mid lane prospect here in North America. Is going to give Fimini a counter pick of his choice. We're going to see a very stock standard jungle matchup. J4 versus Wukong. We have seen this, I would argue, thousands of times at this point.
Probably more. So nothing too insane there. It is going to give Wilson a lot of opportunity to be aggressive, set up fights, make space. for his team, so nothing else to really say. Fimini, though, his pick is going to be interesting. A lot of mages are out of the way. It does make sense that the Anivia being up and available. It is that classic response to the Rise. And also, that ability to create terrain with that wall cannot be understated. So it does also make the rest of Winthrop, you got to think twice about what you're picking now that you have to deal with that Anivia wall.
I just love that pick into what Winthrop's already showing. Just thinking about range again, right? And what NRG did so well in Game 1 was abusing range and space creation. Fimini was a big part of that with the Victor. Pretty similar job here with the Anivia. The Misfortune gets locked in right off rip here for Sushi. And I have to say, I'm usually always a hater of Misfortune when picked in a deciding game. I always feel like it doesn't deliver. It's usually Game 5s, though, that I think of that.
Okay, I thought there was a butt coming. I will. Hear me out. Let me paint a scenario for you, and I want you to tell me what you think. Honestly, you're playing Misfortune. You have an Anivia. They catch 3 people in a Glacial Storm, and oh, look at that, your ult is up.
Yeah.
What are we thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I can take it a step further, and then a Jarvan Cataclysms 3 of them into that storm.
Yeah.
No, I see the vision. I just like my immediate reaction was thinking back to Viper picking Misfortune Game 5 at MSI and it flopping. I've seen it happen too many times. So that was my innate gut reaction beatdown, but your logic has soothed me with this pick. So we'll see if Sushi can pilot it well as we get into the second ban phase and once again see the Camille band away from Spica.
I'm really sorry you went through that because that's the second time now you've brought up Viper's Misfortune. Like, he really hurt you.
I mean, that's my number one right there, and that one will live with me for years. Beatdown, I'm gonna be real.
Okay. I hope you'll heal, and I'm glad to have helped soothe you. Now we're getting to that final ban here for NRG. I like the Caitlyn shout. Caitlyn Bard is very annoying to be dealing with, and you want to be outranging this Misfortune here. So it makes me curious what Tomo is going to be playing. Maybe it's not a marksman at all.
You never know with this guy, and that's what makes Tomo so fun. Vlad, always an option. I would be interested to see if Zamudo, not Kizno, would be willing to maybe have a Mundo look. The Aurora comes through here now, so even without whatever Tomo picks, I'm already seeing the innate value of bringing a Mundo into the fray versus 2 magic dealers. I still think that's such a valuable champion in this mage meta that I will continue to bring up. Still think it may be pretty decently unlikely Zamudo looks for that, especially now knowing that he is going to have counter pick into Barrick, likely to go on this Aurora, barring anything crazy. And that is exactly what I expect from Zamudo. He'll just slam the Ambessa.
And there's the rel that we were promised.
Here comes the Wombo.
You know,
Here comes the Wombo.
We have another comp of circles, if you will. So at least now this is a more understandable composition. Oh my god.
Whoa, okay, hold on. So it's Tomo Rise.
I thought so. I was wondering because we know Sammykin loves the Aurora and he's so good at this pick. So it is a way to dodge a bad matchup for Rise in the mid lane. And it is a way to get for Sammykin to get a champion he's incredibly comfortable with. Now Barrick, you got a matchup I think Zamudo wasn't expecting.
Oh, man, I love this. What a series beatdown. We talked about how Game 1, we felt like NRG kind of caught Winthrop off guard in the draft, made them adjust their game plan from a Syndra bot to actually having to play a real marksman. It kind of gave a huge draft advantage to NRG that they were able to capitalize on. We get to Game 3. I really love this from Winthrop, regardless of this what they were going to go for originally, or like you mentioned, they're trying to just get out of the bad Rise matchup. Now you're going to be able to leave Rise alone, farming pretty comfortably. Bard is going to have a lot more impact roaming on the map. You called out Aurora for Sammykin. It really hinges on to me if Barrick can actually make this counter pick work. Because it's one thing to get the counter pick, it's another to actually win it against Zamudo. And knowing Darius, he's going to try and win it, maybe even before minions get to the lane.
Level 1, if Barrick gets the opportunity. And I think that is a good shout. If I look at NRG's draft, it's pretty simple in execution, especially once we get to that team fighting phase. I think the burden there when it comes to making good on the matchups and the comp you've gone for is on Winthrop. Because, you know, it's not just the Darius, it's also Kim Down. Yeah, you have a lot of roam potential and ability to impact the map, but in team fights, you know, your use of that ultimate is going to be really important. Either saving your teammates or canceling ultimates like that bullet time that Sushi's going to be looking to set up. And it is going to be really key uses of that Tempered Fate that I think will be the difference maker for Winthrop.
Whoever wins this game is the difference maker in the series. We are on to the Rift for our final time. NRG Winthrop, and things are already getting wacky. Wilson went for a Raptors invade. Zamudo says no, and he's going to have to likely flash over this big wall. Zamudo not going to chase, though, as Kim Down and Samikin are both here. And Spica leaves just as worse for wear as Wilson, but most importantly, beat down. Kizno is not pushed away from his Raptors and is now much more accelerated on his first clear compared to Wilson.
Yeah, it costs time for Winthrop to be able to do that, and they don't get anything for it. Kim Down's forced to use the heal as well. I thought they were creating a situation where Barrick could just start knocking down those hemorrhage stacks early on, but isn't able to actually get into that fight. Instead, everyone else is just going to go back to their lanes as normal. Again, good to point out, Samikin. There's a lot of burst damage here. And you're able to use that Aurora W to jump the Anivia wall as well. So not the same vulnerability Arise would have. And this is a champion Samikin's very comfortable with.
Comfortability indeed in the mid lane. And also in the top side, Barrick going to drop the exhaust.
Time to
He
flash.
has all 5 of the Hemoplague stacks up. And Zamudo has to flash. Love to see Barrick finally taking it to Zamudo. The one lane NRG have been able to rely on so heavily in this series. And it's an advantage over to Barrick finally for now.
Yeah, I didn't notice the exhaust, which is crazy. It is very painful to be Zamudo this game. I can already tell. So he actually cancels the back, which is interesting. I think he wants to keep that pressure onto Zamudo, who is flashless. You got to imagine there's a kill brewing any second now.
Give Barrick an inch, and he will take a mile now. Zamudo. So you do see some decent stuns coming back here from 5 Mini. And now much tougher matchup into that Aurora. Knowing that it's Samikin alone, but of course just the mobility that Aurora brings to get around these stuns, to switch out of the Glacial Storm, and of course just assassinate 5 Mini. Makes this matchup a much different game than I'm sure 5 Mini thought he would be having. As we have the Rise in the bot side now, but not the greatest wave state for old Tomo, and he is on the Ghost, not the teleport, so kind of just going to have to be, you know, very respectful in this wave state now, knowing that Kim Down is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, but otherwise, Tomo still able to farm, still able to keep up. Wilson is in the area too, so I think he's trying to bait the engage. Because Wilson is level 4. I think Wilson's going to need to show it, yeah.
Yeah, there's the Rune Prison lockdown onto Sushi, but Wilson not able to get close enough just in time. He's just here to try and help Tomo get the wave up, but he actually misses the cannon minion, and the thinning of the wave kind of actually helps Sushi and Spica make sure this wave won't crash just yet. Tough spot for Tomo to be in. He's starting to feel the pain that he inflicted on Sushi last game.
Yeah. I'm definitely getting flashbacks. That one is tough here for Tomo. He does stand to lose out a little bit compared to what Sushi's able to get. Now, elsewhere, Kim Down, moving around the map just to ensure he can cover his laners. It makes sense. You want to try and slow down this Darius if possible. Just leaving some shrines for him means you can't really do that. And if that stun landed, I think we would have lost Zamudo.
I'm right there with you, beat down, but this is where we're at now with support roams. I think supports are going to be more comfortable protecting their top laners from all-ins than a misfortunate Arise, who neither will really be able to kill threaten the other for a while into this game state. There's the crash down coming across from Spica, gets a double stun shattering strike as the jugglers want to show up for the party. There are no ultimates in this fight. We're just hands checking each other, and there's no clear winner right now. Spica probably the most hurt, but nobody within real kill threat yet.
Yeah, ultimately, the lane's just kind of as it is, which is not too bad for Zamudo. Being able to get through those early levels against Darius tends to be pretty hard. And a lot of matchup. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. He apprehends him. Zamudo double dash. Dodges the Cosmic Binding. Zamudo is definitely walking the tightrope of how much he can trade with Barrick at this point.
I think Barrick is waiting for that exhaust to come back. I think as soon as he gets that, he's going to be able to kill Zamudo. I think that's why he's still here. Hasn't backed once, by the way. Technically, Zamudo has a little more bonus AD. He's sitting on that longsword. But I think he's not liking his chances, so he's just going to go ahead and leave. I think something we didn't really mention so far in that draft, Slayer, is scaling and where we think these teams stand. I mean, when we think about Rise, Aurora, even Darius, the late game, there's a lot of potential for damage and work to be done. Again, it is just about execution with this composition, whereas NRG's comp, a lot simpler. You know, reminiscent of Game 1, a lot of circles to work with.
Yep. Wombo circle formula, once again for NRG, but you called it the resets are the big thing here for Winthrop, and here comes that bullet time. Kim down, able to flash out just in the nick of time before the full damage comes across, but here comes Kisno hunting, flag and drag forward. Neither jungler is ultimate, there's no Cyclone, there's no Cataclysm, but that one little win from Spica and Sushi is just enough for NRG to comfortably secure the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, and it was honestly a good setup, forcing Sammy Kid to back. He was still walking back from base before.
Oh, God. Oh, no, Zamudo. I thought that was a dump down.
No, he has ult. So Barrick's got to respect. He's got to be careful.
Does have the exhaust, though, and now the Noxian Guillotine really does make that full all-in potential from Barrick very scary, but like you mentioned, there is an ult on the trade back here. As in goes Samikin. 5mini expertly uses his passive to bait Samikin in, and he has to use his flash out of the Cataclysm and then will res right back up. Always nice to see, you know, Nivea players utilizing that passive offensively sometimes.
Yeah. Really nicely done there. No real response able to come through. And Samikin, again, much like Game 1, forced to back already after just coming back to lane less than a minute ago. It's these small things that 5mini's been able to do, sometimes with the help of his teammates, but sometimes on his own, to keep himself ahead of Samikin just by being able to outlane.
Oh no. Skizno found on his Krugs. The Cyclone gets first blood with ease here. Now Spica trying to run out of dodge. No Cosmic Binding, though, and of course no Tempered Fate means he will not be the victim of Barrick, but nice invade there. Wilson and Kim Down have been really dialed in when they combine for these early game roams.
Yeah, and it's so important to impact these other lanes. It's worth noting that both supports are only level 4 right now. And at 8 minutes, that's pretty crazy. You don't see that very often. And again, it just really shows how important and how volatile these lane matchups are this game, in this Game 3 scenario. Where both these teams, they're throwing everything they have to make sure they're the ones with the advantage.
And the most recent advantage is going to be Winthrop trying to get all 3 of these grubs. Zamudo is proxying into Tomo, who I like the look for Zamudo, because if you look at Tomo's inventory, this guy does not do damage yet.
Yep.
We'll be able to get that wave, but Winthrop win on the cross map, getting all 3 grubs uncontested. So first strict NRG, grub push power to Winthrop.
And that's nice, too, for Barrick, who's playing that Darius, because inside lane, he will be really strong in these 1v1, 1v2 scenarios, so you give him a chance.
Kim Down still has no flash. Crash down lockup. He's done first. 5mini without passive. Has to flash away from the Samikin damage with the Realm Warp's coming through to get Tomo here. Glacial Storm for the slow. 5mini desperately trying to kite back. Dash forward, interrupted by Spica. Into the bullet time from distance from Sushi. And 5mini will not burn to the ground. They protect their own big bird, and NRG cash it in.
That is gotta hurt. You commit so much, and you end up losing 2 kills and gaining nothing. Kisno able to walk away with the big chicken as well. Insult to injury. It's Winthrop University.
Oh, Spica.
I was gonna say get nothing for this, but do they get Spica?
I mean, Between Worlds is down. Samikin with a 2-fold Hex very well can get this kill, and will do so. Greedy back from Spica gives something to the Golden Eagles.
And that bit of a delay works out nicely for Winthrop University as well. Going to be able to just maintain vision over this bottom side that much longer. And it's huge too because Dragon's coming up in a minute 40's time. Winthrop might be able to do something about that one. I mean, I'm looking at Tomo's inventory though, and I'm doubting my own words.
Yeah, you know, I will say for a bot lane Rise scenario, we like to, with mid lane Rise, always talk about that Roa timing, right? And how quickly can you get Roa so you start getting stacks. it's a little bit easier bot lane with the quests, right? So Tomo does have extra gold coming his way, but the pace we're looking at a full stack Roa for this Rise is definitely a bit bleak.
It's not great. I won't say bleak yet.
Okay.
As long as he finishes Roa in the next minute or so, I'm not going to really stress about it, but we'll see. Because especially, you know, it's a pretty key part for Rise to get that early tier. It is important. It's always going to delay that item anyway.
Right.
But it does mean that, yeah, I mean, we've been saying it. He just isn't really adding much damage to these engages, which means 5v5s are not really ideal for them right now.
Luckily for Tomo and Winthrop, their entire top side is built for mid lane burst damage, mid game, excuse me, burst damage with Samikin. Thinking about a Wukong, and you already talked about the Darius brings more than enough damage. So as long as Tomo scales up fine and is the late game insurance policy, there's, again, not much to worry about like you're talking about. What Winthrop does have to worry about, though, is this next dragon about mere seconds time that for the time being NRG is a bit better position to take.
Yeah, now... Oh, hold on.
Zamudo wants the fight into Barrack. The exhaust comes through. Gets a ton of chunk damage. He's going to flash just in case the Decimate Guillotine combo comes through. So more respect here from Zamudo. But again, every minute that passes he hasn't given up a lead to this Darius is immensely valuable.
Yeah, I think Zamudo's been playing this matchup up really well. Just interacting with the wave when he has all his spells, using that movement to make sure Barrack can't keep those 5 stacks of hemorrhage on him for very long, so he comes out even, not too far behind in these trades.
That's just Sushi with a 2-man Cyclone. Realm Warp on top, but Flash from Sushi gets him out. Between Worlds coming on the backside, so the bullet time for Sushi doesn't get a lot of value. Just kind of pushes Winthrop away, but a nice wall from Mini forces another key flash. It's Samikin's, and Zamudo has TP behind. He does have an angle on the Kim down, trying to take the magical journey, but Wilson drops to Kisno in the Drake pit, and that alone says bailout time for Winthrop. Both opening Drakes over NRG, a clear win con emerging.
Yeah, and both times, Winthrop not getting the fight that they're looking for. Another second or two, if Barrack showed up, he would have been able to do so much work there, but losing the jungler means not much to do.
Zamudo trying to run away. Speaker cancels his back with the flash. Apprehend from Barrack leads to our first dunk down we've been waiting for from the latest Winthrop top laner. Finally has his kill over Zamudo.
Still, cost time that Barrack and Tomo were spending there in that brush. No one able to collect those waves that are just dying on that top side. NRG have a slight gold lead. And you said it, they have the win con in terms of the Dragon Soul. They are halfway towards a Chemtech Soul. And while I know we meme the Soul a lot, I think that damage reduction below 50%
it's
do
huge.
A lot of wonders for you this game, especially when Winthrop, they're looking for executes. So any way to slow down, increase that time to kill only benefits you.
Great call, Beatdown. The single biggest difference in these later fights could alone just be that Chemtech Soul preventing a dunk execute, delaying that reset on that ultimate for Barrack with those full hemorrhage stacks. That alone provides immense value for a Chemtech Soul. Not even talking about the burst that Wilson will bring on the Wukong, especially Samikin's upfront burst on the Aurora. A lot of bursts that can be countered by this Chemtech Soul. So very important for NRG, but Winthrop's still in it in really every other aspect, right? The gold lead, there is none for NRG. It's a couple hundred shillings by this point. The biggest one being 400 gold lead towards Kisno. So virtually everybody is on even footing as we enter the mid game.
Yeah, I will say Tomo is also equally ahead, or maybe slightly more ahead compared to Kisno and Wilson. So that is something that works out nicely for them too. He's already 1 stack into that Rod of Ages, and with time, Tomo will be a huge asset in these team fights. Problem is, NRG, you don't want them to get too much into me as that's happening. Now, if that next dragon comes through, I think at this stage, you have to let it go. But something I haven't seen Winthrop do much of this game, but I've seen them do in the past, is, look, this dragon is not yours. Put your resources into something else. I think that's something we've seen Winthrop do over the years. I've loved that about how this team plays. And I think this is a game, this is a series where I want to see more.
Zamudo, probably execution, not going to create as much distance as he would have liked away from Samikin and company. Kim Down's here, but with Kizno covering, Zamudo once again able to evade a side lane play. And all but one side lane pickoff I've seen him drop without finding value. It's just what makes Zamudo one of the premier players we have in the league. A player that, again, you said at the top of the show, we think shouldn't be in this league anymore.
Yep. I like the build he's going for too. Just big on quick damage, being able to leave. I think that will help him trade more effectively with Barrick, and of course, makes him a huge threat onto the other members of Winthrop, who, you know, you're not going to really see a lot of armor being stacked up there. And, oh, TP behind Zamudo?
Round 2. Wilson does have the Cyclone this time. And Samikin with Between Worlds not available just yet.
I mean,
it can't make it stick. It's just so tough.
I mean, I respect the angle. Minute 30 from Drake. You don't want to fight for this Herald. Want to see what you can do elsewhere. It's just too bad. Doesn't really work out. These lane assignments are good too, because hey, what's Barrick going to do into an Anivia? Unless Fimini just absolutely griefs it, he's never touching him.
And you're starting to see the power that Fimini brings as he is starting to scale up decently well himself. Sure. I believe that is that 7 or that's 2? I think that's 2 stacks. I was going to say, if this guy's 7 stacks Roa, wow, that would be something.
That would have been ridiculous.
Yeah. Oop, catch on to Kizno. Nice flag and drag to get away from the first Cyclone knock-up. He's going to get hit by the second one. Realm Warp coming through. Tempered Flame must be flashed. As, yeah, we're going to, you know, Fimini's still working on his architectural skills alongside being an NACL mid laner.
You know what? He's had a great series so far, so I'll allow it. It's fine. It happens. Yep. It was just funny looking.
Do get the flash out of Kizno, but again, it's another Winthrop attempt to pick off a member of NRG on their lonesome that doesn't result in a kill. And that just, you saw, gives more time to what I think NRG has done best in this series across the board beatdown, which is play these cross maps and play the map in the mid game in specific super well. Hopefully Zamudo doesn't just caster curse me right now as he gets chased down by Kim Down and Samikin alike. Slow starting to stack. Twofold Hex comes out from Samikin, but the dashes are just too much for Samikin to really cut down the distance. He's trying to get in range for the weirding. He's going to flash with Twofold Hex. He nearly predicted Zamudo's flash, but again, Zamudo gets out, and the rest of NRG reap the rewards on the backside. Double Shattering Strike. Tomo has to flash, but there's the Crash Storm, Magnet Storm into a bullet time. Cataclysm comes through again. Barrick so close to dropping it, he will fall. Zamudo TP's in, and he's found Tomo. NRG collapses 5 in the mid lane, and break open our Covenant Game 3.
That's right, and suddenly NRG shoots up to a 3,000 gold lead, and it's only getting higher as the first brick, that's right guys, first brick is going down as NRG cashes in even more. Samikin, oh, he's in trouble.
He has Between Worlds to get over the wall, and he'll do just that. So he's out, but still, NRG, a huge moment.
Again. Yeah, NRG, they're just playing the map so much better. Every time Winthrop tries something this series, they almost always lose more than they gain. And you can see it now. Zamudo was able to collect so much gold on that bottom side. He's able to rush top side after this play and to do more of the same. Now you can see it. He finished that Voltaic Cyclo Sword. He's got a pickaxe. He does so much damage and is able to burst down members of Winthrop very quickly.
See how well they can burst down this Chemtech Drake. Felt like you said it, Winthrop really had no business contesting this one. They're going to have to play for the 4th one, but even on the cross map, Barrick gets caught under the turret, takes a ton of early damage. It's going to force Tomo to run warp up here just to make sure Zamudo doesn't kill him off in the 1v1. They should be able to try and whittle down this top lane tier 1, but they actually don't have a wave. And Zamudo is going to be able to spot out Wilson with the help of Spica, trying to go for the wraparound. Barrick has to reset. They're not even going to be able to get this turret on the rebound.
No, are they going to be able to even walk away? Sushi is here. Spica is here. Everybody's here, but they are forcing this.
Yeah, they're looking. Starting to sense that Winthrop are getting desperate, right? And maybe some frustration because a lot of their pick plays this game have really just come up short. And, you know, that can wear on you, especially as you see, like, a big fight not go your way. You hit tab, you see all the Drakes on the NRG side. You got to feel like you're behind in gold. So this is a spot where a lot of teams start to get desperate, and Winthrop are no different.
Yeah, and as the gold lead continues to grow for NRG, the options will be shrinking. We've already seen... if you look at the potential plays that Winthrop could go for, Zamuno's proved time and time again how he's basically ungankable. So that's one side of the map that's hard to play for. I mean, Mini, he protects himself well. He doesn't overextend very often. Sushi and Spica are often in the mid lane. They're mid-tier 1 too, so they can't really get on top of them. There's so few options here for Winthrop other than farm it out and scale. But considering you're down 4K, that's not even good enough.
Nope. Not going to cut it indeed. So we are playing on a map now with Baron up and available. Maybe a catch onto Sushi near his mid-tier 1 turret. It's a Cyclone expended alongside the Between Worlds. Shut down onto Sushi. Good find from Samkin and company. Kizno flash, trying to get a flag and drag onto Wilson. Does drop the Cataclysm. Wilson has to flash as well. He's starting to get bopped down, and Kizno will catch out Wilson. So Sushi's shutdown does not go in vain.
Yeah, but still, pretty good shutdown. Nice Cosmic Binding. So it is a nice chunk of change that Winthrop are able to get back. And it does mean that Sushi flashed and died. So it makes him a little more vulnerable when we get to that next objective fight, which is probably going to be NRG's Dragon Soul. But still, so much gold elsewhere. It's hard to worry for Sushi on the MF.
Really is. Tempered Fate used there to maybe just protect the red buff?
Yeah, just to get it to reset. Or to give it to Tomo. Okay, sure.
Small wins, we take them.
Whatever you got to do. I mean, nothing else is... It's going to come back before the dragon. So, I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine.
Gonna need it, though. Winthrop are gonna need everything they can bring to the table to try and save this series. And this game, of course, alone. 4,500 gold, and you start to see it really hurting in the items. Main thing worth pointing out is that both of our scaling control mages, albeit they're in different lanes, are now looking to try and itemize towards their damage aspects, right? We've got both Mini and Tomo done with a completed Seraphs and nearly a full stacked Roa. So now it's just about how much damage they can bring it to the table. Of course, get to see how much value Tomo can bring out of moving the Rise into the bottom lane. Had a relatively safe early game as he wanted, but needs to show up now when it matters, as we have some supportal combat maybe taking place here. Speaking and get caught trying to look for Kim down with a crash down. TP out of Samikin as well to join the fray. Golden Eagles are soaring in V formation right now, all 5 together. But NRG are holding control of the river nonetheless, and they might just find Kim down here now. Flag and drag. Wow. He didn't have the Cosmic, he didn't have the portal up. And he doesn't even burn his flash before he dies. Wall's going to trap Tomo. He's going to have to flash over that as well. The value of the Anivia really starting to show up here for NRG.
Yeah, I think we're disrespecting a little bit. You lost your support. The only direction you can move is backwards, brother. Get the hell out of there. Now Tomo's flashless, and while he has fully stacked his Roa, and he's at his fully stacked Seraphs too, and now he is more vulnerable in these upcoming team fights, which is honestly really unfortunate. His ability to lay down damage now that he is really starting to scale up is important, and he just can't do that as well now.
It's still, regardless of the outcome of this single game, been an impressive series for Winthrop. I think they've been able to show just really good cohesion in such a short amount of time, especially around the way they've operated some of these fights. But again, I have to go back to the fact that this NRG team that went in boot camp in Korea as a squad, committed to the full year as a team, their macro has just been the difference maker across especially their 2 wins. It is what has them prime beat down for this Chemtech Drake and this Chemtech Soul. It's Winthrop that have to find a wacky way in.
Oh, that Roa gave Mini level 16 as that rank 3 ultimate. Oh yeah.
Does have to flash the Cosmic Binding. They're trying to use the Realm Warp to get Wilson in, but he doesn't even get to click a button before he gets deleted. Public Execution from Zamuno will whiff, but that's all of the engage tools off the board here for Winthrop. They have no Tempered Fate, they have no Cyclone, and now they have no chance at the Soul. Chemtech Soul secured for NRG. And they're likely to just parry that right into a Baron. How costly of a single death was that for Wilson?
Oh, so very costly. The soul is one thing, but now it's looking like... Oh, wow, that was scary for a second. Spica, he's going to go and jump over the wall, but at the end of the day, it's also going to cost the Baron. Winthrop, no response to be had as Wilson is still 10 seconds out, and the power gap is just too big between these two teams.
Baron feeling like a certainty here. It's going to take some sort of wild heroics. Barrick teasing the idea of blast coning in and saying, screw it, we ball. He's going to look for it, but he doesn't get an apprehend pullback. NRG are just going to exit stage right. Unless they find a catch here on Atomo, the stun is going to land here from 5 Mini. In goes Wilson with that cycle. He never got to use the bullet time interrupted. Sushi not able to get the full damage out, but NRG as 5 are just unbeatable. Kizdo traps all of Winthrop in the Cataclysm. Winthrop have been caged. The birds are sent packing. And NRG will be able to pounce. The public execution from Zamudo is pristine, and that will be the nail in the coffin. An absolutely cinematic series from Winthrop University, but NRG are just too big to knock down. They'll take our series in 2-1 fashion to keep their summer split undefeated with a 2-0 series score.
And the shortest game in the series, no less. NRG make it look easy here at Game 3.
It was such a series to watch, but of course Game 3 was the most one-sided. When NRG had all their chips stacked in the middle, they showed why they are clearly the better team today.
Yeah, and again, it really is those small decisions that they make as a team across the map that benefited them greatly. And, you know, you keep calling it out. I think it's fair. Not just that they boot camped in Korea, but the fact that this is one of the few rosters that stayed together completely since last split. And, of course, you got to imagine that is a huge advantage, especially in a split where you're trying to compete for LCS. This is the split where that happens, so you can see how NRG have benefited from staying together.
So we get a look back through the post-game breakdown. Was kind of just a pretty big team win, but like we talked about during the draft, or during the game, excuse me, beatdown, the NRG fundamentals are just leaps and bounds. I don't know if leaps and bounds.
No, you can say leaps and bounds. You can say leaps and bounds.
Okay, leaps and bounds. I'd say leaps and bounds ahead of Winthrop, and I would take it a step further to say leaps and bounds ahead of almost every other team we have in the NACL, and that's why I think it's going to be such a difference maker for NRG as the season goes on.
At this moment, I think I agree with you, just considering where everybody is at right now. So NRG, much like Split 1, looking like the strongest team at this current time. It's just about whether or not they can keep this going, especially into the playoffs.
But for now, beating whoever's in front of you and looking good while doing it is all that we can really ask for out of NRG, and that is what they have accomplished. Though beatdown, it definitely helps when you have arguably, well, not arguably, our spring split MVP on your team who is still performing at a level that no one else can really touch. It's no surprise here, folks. Our MVP, of course, had to be Zamudo for the impact alone that he had in both wins, games 1 and 3. But also, remember that this guy was up at one point, I think, 3.5K gold on the Rumble game, even in their loss.
Yeah, I think overall, what can I say about Zamudo that we haven't already said? He had an incredible series. The Gangplank was something to admire, and I think overall, even in matchups where things are a little harder for him, like the Darius that he had to play into in this game 3, and he knows his win cons. He plays them well, and he's got good hands. What else could you ask for?
Well, I could ask for a LCS slot for him. That's about all I can ask for at this point.
True.
Yeah,
I would be right there with you.
That's where we're at with Zamudo, but like we've talked about endlessly with this NRG team and the summer split in particular, I'm sure Zamudo would have liked to have a spot for it to opened up. If he obviously kind of had a spot opened up for him that he tried to play in, but I will say, to speak a little bit for Zamudo, maybe just all of NRG, I think it would feel a bit sweeter if the squad earned their spot on their own through a very tough way to do it in that promotion tournament, which so far NRG look on schedule for, and I'm sure we're going to be able to talk a bit about the NRG schedule moving forward, Beatdown, with a winning member of NRG. So I'm going to say goodbye to you for a bit here, Beatdown. Maybe you could set up some sort of mime demonstration for us when you get back on camera. We'll welcome in Kisno, the winning jungler here of NRG. Hello, Kisno. Great getting to talk to you, my friend. How are we feeling after that series? Because, boy, that was a pretty climactic one. Well, games 1 and 2 looked really back and forth, and game 3, you know, going the distance always can be tough.
Yo, it's kind of cringe. I don't know if you guys saw game 2, but I DC'd after Red Bull fight. And so I think they were trolling, trying to fight that, and like I'm like saying like we should fight, and I'm like clicking my mouse, and my character isn't moving. I'm just like Wing forward onto the wall, just AFK, and it just like it was disastrous. But we should have won the game there, and honestly, that like kind of ruined the flow of the game.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to go back and look, because in the heat of that moment, I definitely missed that. Obviously, no pause can definitely, you know, throw us off to see if anything went wrong. But that's a very important note to make. Because although I do kind of want to talk about for a second, though, outside of the game too, I felt like some of the draft curveballs that we saw in this series were really interesting, especially from you guys in game 1. We felt like, were you expecting to see maybe that Syndra that we saw picked early go bot lane, and then that's why you guys kind of flexed the Galio? Because we felt like you guys really caught them off guard with your draft approach to game 1. Was that something in your guys' mind going into that draft?
Yeah, Rosman's been doing a pretty good job scouting. I mean, he saw like Tomo was playing the most demonic stuff in AD carry role, so like he like let us know ahead of time, like, yo, this could be going bot lane. Just saying, even like the third game, like the Rise, it's like, yo, this could also go bot lane. I saw it in a solo game. You might just play bot lane. So I mean, yeah, we were like kind of aware of like everything that he could pick, or like any like mage house pick could possibly go bot.
Yeah, so great. You guys did a great job, I think, prepping for that, and really made a difference in that draft with how you prepared for it. I do want to now kind of talk about the game 2, especially pairing in what you just said about the unfortunate DC. You know, your bot lane gets really far behind as well. Like, speaking with this Pyke pick, it feels really hard to work out. I kind of want to ask you, did you guys find value in a game 2 kind of just going all topsy-turvy like that to be able to test your guys' fortitude as a team, bouncing back like you did into that game 3?
Okay, honestly, okay. So, like, I think we were, like, really tempted to play Rel, and then Ming was like, guys, can I just play Pyke? Like, I just really want to play Pyke. And we were like, and our coach goes, oh, if you want your Pyke game, you can play Pyke. I was like, Jesus, why are we picking Pyke? But I mean, honestly, like, even like the Pyke was fine. I mean, the game should have been like really easy, because we should have won the invade, and then afterwards I would just invade his top side again, and the game should just like be over for them afterwards, and like we should have got like really accelerated. But I mean, me DCing definitely screwed things over. Yeah,
well, unfortunate. It's good to see that obviously it's not gonna have a huge impact. You guys pick up the series win. I kind of want to look a bit big picture, Kisno, because a lot of the big talking points we've had, and I know when I talked to Sushi all the way before the split started, he really stressed how spring split for you guys was kind of about, you know, meshing as a team, starting to figure out your guys' identity. You were going to go boot camp in Korea, and then summer was the big push. So I kind of want to ask you, from your perspective, is that been the vibe around the team, especially coming off of that Korea boot camp and just the all-in mentality you guys have for this summer split to try and promote into the LCS?
I think we're still having fun. Like, I feel like, to be honest, like, I feel like no shade to my teammates, but I feel like I'm like the only one. Like, I feel like because it's like summer split and it really matters a lot, I've been like trying to be more disciplined and actually focus on like playing like active and trying to like end the game in scrims. I feel like we're still like doing some stupid mistakes in scrims, and sometimes I get like really frustrated and the coaches get really frustrated, but nah, I mean, we're still like not that serious. Like the vibes aren't that serious. I don't know.
Well, you know, I think sometimes if those unserious vibes can, be good for mental, that could be helpful. But obviously the goal still is here for you guys are all still focused on that same goal, right? To promote out of that LCS spot. So you feel like, I know the regular split is short, but do you feel like each week you guys go through this, you're starting to see the seriousness lock in a bit more than compared to what you guys were doing in the spring split, I guess, as an example?
I actually don't know, because I feel like I'm more serious, but I will say, like, it's really hard to like be serious, especially like in practice or scrims, because I won't name the teams, but holy bro, if it says like 4 p.m. EST start, why are we showing up 20-30 minutes late? It's so unserious. I actually get like really angry.
That's a good call out, honestly. I'm glad we don't need to name names, so that's a good call out. I mean, hey, not just for you guys, but everybody else, right? The summer split is so immensely important. So yeah, you know what? Talk your crap a bit there, Kizzo. I'm glad that you're calling out. But show up to your scrim times, guys. Kizzo, kind of to wrap up your post-game interview, I kind of want to ask a little bit of an unserious question. We talk a lot about seriousness here in this interview. Obviously, League Classic is out. We talked to Tails before the game. He said that the Winthrop guys were kind of bonding, playing some Classic, playing the throwback. Have you played any Classic? Has the team done any Classic shenanigans together, or do you plan on playing the old style game at any point?
I never played League, like that map before, or like League Classic. But I know it came out, and I think yesterday or like 2 days ago, we were all like doing like draft prep and stuff, and it's like, all right guys, let's play League Classic. I was like, yeah, I'm not playing that. Respectfully, I'm not playing that, bro. Like it just looks like so boring. Like the colors of the map just like are just like a big like turn away for me. I'm just like, yeah, let's let that stick to being Classic.
Fair enough, Gizno. I do agree that a lot of people are figuring out that League of Legends used to be a lot less fun than it is in the modern day playing Classic, so I definitely see that with you. Well, once again, Gizno, congratulations on the series win. I'm glad you overcame your computer trying to grief you in that game too to get the series win. You probably know the drill. You have any final shout-outs, any final call-outs you got before we let you go?
Yeah, always appreciating the team and the amount of effort that they're putting in. And thank you to all the fans that watch me and support me. I know I've been kind of slacking on the streams, but I'll start streaming again eventually. But yeah, thank you to everyone.
Well, Gizno, thank you for such an entertaining series and a big win there for NRG. I'll let you go celebrate with your squad, my friend. Enjoy that 2-0 record. We're going to bring Beatdown back onto the screen here as we get set for our next series. Quick turnaround, but Beatdown, interesting remarks there from Gizno. I really want to hammer home, though. I'm glad that he doesn't name names, but I'm glad we're calling out poor scrim culture because that just is unacceptable to me, personally.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you only have so many scrims in a week, so I'd be pretty annoyed too if a team's a half hour late. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I was ready for him to say they're like 10 minutes late, and I'm like, yeah, talk your trash. That's rude. 30's insane. 30's insane. That's
a whole single game in a block almost.
That's literally literally one game.
Well, at least Gizno is making so far the teams that he's played pay for their transgressions against NRG, as they have only 2 series in, but they are undefeated still so far. Wow. Congratulations one more time to NRG, but Beatdown. Let's bring focus into our next series, our final series of the day. That being Conviction taking on Dorado. This is an interesting match, especially when you factor in where these two teams are standings-wise so far through our summer split.
Yeah, Dorado's doing great. They won their first and only series so far on the first day of the split against Maryville University. So, it's got to feel amazing.
And it's gotta feel pretty good to get some more insight, of course, from the Dorado camp after it's been a while, like you mentioned, we've seen them. So Beatdown, without further ado, I'll get out of your way, my friend. Let's hear you chat it up with the Dorado coaching staff.
Thank you, Slayer. And I'm here with the general manager of Dorado Gaming, Miliana. Hello, Miliana. First time on the stream, I think, right? Welcome.
Yeah, hello. So Bobby's got his wisdom teeth removed today, so he didn't want to do this. So here I am.
I mean, I would be amazed if he'd be able to talk. That's tough.
Well,
so,
he's still
all right,
in there
shout out to
drafting.
you for covering. True. Maybe he's just typing out his responses. But So I just want to get the perspective from you, Miliana. You guys came off on week 1, first day of the split. You guys had a great win over Maryville University. I know it wasn't them at full power, but you got to imagine that was still a pretty big deal for you guys, especially in such a short split.
I mean, we were pretty certain we were going to win that series anyways. Like, surely we're not losing to 2 autofills, right?
I mean, you would think. That's the hope.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear that.
Thankfully, we didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good showing from you guys. So I want to know more. I know, if I'm remembering correctly, Redemption will be back soon, but can you talk about Inflame a little bit and how it's been integrating him on the team? I mean, outside looking in, he's been looking good, but I'm curious, from the internal perspective, how it's been like getting him on page with the rest of the team.
Well, I've always thought that Inflame was someone with potential. Like, I invited him to our Split 1 Dorado trials, actually, because I always thought he was the next up for support in Tier 3. Obviously, we ended up with Redemption, but I still thought Inflame was really good. And when Redemption told us he wasn't able to play this split, Inflame was just like the obvious answer for us, and he's been great. He has a lot of confidence to go in, even if the game's not going well, and that's something I really like to see with support players. And, he just overall makes a lot of plays, does a lot of things, and just a great player overall. And just for the record, guys, we're not planning to replace Inflame with Redemption when he does get back. We're signing Inflame for the whole split, and he's going to be playing for the whole entire split with us. So, yeah.
Oh, hey. That is good to know, because I was also under the impression that Redemption would be coming back. So, I mean, good for Inflame taking the opportunity. And, I mean, I'm glad he's been working out for you guys so far, because you guys look good. I'm curious, too, from him as a support player, is he a vocal type of person? Does he kind of lead? I know it's not as common for not so experienced players, but I'm curious what he's like.
He definitely does speak a lot in comms, and kind of just, I don't really think our team has like one like singular leader. It's kind of like everyone knows their jobs, and everyone like, calls things and says, I want to play for this, or I want to do this, and we kind of like work together as a team. And yeah, I think we don't really have like a singular leader like some teams do. Just have everyone like, doing their job, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm curious too about your perspective on this, because I know, you're pretty active in the scene overall. Something that's been cool about Dorado is that I look at some of these players who are on this, very unfortunate Polestar roster from a few years back, specifically like Hub and Adam, but this time around, they look so much better than they did back then. In your opinion, is it a growth angle? Was that very just unfortunate mishmash of events and they were always that good? Like, what's your opinion?
Well, I think when they were in OQs and when they were on Pulse, they were probably really bad. But I think like a lot of players, like once you get in the rhythm of like, scrimming for like 4 or 5 times a week and like scrimming against these good NACL, these like real teams 4 or 5 times a week with a good coach like Bobby. I think Bobby's a fantastic coach, by the way, and he's also grown and improved a lot. Like we talk about Hub and Adam, how much they've improved since Pulse, but Bobby, like behind the scenes, has also like grown a lot as a coach and as a person, and he's just like fantastic. So I think like everybody's just really improved, and I feel like once you're in that opportunity where you get to scrim every day for like 4 or 5 hours of like a time and like have that like 3-4 times every week, I think like you naturally just learn these competitive concepts and you get a lot better. And I think a lot of players in Tier 3, if given a similar chance, would also be able to like improve a lot and rise to like an NACL level. But yeah. So it really is just about the that opportunity to get a lot of really good reps in. I do think for a lot of players that the opportunity would make a huge difference for them. Yes.
All right, I like that perspective, and I honestly agree with you. So maybe in the future, hopefully, more players will get that opportunity. But Miliana, we've taken a lot of your time already. So before we let you go, want to give you the chance. Is there any shout-outs you want to give? Anything you want to say?
Well, I guess the last thing I want to say is Liga Ace kind of made a really lame ruling with this E-sub situation, because they told us CNV first, and then 3 minutes before the official lock for defending your starters, they changed their E-sub. So I think that was really lame, and the way Liga Ace handled this E-sub situation was really lame. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Fair enough. Thank you for your time, Miliana. I wish you guys good luck for your series today, and
thank you.
Maybe we'll see you again.
All right.
So Slayer, where's my mime impression? What happened?
You didn't. I already tried it once, and I muted my microphone, man.
True. I thought you were just getting into it, because mimes don't speak either.
True. You know what? That I didn't even think about that aspect of it, but very cool to hear from Miliana. She has been an integral part of the Tier 3 space for a while. I remember when I was, working my way through the OQs. Now a huge part of the Dorado team. I think she brought a very powerful message beatdown, talking about the fact that NACL is at a spot very differently than where it has been in past years, but there are still players that would really benefit from this opportunity. So I think it's very awesome to hear from Miliana talking like that after we heard Kizno say some of these teams are kind of just could be airmailing scrims. There are players at Tier 3 guys that are waiting and would love this opportunity. So it's good to hear the flip side of that conversation.
Yeah, I like the way it was put too, just the fact that a lot of players could benefit from that opportunity, and maybe they'll get that chance in the future. But now we got to talk about their opponents in Conviction Esports, who honestly are, as was mentioned, there's a bit of a sub situation here. Tomio is unavailable today, and for the Tier 2 knowers, we have the return of Perry Jungle in there.
Yeah. I believe the third time round, right? Because he played on the Conviction roster before, and then prior to that was on a lot of the heavy hitter NACL rosters of past as well. So a very experienced player, a very content-driven player. He's been seeing a lot of his educational work, trying to talk about teaching players how to better optimize jungle as a whole, and very impactful. And I'm sure he's pretty familiar with some of these players, so I kind of expect Perry to slot in relatively comfortably to a emergency sub situation like you talked about.
Yeah, not just that. He's played with Insanity in the past. I know when Perry first came to, I think a lot of our attention in Tier 2 is when he subbed in for, I believe it was Dignitas Academy, when they were still called Academy teams. And he subbed in. They managed to finish in second place. He had a really great performance, and I think ever since then, he's been on everybody's radars. Rightfully so, alongside Insanity there. So it's a really nice reunion there, especially for a team who, have had their stumbles so far this split. And we'll see if they've been able to, get some practice, get some reps in themselves, and if they can overtake Dorado this game.
Some comfortability, like you mentioned, playing with Insanity again, but the scenario here for Perry is a pretty important one. We did obviously see last split Conviction, not have the greatest regular season split, came into playoffs with a low seeding, and then, of course, went on to do what they've done so many times, which is win the championship. But the fact of the matter is, right now in the present beatdown, a loss here in this series to Dorado would put Conviction 0-3 and almost guarantee that they're going to have to play that last chance qualifier into the playoffs. So this is almost like as close as we're going to get to like a playoff-esque scenario for a team like Conviction when we talk about stakes here in this series.
Yeah, and we're only, even though it is a short split, we don't really expect to be talking about these stakes in Week 3, and you doubly so don't expect it for a team like Conviction. They won the last split. They still have most of the same roster. These are players who have done remarkably in the Tier 2 space, and for them to struggle to what we often call, regular season performances for some of these players, this is a split where you can't really have that happen, because this is where we're playing for the LCS slot, guys.
Yeah, it's an important one, the one that this team has been building towards. And Dorado also obviously competing for as well, as they're the only one with a series win in this matchup so far. Been a while since we've seen Dorado Gaming after their big-time win over Maryville, and it was cool to once again hear from Miliana talking about the improvements this team as a whole has made, their coaching staff has made, but in particular to, highlight a player from the last series that I felt really impressed. Adam put together a stellar performance for Dorado that we're looking to see him build on today.
I want to see the Yasuo again. That was fire. And it was cool to hear, Adam and Hub, again, part of that, unfortunate all-star roster, but have grown so much since then into some very competent players. Lojaz, who debuted in the league with Blue Otter when they had first joined, has also been growing as well. And just top to bottom, this team has been looking pretty exciting. Yeah, it was an MU team who didn't have all of their pieces, but still, the fact that they were able to look as good as they did, it's promising.
Promising indeed there, Beatdown. And, well, you talked a little about the man himself, but LoJazz is going to enter into our face-to-face matchup here, thanks to Phillips Norelco, of course. It had to talk about the jungle matchup here as the focal point, not just because Perry obviously steps into a very big scenario with the emergency sub situation, but also knowing how much LoJazz is the driving force of this Dorado team. Heard a lot of people, Cubby brought it up last split talking about how LoJazz needs to improve as a communicator to really help facilitate a team. It seems like he's done that and then some, the way he helps pilot this Dorado team that has been always so good at playing as a squad on the map, and he really helms that.
Yeah, and I think the important thing too is that when we look at Perry historically as a player, he can play that facilitator role, be that driving force for the team, but can also play that carry angle there. Very famous for champions like the Kindred as well, most notably. So it does mean that it has been. That's what part of what makes this matchup interesting. If Perry can show us a bit of what he was at the height of his Tier 2 career, it will be interesting how he matches up into LoJazz, who we are starting to see more of that carry role from him, at least in that first series they played. He had a really good Nefiri game. So going to make this one interesting, especially for Perry, who, while he has been focused on educational content, he hasn't actually played very much fives in League of Legends since, what was it, 2024? 25?
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah, 2024.
I think it's been 2 years.
Yeah, it's been a minute for Perry, and obviously I'm sure he's had very limited scrim time with the squad here as well on top of that, but it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Perry stepping in here for this very matchup as we are into that Game 1 draft. Going to see Conviction starting on the blue side. We're going to have a traditional draft, so B1 selection over here towards Conviction. We'll see what Dorado wants to cook up on the flip side here, especially knowing, I thought that was also really good insight that we heard from Miliana, to the fact that Inflame will just get the entire split. I am a fan of that, as much as I am upset that Redemption is going to miss after such an impressive last split, but Inflame did impress in that series as well, so we'll see what he's able to do in this series with that roam heavy meta. Bard, Nocturne, Camille, Locke, Jace, Nefiri, all the heavy hitters are kind of off the board here, but that does open up to some of these mages remaining pretty untouched if Insanity wants the Orianna, but the last time we saw his Orianna left a lot to be desired, Beatdown.
I would have to agree. I mean, historically, Vanity, very skilled player. I'm sure if we gave him another chance, he would end up performing just fine. But this one makes a little more sense there. We're locking in the J4 for Perry, right into that facilitator role against something he's been historically very good at, whether it's J4, Sejuani, Maokai, when those champions were meta. It makes sense.
Dorado looking for responses. Ezreal is a good hover call out because we initially are just thinking, all right, J4, B1, I need to be able to get my damage dealers out of the Cataclysm with relative ease. Ezreal, of course, accomplishes that with the Arcane Shift, and now LoJazz. I'm a fan. It's always a fun day when you get to watch Lee Sin play. And LoJazz has seen some of the really high bar we've had, especially thinking about where we were last week, watching guys like Wilson go crazy. Music had some nutso Lee Sin games. Let's see if LoJazz has got it in him as well in Game 1.
I hope so. Love watching Lee Sin play. We're lucky enough to see it for the second time tonight. And it does offer that also bit of mobility where you can get out of the Cataclysm, like you had mentioned.
Zig's going to be the response here, likely for Cody's son. So bringing some mages out early are going to be Conviction. See, of course, it can go into the mid lane, but very predominantly in the bot side here. So, and that's again, we talk about the power of the circles comms. That's been the talking point here, Beatdown. We got another look of that from Conviction. We're going to throw a Cataclysm circle with a Shockwave circle and a Mega Inferno Bomb circle. So, Dorado trying to avoid your geomatic, I guess. That might not be the
geometric?
right word. Geometric traps the Conviction are bringing your way.
Man, the Vigar hover got me excited. That champion is so funny. But unfortunately, we're just going to play, the standard. It's the Galio. We're adding to the circles. And it does mean that when LoJazz goes in, he got some pretty great follow-up there. It could technically be Inflame who plays this one out, so something we have to be considering as well.
Finish up the first phase of picks, though, and some pretty clear strengths on both sides. Glad you called out the Galio into Orianna Ziggs is just innate inherent value for Dorado. Going to leave the top laners up, likely, for some sort of ban shenanigans. And like this look from Coach Bobby, just trying to get rid of extra engage tools, follow up for J4. You think about a Rel with an Orianna ball attached is probably just as scary as a J4.
Yeah, actually. I think it's very accurate. So, just removing that option away. I like the Vayne shout. New members on Dorado Gaming. I think it's a triple ban, in a sense. Seen Decoy, Adam, and Hub play it. And the Poppy, who's also just been a huge standard ban as of late.
Wonder if, I'm just saying, you called like you wanted to see the Adam Yasuo.
I did.
All I'm saying is we've got a Lee Sin, we got a Galio. There's definitely the setup there. Not gonna commit to anything. There is obviously a marksman.
Maybe if Decoy plays Gnar, Yasuo top.
Stack the knockups. Well, let's see. Bring an idea of what Dorado want to do, and likely to, I would say, to hold the counter pick here for Decoy, obviously, and we'll get a better idea if the Galio is going to get saucy and go into Inflame's hands instead of Adam's. Dorado definitely taking their sweet time. Nope, they're going to lock the Leona for some non-committal engage, and that will mean Adam is on the Galio, so nothing too crazy from the Dorado camp with their Game 1 draft, it seems.
Yeah, and I like it. Leona, you get stuck in the Cataclysm. You have plenty of ways to get out with the Zenith Blade. Still toss out your Solar Flare. You're tanky as hell. And between that and the Galio, not a whole lot of ability for you to actually kill them as the time goes on. I think there will be some struggles there. Get a little extra damage in the Gnar, and that extra bit of team fighting there. I don't know if Decoy actually does play Yasuo. That would be funny.
It would be pretty hilarious to see if he tries to pull that into the Gnar matchup here. Gonna get the one of the more classic Ziggs pairings in the bottom lane. Zyko gonna land on that mobile Shen that we expect to see roaming around here. So a heavy presence on the map here for Conviction in this early game is going to be a clear win con sign for them. But now the most important question, like you mentioned, Beatdown. What is Decoy feeling as a counter pick? He is going to try and stretch the map here with the Yorick. I do find that a bit intriguing, picking Yorick when you're seeing, a potentially offensive Shen you're playing into, and it feels like Conviction do have ability to kind of punish side lanes decently well in this game.
Yeah, I think you feel confident about it because you still have Adam on the Galio, so there's a lot of follow-up that can happen there. We've seen all night long roaming that supports are willing to go to the lengths they're willing to go through so they can affect and protect other lanes. I gotta imagine Decoy just looking to get these leads in isolation and just being able to pull more attention into that side lane later on.
Side lanes, nonetheless, and just overall map pressure going to be very important in this game 1, which I think is an interesting conversation, right? Beatdown, because through Conviction's early struggles, I think one of their weaker points that you can outline was those kind of, slower parts of the game, the mid-game areas where you got to think about playing side lanes correctly, looking for these picks. I think that's something that Winthrop were able to really dismantle Conviction with last week, and I look over at Dorado, and I think one of their, tried and true team strengths, even back to the shining moments they had in Spring Split, was their team cohesion, getting on the same page through a lot of their plays. This was a team that a lot of us outlined going into the split. As a squad, we were still worried about their, ability to lane and not fall behind, but once they get out of lane, one of the better teams we have in the game. So that makes this game 1 very intriguing.
I agree. It's a great shout. It does make me wonder basically how these lanes are going to go early on, because if I think about these matchups, they're not too bad, all things considered. So Dorado should have a pretty easy time getting through this early game and getting to that point where they are really good at macro. They are really good at team fighting.
We're on to the Rift to kick off our final series of the day. Conviction taking on Dorado Gaming. And we've got both of our jugglers starting on the same side, looking to path down towards the bot side here. See exactly how much push we feel like Hub and Inflame can get in this lane, because the poke can be annoying from Cody's son, but early Ziggs levels does have to be somewhat respectable, so wonder if Harry is looking to maybe try and punish a pushing Dorado bot lane, something to keep in mind as our junglers clear down. Or we don't need junglers. We're just flashing on Zyko's head and immediately igniting him and landing the stun. And that's how Dorado get the lane pressure they were looking for.
Yeah, should be able to get level 2. The angle might just be to be able to crash that wave and recall, so you can dodge that potential gank from Perry. Otherwise, junglers are going to end up on that same side of the map. Oh, true. That's a good shout. Both bot laners have TP, yeah.
So yeah, I think that, you know, Hub maybe looking for a quick back to get that tier as early as possible. That's definitely the advantage of bringing that TP into the fray. Have to keep that in mind. We are going to see Low Jazz go for a pretty traditional reset timer. Slows his tempo down a bit, but he is going to 3-camp back, grab the longsword, and look to get back out on the Rift. As Adam is feeling the early pain of playing Galio. Don't have a ton of early MR, so into that ranged matchup, and Sandy is taking full advantage.
Yeah. That back getting delayed too. Feels really bad there for Adam, just delaying the time to get back to lane. Does mean he's going to lose out on a little bit more too. And now we're watching junglers getting close to the end of their clears with Scuttle Crab spawning. Gotta imagine should be easier for Dorado to get that bottom Scuttle. Adam even TPing back has that Null Magic Mantle, a little bit of MR, and that full health and mana. Just means that overall, Lojaz should get help from both sides here of this crab.
Will be Perry that should get over there first. As I say that, though, Lojaz has cleared out his bot side despite taking the early back. I guess the power of the longsword on his clear is pretty influential. And as you called out, Inflame kindly roams up to link up with his jungler, as we've seen supports do so many times. And with the push from Adam, I like this. They're just moving into the top quadrant. They're going to try and deny Perry getting the second crab, and there's no way for him to really contest it.
Yeah, nice lead for Lojaz, as long as they're able to ensure Perry can't steal it away. And it is good here for this Lee Sin. I mean, the longsword means there's no fight that Perry should be comfortable taking. And Lojaz is just going to be able to get a head start on his second clear. Perry's only option is the gank.
Yeah, he's going to look for a decoy. He's going to flash for the early slow, has the flag and drag, and he's not even going to need it. First blood over to Sniper. Bit of an overstep, I would say, from decoy, knowing that Perry's only option, I feel like, was top lane or reset.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Gets punished for it. Nice flash, too, from Perry, just to get the slow and to basically just threaten the flag and drag the entire time. Getting a kill on the Sniper, I think, is well worth it, just to allow him to continue accelerating an advantage here in the top lane.
Lead opens up for Sniper on the Gnar, and slowing down this Yorick is paramount in a matchup like this, where Decoy's essentially trying to just coast until he can get his Maiden up and threaten turrets. So getting that early lead and getting those steel caps done early, I feel like completely nullifies a lot of the kill threat Decoy could have even brought to the table. So big early win con there. Oh, and Lojaz, of course. Good, important shout out.
Yeah, that defensively works out really nicely there. Otherwise, though, you can see Dorado Gaming, some pretty good pressure here onto this bottom quadrant of the map. Lojaz very happy to now work with all this extra AD he has to steal more resources away from Perry.
Oh, but they're going to jump the whole combo onto Adam. He's going to have to flash out. He's not going to be able to get a taunt turn. It's instead the double shadow dash from Zyko that completely ruins this invade party from Dorado. Nice ward hop from Lojaz to get out, but same can't be said for Inflame. Perry on the board now, and Conviction able to read the movements of Dorado seamlessly.
I really want to know what the comms were like. Hub very clearly still on that bottom wave, whereas Cody's son got to walk. I don't know if they should have committed to that one. Some unnecessary gold given away. It nullifies what Lojaz was able to take away in those first few minutes too. So Perry actually finds himself ahead in gold after all of that, which is just got to feel awful for Dorado Gaming.
Not a good scenario to be in at all. Sorry, I brain farted because you said after all that, and I immediately thought of the Karl Anthony Towns meme.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, that's, you know, it's hard to get the brain off basketball these days as a Sixers fan, so you just unlocked that one for me.
I feel like I'd never want my mind on basketball if I was a Sixers fan.
LeBron's on my team, bro. I'm always thinking about LeBron.
Oh, wait, is he?
Yeah. Oh, sweet beatdown. You're a little late to that party, my friend.
Oh, I am. I actually didn't know. Okay, fair enough. Then I would be excited. I take it back.
Yeah, all right. It's okay.
I mean, I can't believe he's still playing, man. He needs to retire.
Not yet. Let's get a chip to Philly, then you can go off to the sunset, Braun.
He's not getting another chip, bro. Come on.
Who knows, man? Who knows? All I know right now is that Dorado are going to get this Cloud Drake uncontested. Perry not going to be in position, but he's stealing a lot of camps away.
I mean, he needs to catch up in the XP. LoJazz is already level 6. He used that opportunity, like you said, to take this dragon. Now has the Dragon's Rage. I'm curious to see if LoJazz can find himself an opportunity for a gank. Get some pressure maybe on Insanity, blow the flash. Something.
Yeah, I was curious if like Dorado had seen the Winthrop game plan and we're going to try and recreate it, because if I'm not mistaken, I also think the game where Insanity fell really far behind on Orianna, I thought that was the Wilson Lee Sin game too. So it's like, hey, we kind of have the same cooks in the kitchen here for this one, but Insanity this time round going pretty undisturbed. And that will allow him to scale up pretty seamlessly, especially if he's interrupting Adam's backs and just continue to be a nuisance. You outlined last series how 5mini was doing a really good job doing stuff like this, causing bad back timers, and we're seeing that exactly come out from Insanity. Shocker, two of our premier mid laners that we have in the series replicating similar stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Now Inflame, of course, in the area, clearing out vision. Inflame has spent a lot of time out of lane. You can see the fact that he is 2 levels down on Zyko, who just really hasn't done a lot of roaming in comparison. It's huge, too, because experience diff is going to be a big impact here. That Stand United is such a powerful ultimate, and Zyko's going to have it a while before Inflame gets his Solar Flare.
Important level marker to keep track of. His mid lane seems to be the party. Dorado have moved their bot lane over, but it's Perry looking to engage. He doesn't have the flag and drag, but Zyko does hit the Shadow Dash taunt. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to be enough. The Cataclysm should be, but what a kick from LoJazz. Perry already had turret aggro. He's going to have to flash out, but Hub will chase him down. LoJazz able to ward Hub all away from Zyko and triumphantly escapes his own demise. And now Adam with the taunt catches Zyko in a bouncy house of his own. LoJazz goes back in, does trade his life, but secures the second kill onto Zyko.
Wow, the fight has broken out, but overall, honestly, not too bad for Conviction, I would say, in the grand scheme of things. LoJazz dying in the end does hurt a little bit, but there's a good kick there to try and turn around that dive to kind of limit what Conviction are able to get off of that exchange. Question now is, are they going to be able to go for those grubs? Perry is here first, but no flash, no ult. Doesn't mean it's not going to be that simple.
Not that simple indeed. Definitely helps Inflame still level 4. Instead, he's going to try and return to the well of punishing Mr. Decoy, but not going to find much there. Moses his way back towards the grubs, but LoJazz has sniffed this out. Sonic Wave not going to connect on a target he can re-channel on. So LoJazz trying to think creatively about how to get in here. He's going to try and jump on the
that's good.
grubs. It's a nice little handshake from our junglers. Perry's like, I'll take my one, sir, if you let me escape. And LoJazz says, I make that deal. You make that deal?
I think Conviction definitely makes that deal. If you're Dorado, you wanted all 3 because you're working with a Yorick here who can get some pretty serious split pushing on.
Oh my god, Inflame going all in after Cody-san. Nice satchel charge, though. Cody creates just enough distance before the full lockdown coming through. And of course, a lot harder to find ways in if you're Inflame without that Solar Flare. It's so integral to the Leona's kit.
That's right. He's like a 5th of the way, a 6th of the way to level 6, while Zyko should be getting there very, very shortly. You got to keep an eye on that in that next play. Really, for Inflame, if he's able to get level 6 or that next dragon, I think that's got to be his top priority. Just have access to that Solar Flare. Zyko will certainly have it. Yeah, his ult. I think that's the only way Dorado Gaming are going to be able to keep the Drake stack going.
It's definitely a big thing they want to lean on in this game. So you got to look back top. I think the important thing we saw there is that Decoy still not really being able to get a ton done on that turret. Still only just a measly singular plate off of it. So Sniper maintaining that early lead he got with the first blood and not letting the York start to sway that matchup. That is very important. Is all of our teams start to position around this next Drake. Both supports leaning towards their mid laners in the bot lane, and Low Jazz in the pit himself. Perry going to reset for that Sundered Sky. That's pretty important. So both junglers now on one item completed ahead of this Drake.
Yeah, now you can see Cody Sun also hits his first item, a Blackfire Torch. It is cheaper than the Trinity Force. Part of that is why Hub isn't quite there yet, despite being a couple hundred gold up. And of course, as previously called out, Zyko has hit level 6 too, so you just don't have the gas for this dragon fight as Dorado Gaming. Would have rather see them set up elsewhere. Maybe try and dive sniper, take away something on the top side. But instead, there's just going to be that bit of, I used to say front row seats that you would go for to try and watch your opponent take objectives, which, you know, it's never too productive. No. You should be doing something else.
Yeah, it seemed like they were trying to get as much XP onto Inflame off the mid wave and hoping they could get back in here late, but now we're getting a little wacky. Perry's just taking the dragon down. He kind of let Adam walk right by him. Gets the taunt there onto Zyko, but not the target you're necessarily looking for, and I like the resolve there from Conviction and not try and look for a fight, knowing we're just here for the dragon. Once Perry gets it, we're getting out of here.
Yeah, and again, you know, Dorado Gaming, time, health bars, they spend so much for literally nothing. Yeah, Low Jazz is going to get the Scuttle Crab, though. Don't worry, guys. So well, that's a tough one. Oh, maybe he's not going to get it.
Maybe he's not. Okay, smites it away. We'll secure it.
Yeah, but otherwise, not much to show for. All they sacrifice to try and do something in and around that dragon. But it does slow down the Drake stacking. Conviction find themselves about 1,100 gold up. Now Zyko is here in the top side, clearing out some vision, making sure Decoy doesn't feel too good about himself.
Not feeling the Yorick just yet. This Conviction doing a really good job holding on to a solid gold lead by this point, and well, still hanging on to the threat of this Wombo, the circles of death as we've called them, just trying to scale up their, you know, mages comfortably by this point. Cody Sun has the Blackfire Torch already done, and Sandy's still waiting to get onto that first item with that Lost Chapter. Curious what he's actually going to go with it, because I guess he could kind of go Seraphs now, or if he tries to go Ludens. You need that damage on the Orianna, though, to help facilitate the plays that Perry is going to make, but a relatively tame early game for Conviction. I don't think they necessarily hate it, knowing how much they're really just playing for their team fight strength in this one, but we do have Inflame getting jumped on by a Battle Shen. Hero's Entrance comes through for Adam, though, gets a double taunt, and Hub's able to free hit. Perry goes for the Flag Dragon, but he gets stunned in the middle of it. Insanity flashes to get the Shockwave, but like we talked about, this isn't even a one-item Orianna, so they just blow Perry up, and Hub's able to survive. Topside, though, Sniper with the Meganar, throwing hands with Decoy, who flashes away from a big Q, but the main and the Ghouls are finding their own way through the health bar of Sniper, and bot side, we've landed Chain CC onto Insanity. Adam gets that kill. All of a sudden, Dorado even up our kill count.
Yeah, it's 2 successful plays back-to-back here for Dorado. It's got to feel amazing after how that last sequence went around the Dragon. So they're able to get some gold on some of their carries, especially getting gold on Hub and more on Low Jazz feels really nice. Even Adam, who's going to get tankier with time. You already see that Abyssal Mass coming through here because you're dealing mostly with magic damage here. Is going to do him really well in terms of just trying to survive in these team fights later on.
Yeah, the Galio value, we marked it from the draft, and good to call out that itemization and just really lock in that Cody, Sun, and Sandy really are going to only be tickling Adam for a while into this game. Conviction right back out the gate, though, still looking to make plays of their own. They're onto this Herald, but Low Jazz has an inkling. He's going to spot out the HP of it with that Sonic Wave. Gonna channel another one to see if he can maybe try and win this flip with Perry. Already being tested on his smite. He actually won't be contested. Secures the Herald. Shadow dash forward onto 2 from Zyko. And boom goes the Dynamite from the Circles of Death. Hub able to Arcane Shift out of Perry's Cataclysm. But Adam has been left on the front line here. And all of Dorado are ready for the turn. No Justice Punch to safety for you, Adam. And Sandy will lock him down and find that third kill for Conviction.
Catastrophic team fight there for Dorado Gaming. Just after a nice sequence of plays, they end up losing big time in this team fight. 3-4-0. And the damage, it just isn't there yet. Unless Low Jazz can get on top of somebody squishy, And Hub gets to that second item. I think these long fights, not as ideal for them. Yeah, they have a lot of CC, but can you actually finish these kills before that point? And I think the answer is no.
Well, let's take a look back at a fight where Dorado were able to finish off some of these kills. I believe we've missed our friend Philip Snorelko and their precision replay. I've been told that we should have that on tap shortly to get a look back at what a Dorado winning fight did look like from a couple minutes ago.
I'm sure we'll come up. But until then, we're just gonna watch. I'm just gonna watch these teams play things out a little slower now. You can see the aggression from Zyko, just being able to set up some vision pretty deep into Dorado's side of the jungle.
Oh, caught Insanity again. Maybe Dorado do know the method to the madness of slowing down Insanity, but as I say that, you pointed out there's just not enough damage to really get these kills, and Insanity's able to kind of shrug off the full low jazz combo.
Oh. Now it's a True Stop Barrage, not there to close out the kills. We're going to watch this one again. Looking like their play on that bottom side of the map. This is just after a successful play there in the mid lane. Really nice Zenith Blade, just predicting the flash that Insanity was going for to save himself. And that's it, clean and simple.
Whoa, mid lane, more circles being dropped by Conviction. Flag drag out into the Cataclysm, juke out. They're turning on to Low Jazz. Here comes the hero's entrance though from Adam. Gets some big knockups. Low Jazz will finally drop to Insanity. The Stand United giving him just enough of a shield until Inflame takes him down. 1 for 1, but a whole lot of firepower used there in the mid lane.
Yeah, a lot. And at the end of the day, the one kill Dorado got, it was onto Inflame. Doesn't feel as good with Adam's back being canceled and Dorado Gaming and not really being in a good position to fight for this dragon. It should be able to go over to Conviction. Once Parry is done, doing a little recon, doing a little thievery into Low Jazz's side of the map. And it really just goes to show you so far from what we've seen Parry this game, he's still got it, Slayer.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there was a doubt. The boy Parry still got it. He's trying to look for a dive here onto Decoy, but they can't get the wave up. Doesn't really matter, though. Sniper's lethal tempo almost gets that done on his own, showing and flexing his biggest strength that was carried over from that spring split. One of our premier laners, and he's now nearly 1,500 gold up on Decoy.
Oh, yeah. And those bones hurt, man. There's no answer there for Low Jazz or the rest of Dorado Gaming, at least for the moment. Your big circle ultimates are down. The only one you have to rely on is the Solar Flare. That's why you see Inflame. He's around. He's lurking. He's trying to see if he can look for something. We see pings there onto Sniper. Or not on Sniper, Insanity, excuse me. But he has his flash back up, so I can't imagine he gets caught here.
Flame's going to look nonetheless, and Low Jazz came from a deep flank to make this work. Shockwave going to land. He's going to try flash with a stun, and lands first from Inflame. And Insanity is caught out. Creative angle there from Low Jazz to make that kill happen. But it doesn't come without a cost.
Yeah, I think this dragon you were going to lose anyway. So I like that they went topside instead. And important thing too, Insanity flashes and he still dies. Which does make him more vulnerable, of course, in those next couple of minutes. So want to see Dorado try and prioritize that one again. But for now, it's just going to be a bit of vertical jungling here.
Overloads onto the bot side to try and hover for Sniper, who has further increased this gold lead. Leaps and bounds, far and away the biggest difference in this game is Sniper's lead over Decoy. I think this is a pretty big spot here for Sniper because for, winning that championship and everything, still want to see more out of Sniper. I think the biggest thing is on champions that don't necessarily fit his, duelist carry potential. But for me, it's, bringing over laning leads and having big impact later in games, especially on big fighters like this Gnar. So big spot here for Sniper in my mind to make sure this lead manifests into a Conviction win.
That's right, already at that second item too. Just finished the Black Cleaver alongside Parry. He's going to be doing a lot of damage. He's going to be stacking a lot of health. So now, it is another Chemtech Soul this game. Dorado were able to let go of that next dragon in favor of a kill topside. Now, though, I don't think you want to keep letting these dragons go. It's Chemtech Soul, still Dorado, be in a position to hopefully set up for this next dragon in a few minutes' time, especially if they hold on to some of those key ultimates, like that hero's entrance there for Adam.
I think the Chemtech Soul is such a good shout, Beatdown, because one prevailing theme of this game, to me, is there's not a lot of damage in this game holistically, right? We got Yorick Gnar, there's a Galio, there's Lee Sin and J4. Their damage kind of ramps away pretty soon. So the rest of it's pretty burst-oriented, and Chemtech could make the difference in some of those later fights up against, you know, Ezreal damage that we don't think is as reliable as some of the other 80 carries. And if you somehow are able to get on Dorado, you love a Chemtech Soul trying to survive a Shockwave Burst or everything Cody Sun throws at you.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams, I think, really angling for this Dragon Soul. We're a few minutes away from the next Dragon. We'll see what the setup is looking like. Right now, eyes might be on Sniper, who's pushed out a little bit, but already you're seeing the move from Conviction as well, so I don't know if this is actually a reliable angle.
Well, reliability is going to be the Blast Cone proximity, and Lojaz flying after Cody Sun, but he doesn't kick him the right way. Effectively kicks him out of danger, which Perry is definitely in at this point. He flashed out his own Cataclysm and Flag drags out.
Sniper's here.
Sniper on the back end. The Gnar bar dissipating very rapidly. He just doesn't see an angle in. But a big win for Conviction. They survived the Lojaz kick, and they are able to get away from the Adam turn. So a lot of the gas out of the Dorado comp is now suspended.
Yeah, that kick, Cody Sun flashing, saved his life there. Doesn't mean he's more susceptible to another one in a few minutes, so he needs to be careful how he positions, especially around this Dragon that's coming up very soon. There's a lot of resources committed, but no actual kills going down, but as a result, Dorado Gaming, bottom side of the jungle, it's just littered in red wards. So it's going to be a lot of work for Conviction to be able to clear that up and try and get control.
They got a bit of time to at least try and make that work, though. Still about minute 30 until the next Chemtech Drake hits the Rift, but I think it's an important time to reflect on some of these items, because for Dorado, I think a lot of what they've got 2 items-wise really brings effectiveness now, right? Beatdown, whereas the Ziggs has gone this more CDR tank shred build with a Leandries and Blackfire Torch. Nice burn, but there isn't a huge amount of upfront damage in that category. And then look at the Orianna build, it's very similar in aspects. So for fighting right now, some of the Dorado items are nice, but Perry's kind of just ignoring all that, and here comes the Inferno Bomb, like we talked about, right in place of the Cataclysm. And finally, Conviction are able to carry over the pick potential of this Cataclysm. Perry's hunting for more. He's caught Hub on his red buff. They didn't see that ward, and Hub is going to die as he shifts away from danger. Great collapse, and awesome to see Perry leading the charge. Emergency subbing in for this Conviction roster.
And now Conviction going to be able to turn that one into an easy Baron take. Not enough damage here from Dorado. It's going to take a cheeky steal from Lojaz to be able to stop this one from going down. He does have the Dragon's Rage, but this is a tall ask.
It's so hard to go into a Shen. That Shadow Dash taunt ruins it, especially if you get Shockwave before it. And Lojaz doesn't even get to sniff the pit for a potential steal. Nice bodyguard there from Insanity and Zyko. The one saving grace here for Dorado is that we've ignored the Yorick for a while, so he gets some valuable gold on the bot side, but that is a silver lining in complete essence.
Yeah, and Dragon, now really easy for Conviction to just set their sights on that one. You see this gold lead really starting to grow, a lot of it on the top side. Perry and Sniper find themselves in a very comfortable lead. Sniper hasn't even been part of a lot of these team fights there, Slayer. Once he gets there, you got to imagine it's going to be incredibly one-sided. In Dorado, they don't have much else to really lean on. They've already crested over these critical spikes on some of their champions, and still, they're not able to find any real wins in these team fights.
Yeah, and speaking on that huge lead for Sniper, in classic Sniper fashion, he is itemizing, I would say, almost completely as damage-oriented as you can go with an R. Looks like he's building towards the Spear of Shojin just to really capitalize on his cooldowns as much as possible. I like it. Love when our players play confident, knowing they're holding leads, and Sniper knows it, and Sandy's still in the lead he's got with Perry as they've got the shockwave down. Inflame surviving a while though. Here comes the hero's entrance and what a kick from Low Jazz!
Wow!
Sends Perry towards his demise. Sonic waves right onto Insanity. Low Jazz chasing everybody down, punishing Conviction for an overextension on their inhibitor turret. It's gonna have to be Sniper to try and rescue something. He's got the lethal tempo stacked up, but a good taunt from Adam shouldn't mean that he doesn't get onto Hub, but he more than enough has the damage to get rid of Adam as we see Decoy try and fly in for a trade on the flanking Yorick. And Sandy now getting flashed on by Inflame as Sniper cleans up the Gnar, and Dorado bought off more than they could chew off their miracle turn and completely wallop it all. Conviction able to clean up a messy chase down.
And now the TP means they're going to be able to take so much more than we initially thought. It's going to be an inhibitor, maybe more, but I don't think it'll be more than an inhibitor. We still have members who will be up very shortly. Does mean that, yeah, maybe the teleport was a little ambitious there, but it does mean Insanity will be in the area. Can move mid lane or just go straight to the Dragon, which will be sole point here for Conviction.
Should be theirs with relative ease. Perry's gonna get it done on his own. And with the satchel charge, Cody Sun picks up more gold on the Baron power play here, which is gonna crest over the 4,000 gold mark. Hopefully we'll get a replay on that entire sequence, because I'd really like to see how Decoy got himself in that predicament. He dies with Flash. There were a lot of people around him that were low enough for a Flash Q to get at least one kill.
Well, now Baron is going to expire for Conviction. It means we're 3 minutes away from the next one and 4 minutes away from their Dragon Soul Slayer. It's this game has become very difficult.
Yeah.
Borderline impossible. We're looking at 7,500 gold.
Oh.
Adam, on the other side of the map, is just going to get 2v1'd. And really, there's no successful play Dorado can make at the moment. Because the rest from Conviction here are more than enough to win against the 4 from Dorado.
Yeah, they were maybe looking to lean over towards Insandy's side, who doesn't have a flash, but they've got a dinosaur-level problem in the bot lane, which is still Sniper, bringing super waves into their base. Definitely a turret that you don't want to, hinge your entire game on. Tier 2 top lane, but Decoy will bring out a lot of the ghouls. True Shot Barrage sends out more of the wave. Inflames here as well, so Dorado protected for now, recognizing without Baron, it's a bit more difficult for Conviction to siege, but they're only buying time for that turret.
Right, that's the key point there. They're stalling, essentially, on the side of Dorado. Otherwise, pretty hard. It's just about push plays. The hope that Inflame and Adam can catch somebody out.
Oh,
kind of like that, except the spell lands.
Yeah. Sure, Low Jazz would look for a ward hop kick if he could have gotten it, but just how the game's gone. Appreciate Low Jazz's heroics though in that last fight. If Dorado didn't overchase, that would have been a big win, but now they're looking to try and chase onto Perry. Not reliable follow-up though, and Conviction now trying to sync up their resets well, and Sandy and Perry going to cash in the gold they've got, and then look to come out and play the map for this Baron that could be the final signature Conviction need before securing a Game 1 win.
Yeah, could very well be. It's hard though. Dorado Gaming, it just feels like there's not enough damage for them to be able to get through the members of Conviction. Especially considering Perry, he built the Frozen Heart. So that reduced auto attack speed really is going to hurt Hub, who's that biggest source of consistent damage that Dorado Gaming are going to be working with. Oh no.
Look at Sniper's consistent damage, man. Again, have to call it the Lethal Temple. Perry goes really far in, but essentially baits out the hero's entrance. Love how he's been using the Cataclysm and Flag and Drag to get out. So that big Wombo Galio ultimate going to be off the board here as the Baron spawns in 20 seconds. So huge ultimate not available for Dorado.
Yeah. Huge bait, as you pointed out. Now Baron spawning in just a couple of seconds here. And Conviction have very successfully just cordoned Dorado Gaming off on their side of the map. It's been so hard for them to even pass where their two turrets used to be. And it's just allowed Conviction to have this perfect setup for the Baron, which they're already on.
Yep, True Shot Barrage going to spot that out. Thanks to Sniper's build, he's able to really help burn through this Baron, and Sandy and Zyko just going to play a bodyguard here, make sure nobody can enter Club Baron, and Sandy takes one hell of a licking though. Doesn't flash out of the Solar Flare. His Shockwave's not going to find anyone, and Perry doesn't have the Cataclysm up just yet, so going a bit far forward, trying to test really how much damage Dorado has. It's hard for them to get through all these health bars. Zico again on another flank as Low Jazz has found Perry, has to flash away from Low Jazz. Sniper stacking up lethal tempo, and he goes legendary, killing off Low Jazz as his Dragon's Rage is the last breath he will take. Sniper with the Sterak's Gauge shield, able to just frontline on the Mininar. That's how ahead Sniper is from the field right now.
Yeah, and that Baron means Conviction just earned a bunch of gold that they haven't even been able to spend yet. And that really is just going to be that beginning of the end there. Once they finish off these items, get that extra last bit of power, Conviction have all they need to just walk this down and end game one.
So it's only a matter of time kind of scenario here. So they will start to clean up their wave states with the Baron, as you called out, beatdown. And they have the Chemtech Soul in 20 seconds that Dorado, it feels like they must try and fight for if they want any semblance of a comeback here in game one. But you take a look at the items and it's looking even more bleak, especially factoring in how much harder it is to kill off the main damage for a lot of Conviction. Zyko looking to fight Low Jazz, trying to just take his wolves, going to back him away from it. But you've got, a Sarah's shield on the Orianna, you got the Zanyas done for Cody's son, and Sniper will have that Sterak's Gauge back up as well for an extra shield, and Dorado are going to just surrender the Chemtech Soul, valuing picking up standing gold on the map and objective bounties like that top lane tier 2 you're seeing in your picture-in-picture from Adam.
Yeah, it's really the most he can do to just collect some gold here and at least have one lane that cannot be pressured with that Baron buff. But otherwise, bottom inhib's going down. Now with Chemtech Soul, team fighting is going to be so much harder for Dorado Gaming. Whoa.
Sniper, man. I just love the limit testing this guy's going on with how much his auto attacks are just scaring off all of Dorado. Backs them away from that mid lane inhibitor turret. He's got his Narbar stacking up. Conviction could try and find the win here behind Sniper in Mega form. He will go Mega, and they have two Baron waves pushing on his Nexus turrets. He's going to step up, bait out the taunt from Adam. That goes down. Cannon minions just welting away at these Nexus turrets. First one is going to drop. Sniper's Narbar is going down. It's a recall from Cody, so he's now trying to TP back up. Dorado have an angle to go in, 5 versus 4. 2 knockups onto Insanity and Zyko, but the taunts won't land to follow up. It's Zyko's Shadow Dash that goes right back in, and now he's sectioned off the rest of his team. He's going to go into a stasis as Perry has run into all 4 members of Dorado, but he's trapped them in with him, and he will survive and thrive. All of Dorado just don't have the damage to punish Conviction. And game one, in triumphant fashion, will go over to CNV as they're able to take game one over Dorado with one hell of a methodical game and a substitute jungler leading the way.
And that's a convincing one there. We're going to have a little fun. Kill Low Jazz before we close it out, but Conviction Gaming go up 1-0 Slayer. And you can see the smiles. That was a pretty easy game.
Relatively easy for our defending champions, and a lot of props again I think have to go to Perry for the way he maneuvered this game. It felt like, you mentioned it, Perry still got it. It felt like Perry just riding a bike again, right? Just hopping right in and really exerting his will on this map. If it wasn't for how much of a huge lead Sniper was able to get despite getting counter-picked, I think Perry is the guy you have to talk about in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, hasn't played comp in a couple of years now, but just gets right back into it, like slipping on an old robe. He's just able to play the map so nicely, work with his teammates, and set them up beautifully, just like we saw when Challengers League had first started in 2023.
It's like riding a bike again, Mozart sitting down at the piano again, and Perry locking in
Pick
J4.
one.
You're in for some old but good League of Legends gameplay here from Perry.
Classic.
Conviction, get that game one win. We'll see if Dorado have any fight back prepared for game two. They'll have side or pick selection to help them out. We'll see what they do with it on the other side of another intermission.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Back in a flash here with your Day of North American Challengers League action. We are into the heart of our second series with Conviction playing beat down, I guess it's factual, their best game so far this year, it seems. Led, of course, in part to their emergency sub-juggler Perry stepping in pretty seamlessly, I might add.
Seamlessly is right. Dude played as if he never stopped playing competitive a couple of years back. I mean, we always knew him to be an intelligent player, so it makes sense. But I mean, still, knowing it and seeing it is completely different. Yeah, it was a great game there from Conviction. It was very clean. And Dorado Gaming, unfortunately, weren't really able to keep up. I think you pointed it out when we were on break that, you know, the draft, it was a little hard for them to play as well. But even still, when it just came to executing, moving on the map, Conviction had them outmatched everywhere.
So I know we called out, obviously, as fans wanting to see like Adam bring out a Yasuo game again, but I think when talking about looking ahead to this game too, things from a draft perspective, knowing what you just said about drafting for Dorado, we'd like to see them kind of lean back into. I think the conversation kind of does start with picking something for Adam that, one, he feels more comfortable on, and two, I think just let him kind of try and win lane a bit harder, right? It's obviously a tall task playing into Insanity, but knowing a player and his play style with Adam, I would just rather him maybe try and flip the lane being aggressive than pick a Galio trying to nullify and lose like graciously, you know?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. We'll see. Now we're in this game 2 scenario where, you know, Dorado Gaming facing a potential loss there. It's huge for Conviction, though. We said it at the top of the show. They were already going into this day at 0-2 and an 0-4 map score. Losing this one would almost guarantee them having to play in that last chance qualifier to even make it into playoffs. These are our split 1 champions. So it is really good to see this turnaround come out from them here today, especially if they're able to 2-0. That would inspire a lot of confidence for their ability to make playoffs.
Dorado in the way of that goal for today for Conviction. Seeing pretty similar bans coming across from both sides here. Conviction will have that B1 selection on the blue side, obviously, but don't want to deal with the Bard and respecting Low Jazz's Neferi performance you called out from the first time we saw Dorado. Don't see a Camille ban. Again, virtually none of the mages we talk about are on the ban table here, so a lot to think about in that aspect for where Conviction want to go with this first selection.
I mean, there are so many. So, unless you had a very specific thing that would counter you, I don't know if you would really just want to ban out any of them, especially here in Game 2. Maybe later on into Fearless, when we get to best of 5s. So until then, we'll just kind of have to see.
Does seem like I'm getting word we're having some issues with the drafting client-wise. It seemed to have bugged out, so I believe that the teams were still able to draft pretty normally, and that's not the issue. It's, I believe, more on our side. Maybe. We'll see if it has to be, have to reload the draft, or if we'll have to go old-fashioned or beat down and just tell the people what was picked. Maybe that'll be the reality.
I really hope we can just show it somehow. I don't know. I can't see much value in you and me just being like, all right, first pick this, second pick that. Oh, they're banning this.
Beatdown, the value is in our ability to rage bait the audience. They'd give us all the power. I could just sit here and tell them that somebody locked in Yumi mid, man. How do you know I'm lying or not?
I mean, Yumi mid is preposterous, so that's how I would know you're lying. You need to be something a little more believable, you know? Like, Yasuo bot lane, and then it turns out it's not true, and then I get pissed. And there you go, successfully rage baited.
Ah, there you go. Teaching the fundamentals of rage baiting. I wonder
yeah,
what
you know,
that's
it's gotta
be
be
college course. I mean, ASU is allowing you to take courses to just literally be an influencer. I'm sure maybe there might be a topic on rage baiting.
I guess rage baiting can get you a job on social media too. You get you just farm interactions, make that bread. Honestly, a lot of people do it, and it works.
That is unfortunately the day and age that we are in, but it doesn't seem like we're going to get any abilities to practice our rage baiting skills here on broadcast. Should have the draft back up shortly. Getting where it's actually the player side that the issue is on with the PC of a player. So I think the draft is on pause. Gives us more time to talk about, what we'd like to see from Dorado draft-wise beatdown as a bit of a counter here into this matchup. We do know the bans now, so you can factor in maybe that there are a lot of those mid-lane mages still up and available for anyone to really grab onto, or maybe I'm just hoping to see Adam kind of land on something like Ari or something like that for him instead of like a Galio game. I was thinking that.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Honestly, for Adam, I think I see him when he's had a lot more success is more on champions where he has more of an impact, more of a damage-dealing role than setup. You said Ari. I mean, we've seen a game last split where he played the Vayne, which was really good. And just something along those lines I think would end up suiting him better going into this next game. So hopefully they do go that route for him and just set him up a little bit more for success. Believe in him. Maybe you can put it to insanity.
Was the MVP of the Dorado Maryville series. Dorado Esports gained that coveted win. And if you missed our I believe interview, I was about to say coach interview, but of course it's the GM. Miliana really praised players like Adam and their ability to grow across their time in the NACL, their time under Dorado. Back into the game 1 draft, we do see Camille was that last ban from Dorado, and the Syndra will be locked in here for Conviction. Again, worth noting, could see this go into either Insanity or Cody Sun's hands in the current meta.
And that's right. Speaking of
classic
flexible champions, Victor, another one, either Adam or Hub could be rocking with. This one, something we haven't seen a whole lot of in recency. Could be the Pantheon lock-in, since we are down a few globals. With the Shen being gone and the Galio, I think there's a lot more value there for LoJazz to be able to have some impact at Grand Starfall.
If you ask me to name one champion when I think LoJazz, it would be the Pantheon. This is far and away his most impactful champion we've seen in his time in Tier 2. So just getting him on a comfort champion that will, like you mentioned, play into his strengths of being able to control the map and make pick plays across the board that Grand Starfall. The answer is going to come in the jungle quickly here from Perry, and he will go to the Wukong. So emergency sub Perry stepping in here for Conviction, and he is putting the meta junglers in the bag, bro. J4 and Wukong games so far for our stand-in.
Yeah, that's just the story of jungling these past couple of years, and Perry's happy to play it. Happy to read that story. I'm going to see Nautilus. I like this one. It's a good deny, too, as that can make Syndra's life pretty difficult. Gotta imagine you're only in game 2. We're just gonna go for a lot of the classic engage supports. Could be Rel, could be Alistar, things like that. I think we're just really looking for some good team fight setup here.
Bringing a lot of crowd control to the table are both of our teams, especially with this Rel now locked in for Inflame. We'll look to see what sort of wombo we can put together here. Curious to see if Hub would like to go towards the most common Rel bot lane pairing of old, which is that Misfortune. We saw, if you missed it, Sushi and Spica pilot those two to a win in game 3, if I am not mistaken. So that could be a powerful combo. We'll see if Conviction decide to ban it away as we enter that final ban phase of our draft.
Yeah, it's a good shout. A lot of angles to go here. Again, we acknowledged it. These mages could go into that bot lane. I think that is especially true there for Dorado, just because we know Adam. Able to play some AD champs in the mid lane with some bit of success. I think there's a lot of options. Seeing the Vayne ban, just to be safe.
Just to be safe. I mean, you said it best, right? That's a triple level ban for Conviction with the way Dorado go about this champion. So going to see the Vayne taken off the board here. Dorado are once again likely to cruise towards the way. We'll see if they actually want to counter pick here for Adam this time round instead of Decoy, who did make the most of that big counter pick. We felt like the York into the Gnar was an interesting choice. So this is shaping up like you called out for Adam to pull out one of his patented AD mid lane picks. I wonder if Conviction are just thinking, do we want to take away some of Adam's creative threats here and maybe just look to ban the Yasuo now? Could be an option. Nope, they'll go for the Olaf, try and make sure that
that makes sense.
a mad Viking can't ruin all the CC Conviction are bringing into this game.
I really would, especially if it is a mage mid and mage bot. I think Olaf would benefit from that one pretty greatly. Not a whole lot of damage, a lot of CC. He eats that up. So instead, it's going to be Ambessa or Decoy. We have a lot of dive here, and of course that 1v1 potential in the top side as well. And that does leave that question up in the air as too, where is the Victor going here? Maybe just wanting to have this Victor follow the Syndra, just to ensure whatever lane it is, all right, we're just going to hang out and scale.
What does Sniper want to counter it with, though? The Aatrox coming out here for Sniper, who we always know is looking to win lane and threaten that one. So that should be fun, bringing the World Ender into the conversation. Sniper completely bodied Decoy in game 1, so going to be fun, and we're going to see the Corki lock in late. So a second time today where we've seen the Syndra picked early. We're expecting the Mage bot, as we've seen it a lot of times, and teams adjusting on the fly potentially to what they saw from Dorado, and they're going to move Insanity on to the Syndra.
Yeah, and with Hub losing a lot of the standard options, no Ziggs, no Ezreal, which we know he loves. Well, it's going to end up being the Xayah.
All right.
No Xayah Rakan, but is a champion who will be able to function well enough in this composition, and honestly has that bit of safety with the Featherstorm, that bit of self-sufficiency, which I think is important here when you're facing the likes of like Nautilus, Wukong, even Aatrox, who are all just trying to get on top of you. And as they run into you, I mean, it's the perfect setup for your Feather Recall.
Yeah, I was talking about, maybe Misfortune angle for the Wombo, because that's a good pairing with Rel, but
true,
I would hate playing Misfortune into Nautilus, Wukong,
yeah,
Syndra in particular. So I like the shout about the extra protection you bring with that Featherstorm here for Hub. And we have our Game 2 draft on tap, looking more and more like drafts of past metas, with Syndra and Victor being the mid lane matchup now. Definitely going to be the focal point for both of our junglers, having those immobile mages in the mid lane. Saw a lot of action centered around these two champions in particular, when it was Mini taking on Samikin in virtually the same matchup. So, going to see how LoJazz and Perry can play this map. Of course, really important to highlight once again, this is the champion that LoJazz hangs his hat on and has been a part of a lot of big Dorado wins, helming the Pantheon. He's going to need to get it done once again on his Pantheon to bring Dorado to a Game 3 up against our defending champions, Conviction.
Especially for Conviction, who had a rough start to the split. Getting a win here, especially 2-0, would be massive for them in terms of how they can expect to finish here in the split, get themselves a guaranteed spot in playoffs instead of having to fight their way up through that last chance qualifier. For Dorado Gaming, they want to get their second win here. They had a great start beating Maryville University in week 1. Now, losing here, it's far from dooming them. Being able to get a win, just have them set up so nicely for the rest of the split.
Good dredge line from Zyko to cancel the full crash down there for mid-flame. And like you said with Dorado, it is a weird spot to be in because we're now technically week over week-wise over the halfway point, but of course this is just their second series. Pretty big week for Dorado, knowing that they will be right back in action tomorrow. So however the series goes, you're going to have to be able to learn a lot from it and then move on to their next series. A lot of Dorado action this week here in the NACL.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick turnover, which is really even hard for the best of the teams that we have here in the NACL. So Dorado, a win here. Great start to that week. Great continuation to their split. Especially considering tomorrow they face NRG. So this is actually a pretty unfair week for Dorado Gaming, I'm realizing.
Taking on the bona fide 1-2 power rankings wise in the league. Definitely their biggest test nonetheless. Going to see some small invading shenanigans. Perry looking for a mid lane gank. It's Adam's going to immediately flash, but Lojaz is here as well to look for the turn, but the Trickster provides Perry just enough space to get away. Both junglers paying a gank in the mid lane as a flash crash down from Inflame. Forces a flash out of Cody's son. Hub not able to follow up that well as Zyko perfectly body blocks. He's going to eat the Blade Collar pullback. So key summoners coming off the board though. 2 flashes down for the side of Dorado, including that immobile Victor in the mid lane.
Yeah, but getting the flash off Cody's son, I would say is worth. You do get that wave crashed in, which is good. And of course, it does set up a potential dive if you find the right opportunity here. Or Lojaz. I mean, that point and click stun on a flashless target definitely makes things easier.
All right, Hub nearly loses the 1v1 to the minions and Zyko.
He's still losing.
Yeah, he's still losing. I was a little surprised that Cody's son wasn't thinking about canceling his back, but I guess that's what Hub was trying to accomplish in the first place. Still gonna see Cody's son lose an entire wave here virtually, so a winning HP trade, I would say, there for Hub, even if it got a little dicey.
Yeah. Still good. He's able to come back with that call. Whereas Cody's son is coming back here, as is typical. And the supports are doing what they do. Level 3, all right. See you later, AD Carry. Nice knowing you.
Mid lane is my home now. This is the real 2v2 I want to be a part of. I scatter there from Insanity. Just poking and prodding. We also have jungle attention as well. Lojaz just hovering as a reset timer. His first one of the game here, and we'll get back out towards his topside camp. Both these junglers did have an early look mid, but outside of that, I fully expect them to just look to power farm here until they get to level 6. The immense power that Cyclone and Grand Starfall bring into a game, especially like this, is paramount for both of our junglers.
Paramount?
Paramount, nice!
Okay.
Get some puns in.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were a pun guy, to be honest. I took a shot.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Puns are immaculate value. Anyone that gets mad about puns is just mad that they think they're funny. That's why they're getting mad.
Yeah, I'm going to start saying that from now. I love that. I agree.
It's like,
I instantly...
Yeah, it's like internal anger at yourself that you, of course, in classic human fashion, have to now redirect to someone else, which is usually the guy saying the pun. Oh my god, Perry copped out of nowhere. Adam still without a flash. And I believe that was basically Trickster that secured the first blood there. But Perry, again, cannot overstate how seamlessly this guy's returned to the NACL.
Yeah, very clearly. He's just been great so far. Both game 1, here in game 2 as well. That's some serious value. Now you're seeing the flash over the wall from Lojaz. Unfortunately, Pink Ward means he's spotted.
Cody's son without a flash. That's a well-timed dredge line from Zyko. Cody's son will not get stunned up. And now it's Zyko that's under threat, but he has a flash to expend. Really great protection job from one of our best supports in the league.
Yeah. Great hook there from Zyko. To be able to save the flashless Cody's son. Still, there's going to be that wave crash, but it holds onto his life. And not really an angle there for Dorado to go for this dragon either. I think especially because the Lojaz 2 Ruby Crystals, not very conducive to a lot of actual combat as the Pantheon.
Yeah.
Perry, I think he's going to have a lot more fun.
Just always great for the jungler that rushes that Triforce too to get out ahead, right? Oh my god, Zyko once again going after Adam. And the last-ditch auto from Insanity gets the kill over. Inflame not going to see the same fate as his mid laner, but Conviction making it a point to punish Adam in lane.
You need to go, man. Okay, he's leaving. That's brutal. They kill Adam, and they immediately take him down again. Very reminiscent of what Insanity has received in the past. And I like what Insanity's been doing. Just keeps using that force of will to pull over that cannon to his side. Whether it is to manipulate the wave or just ensure that he can kill it with from the safety of his own tower.
Valuable, those cannon minions, obviously for gold, but of course knowing Syndra gives you those splinter stacks with each cannon minion you take, and Sandy soon to get over that first big evolution, unlock a lot of her fighting power, to be able to channel up double Qs is a big point. So I just do want to say, you know, in the grand scheme of a lot of the reworks and retools we see with a lot of our favorite champions, I actually think the tweaks they made to Syndra were some of the better ones I've seen. She's fully changed from a lane bully into a scaler, and it's not easy to make that happen with one change.
Yeah, I like Syndra post update as well. It's more fun. I also, you know, I like the splinter game. You start counting thresholds. You reach 40 splinters. It's definitely my favorite one because I love spamming Qs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, I agree. They did a good job making her into more of a champion who wants to scale.
Still feels weird though watching old Syndra tape, thinking back the days. Well, not far away from League Classics age, I guess, when Syndra was just all about slamming lane. But Seif and Sandy has an impact slamming this fight here for Conviction. They're trying to set a trap around Vision, but LoJazz is going to put a pink ward into the Grub pit. So he spots the Grubs being taken. Perry going to secure it with a smite. The Dredge Line going to engage on an Inflame. Going to have to crash his way out of danger. LoJazz, though, still going to see if he can chuck a spear over the wall and steal one of these low HP. Nope, not going to time it right. At 54 HP, Perry gets the second and smites away the third. So Conviction able to grab our first objective of the game, which wasn't the first dragon. It was the first 3 Grubs.
Yeah, all 3 of them is really nice, especially if Sniper is able to get ahead of the curve here. Any alone time he's able to get with turrets, it's just going to pay off massive dividends because they got all 3 Grubs, especially later on into that side lane. Conviction are able to play out the map the way they did in Game 1. They're going to get some serious value from that objective.
Going to help add to an already growing gold lead here. About 1,000 for Conviction up until this point. It's that new look mid-jungle duo that's leading the charge here in Sandy and Perry with each of those kills. Again, really want to state now that Conviction are in control game 2, up a game in the series. How much we really talk about this being almost like a playoff atmosphere for Conviction. Obviously, this team doesn't really care too much about what seed they are going into the playoffs, knowing what they did in the spring, but 0-3 in this format basically guarantees that you're going to have to play a do-or-die best of 3, not a best of 5. And that would put just so much innate pressure on a team, again, that is one of those teams that we see holding the goal of not just winning the summer split, but more importantly, getting into that promotion best of 5 up against Disguise later on.
Yeah, and this is a big turnaround there. I mean, Perry, clearly, again, fitting onto this team beautifully so far. This is the best Conviction have looked so far in the summer split. I mean, it is an E-sub situation, so unknown how this is going to look like going forward, but I'd imagine performance like this would be the start of a pretty good run for Conviction here for the rest of this regular split. We keep talking about how short it is because it really matters. You only have so many games to be able to get yourself a decent seed to get into the playoffs. Every match counts. And if Conviction look like this, they'll be able to make every match count.
They'll really start to shake up those Group A standings. NRG obviously already 2-0, but here we go with the public execution engaged from Decoy. Sniper pops the World Ender, and LoJazz not going to get the flash for the stun. Doesn't feel like he can get close enough, so Sniper able to avoid the initial engage from Decoy and LoJazz, but here's the Grand Starfall re-engage with no World Ender. LoJazz just biding his time, but it's a really good flash from Sniper. Turret aggro is dropped by LoJazz, but picked up by Decoy, and the sweet spot Q2 from Sniper guarantees a 1 versus 2 outplay.
Oh man, I've never seen Steel Caps do so much work. Sniper surviving, even post-World Ender, and is able to turn that fight beautifully. It is a disaster for Dorado Gaming.
We were waiting on. We always talk about that, right? With Nocturne and also Pantheon. It's the classic overused phrase of that first paranoia better count. That first Grand Starfall better count because they're so valuable to how a team's success can be directly impacted. And well, first Grand Starfall from LoJazz. goes about the opposite way they would have wanted to. In the background of all of that, we did see that Perry and company picked up the first Drake of the game pretty late on, but it is secured by Conviction nonetheless. So CNV right back in the same wheelhouse we saw them in game 1, slowly but surely accruing leads. It will hopefully lead to a game win. Oh my god, but Inflame, Flash, Magnetstorm immediately grabs 3. Featherstorm using it the Blade Caller route onto Zyko and Perry. Tries to trickster his way out. Low Jazz throws up the Angels of Assault, but Perry gets out of dodge, and they blow up Low Jazz on the way out. Zyko will drop to Hub, but nice job by Conviction to make sure that 3-man engage from Inflame only results in a 1-for-1.
And that was a lot of ults used there on both sides. Dorado Gaming, that was one of the best engages I think we could ever see them get. Unfortunately, a 1-for-1 isn't quite going to cut it there, Slayer. They're still down 2,000 gold. They can't be affording to trade their jungler for a support like that, especially with these next objective fights coming up. Got a Dragon in a few minutes. Herald, I think, is more important right now, just given that Conviction. With the gold they already have and the fact that they have 3 grubs, it could really massively increase this gold lead.
Feels like we're soon to get to that point. It's just hard for Dorado. It's one of the key weaknesses we outlined with a team like this is that their laning can be unreliable against some of the better teams. Oh boy, they might dive Decoy. Oh, the Dredge line! But the public execution was used. Decoy's maybe trying to buffer that Dredge line from landing. Instead, he throws himself exactly into the waiting arms of Sniper and Perry. Sniper picks up that second kill, and those grubs you just brought up, beat down? Oh, I thought they might be used on that turret now. But still, nonetheless, the gold lead building for Conviction.
Yep. A great dive. No response to be had for Dorado Gaming. Of course, our precision play is coming back. And it really is just how Sniper was able to live long enough to be able to turn this 1v2 dive.
Big thank you to Philips Norelco for this nice cinematic view of that Q2 from Sniper. What a series for old Sniper now. At this point, we can safely say he's effectively dominated 2 lanes in a row now. This time getting a counter-pick Decoy.
Zyko?
Depth charge. They're going after Insanity. They're going after Inflame. They don't need Insanity to kill off Inflame. Zyko proudly grabs and earns that kill. Dorado are starting to lose a lot of their presence on the map. And of course, continuing to bleed gold as well. Doesn't look like Conviction will look to dive in Decoy again, but their gold lead is now sprouted up to 3,000 at this point as they're trying to get new lane assignments to help stem the bleeding. And Sandy gets a full combo on a Decoy, but he is full health, and he just walks Insanity down with relative ease. Low Jazz looking to re-engage onto Perry and Zyko, teamed up Cody Sun and Hup nearby. But it's once again looking like they're just going to sacrifice Zyko, so Conviction limit testing a little bit too far, and Decoy and company able to punish well.
Yeah, and the timing is pretty good for Dorado Gaming. Puts them in a good position to solidify their control around that Dragon Pit. Now you're seeing a quick back. Low Jazz and company just spending their gold, getting as strong as they can for this Mountain Dragon that's coming up, and they should be able to maintain control and go for this. If they get that, they can buy themselves time. Time for Victor to scale. It's time for Dorado to get a better control of this game. You don't want to be losing multiple dragons in a row with how Conviction have started things off.
And at minimum, you just don't want to have no presence on the objective game, right? The Herald is also up there and waiting on the top side. Both teams kind of angling on the upper half of the map at this point. It's only Sniper that's being left alone on the bot side, and the engage coming through. Inflame starts with the Magnetstorm, and that Grand Starfall is supremely placed as Decoy flies in with the public execution. Perry, though, gets the Blast Cone in time to create some distance, but he's left Insanity on his lonesome, and that's a great Featherstorm to dodge the unleashed power from Insanity. Nice outplay to Hub, and now Low Jazz is unleashed, flashing on Zyko's head. But they can't get the damage dealers close enough until Inflame gets the crash down, and Low Jazz picks up the double kill.
Wow, another successful fight there for Dorado Gaming, massively so. Now puts them in a position where they want to play for both. They're going to be able to get this Rift Herald. You got to imagine they're just going to sprint their way down to that Dragon. because we still have members from Conviction who are on the gray screen.
Another small win there was getting Sniper to TP over for virtually nothing. The one win might have been that Sniper is able to whittle down that bot lane tier 1, but he decides to try and get there for the fight. And Dorado are able to punish even further. You called it. It's going to be the Herald and the Dragon, both opening up over towards Dorado Gaming. And we'll see if they're going to be able to get that first turret with a Herald crash, or they just catch Inflame. Trying to secure and engage here. It's the flank coming through for Adam as Perry goes all in after Hub, who doesn't have the Feather Storm. Cyclone Knockup 2 is going to come across, and Perry baps Hub down despite standing in front of all of Dorado. And we get a pause right after it. Unfortunate.
Well, find out what happened shortly. For the moment, we're going to get a second to breathe. And just take a look at that. Conviction, they had a gold lead over 2,000. And it's now down to just basically nothing, about 500. That's because of a couple back-to-back very successful fights that Dorado Gaming were able to find. And it's pretty tough. They lost that second Dragon, but they still have a Herald to play for. And a lot of potential to earn more gold. And maybe this is their way back into this one. You can see, got some smiles on the side of Dorado Gaming. We're chilling. Nobody's stressed out. The vibes are good.
Vibes are good, and well, I kind of want to hark back to what we hyped up as being such a fun strength of Dorado. It makes them such an interesting team. It's been 2 games now, beat down, where we've seen, you know, the laning falter and put Dorado in an uncomfortable spot early. Of course, game 1, they're never really able to get the ball rolling on the comp they wanted. But game 2, we can now, you know, go back to what we preach as a really big positive sign for this Dorado team, being that team play. And it's fun to see again, now knowing that we are going to get Inflame for this whole split, how kind of seamlessly he's fit into Redemption's role of being such a good first catalyst for these low jazz plays. And no better example than that last big fight they won in the top river.
Right. I think the Rel has just been such a good look for him. And I think all things considered, Leona was good in game 1. I can't say I blame him for the loss or his gameplay, really. It was a greater issue at play. I think overall it has been a good look from him. It is cool to hear from Miliana too that he is a very vocal player. Sometimes it's not the case with newer players from Tier 3, so it's a great start for him overall here in the NACL.
Great start indeed. Good word, it is a player disconnect, so should have that solved relatively shortly by this point. Or maybe a little bit longer, so we can kind of start.
Or maybe we don't.
Breaking down. Oh yeah, that's us on the screen. I forgot.
It's us.
I forgot. We can pop up on the screen in between games. Yeah, I mean, I think it's you know, back to the Inflame conversation. It's a very fun one to have because for a lot of years, and I think somewhat aptly so, the description of not just Tier 2 but North America in general has been, we need more great supports here in the league, right? We need to see more guys kind of be able to develop and form. And in the last year and change, I actually think there have been some great stories. Of course, the biggest one being Cryogen, up with FlyQuest by this point. But in the NACL level, we have been asking of recent, are we going to see, you know, some of these guys step up for the old guard when we used to, you know, have Zazel be like one of the best supports in the league. We had Diamond was around for a while as a name that I think of. And Psycho was obviously in that fray as well. But now, it feels like I'm starting to see the new gen come through. We saw Redemption last split beat down, and now I think Inflame has had big moments in the spots that he's been able to show up so far. So we can take a moment to kind of just appreciate the new optimism I'm starting to see out of the future of the support role here in the NACL.
Yeah, I mean, it is great because it is often a memed role here in Tier 2 in North America. So any potential talent is definitely a plus in every role, but especially in support. And it's cool. I was also glad to know Inflame's going to be there for the whole split. So excited to see what else he'll be able to do, you know, during this game, going forward for the rest of the split, and throughout his career in Tier 2.
Will be a very positive sign going forward to get to watch a full split of Inflame. I'm getting word that we're trying to tackle potential internet issues with a a slower process here from one of our players. So we are going to take hopefully a very short break here on the NACL broadcast. And by the time we get back live, should be going right into Game 2, Dorado Gaming and Conviction. So don't go anywhere.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
All right, well, we're happy
back.
to be right back in the driver's seat here. You know, figuratively and for LoJazz literally, as he drives the Herald into a tier 1 mid lane turret, but not able to crack it open just yet. So does help bring the gold up to dead even. So a pretty, we were talking about before we went to that short break beatdown, a pretty big swing. Oh no. Well,
I'm sure it's a false alarm, guys. I'm sure it's a false alarm.
I really hope Insanity wasn't the original one having internet issues, because that is definitely not a great sign if that is the case.
Yeah, maybe it is. We'll find out shortly. It will be quick, guys. Another quick pause. Starting to get flashbacks from yesterday.
Yeah, starting to feel the pains of Henrique and Hawk there from that broadcast. But hey, you know what? Okay, it looks like we're getting a computer restart this time. It does seem to be the lag plaguing Mr. Insanity. But it does give us time beat down to maybe think about what to look forward to in this game too, right? Because we've had the Herald now. We've had some dragon dances. I believe... is this game 2 also a Chemtech Soul? I feel like I was seeing Chemtech Soul in this one.
I don't remember. It's Infernal Soul. It's Infernal Soul.
Infernal, okay. Well,
Pretty sure it's Infernal Soul. Or I have a disease. We'll find out.
Well, I'm gonna believe in you, as I always do. And if it is an Infernal Soul, low-key picking up that second dragon despite losing the fight from Perry was pretty impactful for how much this can bring to this Conviction comp, I would say.
I have nothing funny to say. I just need you to repeat what you said.
I think Infernal Soul is pretty darn good on a Corki, Syndra, and Aatrox comp.
I might have to agree with you. You could be correct, Slayer. You could be. We might need more data, but I think you're onto something there.
Wow. Yeah, you know, I appreciate the praise. Breaking down that Infernal, a damage buffing Soul is really good on a 3.5 damage comp.
Yes,
Hard-hitting analysis. Hard-hitting analysis.
I keep telling you, we need to switch roles, man. You got a mind for this.
do you got the pipes to carry a climactic team fight? I guess I don't know.
Probably not.
You never know until you try, Beatdown. Just saying.
I have tried.
Oh. Well, well, I don't have a retort to that one.
That's okay. It happens to the... See, that's just how you know, because it was on NACL. It wasn't memorable. That's just all the proof you need.
You know, it might have just been one of the games, because I've watched a lot of NACL, where, if I'm going to be honest, I might have just scrubbed the VOD at 2 times speed to talk about it on a podcast. So, I mean,
low-key, I do that all the time.
Yeah,
minus the podcast.
Yeah, minus the podcast part. It's very funny, think about a caster's role, how much we watch the game just ignoring the casting unless, like, someone wants us to, help out and look at their casting, as all casters do. But most of the time when we're doing prep and, trying to catch up on games, we don't really listen to each other's commentating. We're just watching it like coaches do and players do in the film room. 2 times speed and stopping when we want to watch something in depth, but maybe even with the audio off.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's distracting. We're trying to study, We're not there for entertainment. We're here to work.
We're here to work.
I don't want to listen to myself or other casters. Come on, man.
Well, listening to yourself is like a whole other
I mean, that's a jump scare and a half, bro.
Yeah. I'm curious to ask you. Do you feel like the longer you've done this, you've gotten better or worse at listening to yourself on
exactly the
broadcasts?
same.
Exactly the same. Okay.
Exactly the same, which is terrible.
I
need a trigger warning, bro. Like if I'm on something, I'm not even. Oh my god. I don't know.
We'll help you. Maybe we'll help you tackle that another day. We're back into our game 2 here, and hopefully with Insanity not feeling any internet issues. Conviction are going to need him. They've completely spent their entire gold lead up until this point, but still have very powerful ways to get back in front of things, mainly being Mr. Sniper, who is once again cultivated a huge lead over his counterpart.
Yeah. 2-0, looking very good, getting towards that second item. And, okay, yeah, so it is an Infernal Soul that Conviction are halfway towards, and you pointed it out. It's comp, a lot of burst damage that they would happily allow that, they would be happy to exploit the extra burst damage that comes with Infernal Soul. Oh, Perry.
Perry getting jumped on, though, as LoJazz arrives to the party, and all of a sudden Dorado have the numbers they need to battle. Harry picked off far too up on his lonesome. Zyko not going to be able to dredgeline the wall to create distance, and LoJazz will punish as he goes unstoppable on his Pantheon.
I kind of want to see that again, because I just want to try and see what Perry saw there. He went pretty deep, trying to one-shot at him. It ends up costing Conviction 2 members, and allows, as you can see, Inflame, pretty serious. Vision down. Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe Perry is just like, oh, I'm caught, so I have to try and get in there. I can accept that.
Yeah. I don't know if Zyko
Still sucks
gets
for Conviction.
Yeah, I don't know if Zyko gets out if he dredge lines that wall, but definitely at least the time being gets him out of the W range. So sometimes the lollipop of the dredge line can betray you. He's trying to lollipop it onto the corner of the wall and instead just whiffs it. So a couple of mistakes compounding here for Conviction is worth mentioning in their other 2 series. Of course, they're 0-2. This is kind of the part of the game where we felt like they got pretty mistake heavy up against especially opponents like Winthrop. So
right now, Dorado Gaming, even though they were down for a little bit, now they're up. I was going to say 1,500 gold, but that turret puts it down to about 1,100. Still, big part of that lead is Hub in the bottom lane. He's up 1k over Cody Sun right now. Just finished that Infinity Edge.
Perry, though, looking to catch out LoJazz, who has quite a bounty on him after picking up 5 kills. Nice find from Perry. Cody Sun going to kill off the Pantheon. At least for LoJazz, doesn't have to burn his flash, who's already dead, and should be back up before this Infernal Drake, which is paramount to Conviction's game plan here as they play for the Soul win con.
Yeah, you really want that 3rd Drake, but Dorado Gaming, they don't want to let that one go. So it is really going to be about that setup, and it does hurt them that LoJazz gets caught out the way he did. He's still on the gray screen, less than a minute till the Dragon, and it gives Conviction the space to take that tier 2 turret for Perry to steal camps, and they still have enough time to back and spend that gold, making them as strong as they can be going into that Dragon fight. So much so that I'm not even sure Dorado Gaming actually want to contest that one. And that's why you see them here just, all-inning here on this top side, trying to knock down some turret plates, get some gold into their carries' pockets, and maybe just feel they're better off fighting for that soul.
Always an option. We see tons of teams index the gold trade for giving up that soul point. Do you see Adam walking his way back towards the mid lane with the rest of his team, and Decoy on a reset. No teleport, though. Do see him pathing towards the bot side, and it looks like, yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately, seems like Insanity's lag issues are continuing as Brother was just standing in the open, not moving. Yeah,
that's brutal.
That's a brutal one. I'm very not excited for whenever the end of this pause comes. The fact that we're going to have to restart that with Insanity, I mean, basically just dead. He's dead.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Really unfortunate stuff going on there. And you got to imagine that it's affecting it's really affecting the flow there that Conviction have. Because up until that first pause, every play was working for them. They were making very few mistakes. And between then and now, we've seen a couple, Slayer. We've seen a couple. And, I'm worried it's going to get worse.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to speak on, is that the outer issues from the original one, right? Or more so the effect it has on the team. You mentioned like the flow, but also it could just be kind of mentally taxing to constantly try and get back going, and then it's like, I'm lacking out again. It can really quiet down the comms, just bring focus out for some of these teams. At least it is good to see that Cody and Hub on our screen are both smiling and laughing. They might actually be reading the same stuff at the same time. I'm assuming all chat. That's my guess. Good to see the vibes are up, but it could take both teams kind of out of their focus for sure, having to deal with starting and stopping a league game every, what are we at, like a minute? It's been like a minute and a half of chunks we get through, and then we get into this scenario again.
I hope not. But it's starting to seem like that's the case. Can you all chat when the game is paused?
I don't know. I was just purely going off the fact that I'm looking at Cody's son and Hub both looking at the same part of their monitor and smiling at the same time. I'm inferring a lot.
Okay. We are getting word that you can. And I guess it makes sense because it's a text command that pauses.
Yeah,
I imagine it's also a text command that unpauses. So,
I was about to say,
well, you didn't. So
I should have realized is that when I when I play in Hardstuck Castello games, like we pause and we talk about
that's
chat,
actually
so it's like what?
That's actually what I was remembering too.
Yeah, it's like, wait, I've played custom lobbies. I know you can talk when you pause. So it's good. We're getting word on that it is the all chat, and it seems like.
Oh my God! Wait, this is such a weird chat.
It is. All I'll say, loyal viewers, is that Dorado and Conviction are having some fun with the unfortunate tech issues we're in.
No honor. Well, no time. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it feels bad for Insanity, to be honest.
Yeah, and again, the part that I feel like might low-key be the worst is that when it comes to the capabilities the tournament organizers have for NACL, if anyone's thinking like Chrono Break, that is not.
I'm pretty sure we don't do that.
We cannot do that. No, we cannot do that. So we are not going to be able to like rewind a bit before Insanity lagged out so that Low Jazz doesn't just jump on him like he did. Low-key, I wonder for competitive integrity, what if we all just came together when Insanity gets back and we all just handshake, guys? Everyone just click back to the Dorado, click your mid-tier one, and then Conviction, click back into that bot river brush, and we just wait for 3 seconds and then start the game back up. That would be what I'm campaigning for, because it's so clear that Insanity lagged out way before Low Jazz jumped on him.
Yeah, good luck getting players to do that.
It's it's worth.
It would be cool.
It's worth trying. A man can try.
Yeah, a man can try. How would you go about it? I'm curious. What would be your campaign slogan?
My campaign slogan?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What?
Competitive.
You mean you
integrity.
have this whole thing? You don't have a slogan?
Well, the slogan off rip is a little hard to think about. Just trying to think about things around competitive integrity. Hey, competitive integrity above all. There's my.
There you go.
There's my slogan.
See?
So
Pretty
yeah,
good.
that would be what I'm going for. All right, folks. Unfortunately, not a fun message to leave you with here. We are going to once again go into a break for technical issues. It's pretty clear that Insanity is having trouble handling whatever internet issues he is dealing with currently. So I do not have an ETA when we're going to come back. But I appreciate all you sticking around here through the tech issues. When we come back from the other side of this break, we will jump right back into Game 2, and we're hoping that is as soon as possible. So we'll see you guys on the other side. So please stay tuned.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
We're marvelously back, and Insanity is done for as we immediately come back live, and Low Jazz and company pounce on Conviction. It's 2 more kills to Low Jazz, and basically an assurance that Dorado will stop the Infernal Soul stacking from Conviction. And then
more importantly, they're going to go straight for the Baron. I
forgot about that.
Yeah, but they are sending a couple people over, so it is going to be a bit of an ordeal.
Oh, this is an awkward standoff.
I don't think Adam actually has the Chaos Storm, but we are seeing a TP. You gotta imagine Dorado Gaming actually are going to be able to get both.
Sniper, nice dodge on the public execution. Aggro still being held by Dorado. Sniper's going to run out of World Ender. Cody's going to have to dash away from Decoy. Low Jazz uses the Grand Starfall to join on the second objective. He's just going to lock down and secure this Drake, but the Dredge line finds Inflame. Smite is true for Low Jazz. So they'll end up sacrificing their support to lock down both of those coveted objectives. Dorado out in front now to the tune of 3K gold and shutting down the Infernal Soul play. And Sandy wants his revenge though on to Low Jazz, but his unleashed power doesn't pack enough of a punch.
That was a get down, Mr. President, if I ever saw one. The Wolves saving Low Jazz's life. He's going to force him away. So some plates will be grabbed in response, probably the whole turret for Conviction. It is a small bit that they're able to take back, but otherwise still a huge sequence of plays there for Dorado Gaming, being able to win that fight, take both objectives, and if they're able to get another pick-off, they're going to be able to get some serious value from this Baron.
You look back at that big fight win again. I think it's very much so worth mentioning that Dorado were given a bit of an advantage to kick off that fight, but I do want to applaud their ability to kind of juggle both objectives and stop Conviction from sneaking a second dragon out from under the Dorado noses, because that's how they actually got 2 Drakes stacked up there. They lost a fight, but were able to sneak away the second Drake, so good on Dorado to make sure to cover all their bases and now look to just gobble up as much gold as they can on the map here.
That's right, and again, angling for a pick. I think is their best bet to get that maximum value. For now, they're playing 4-1 with a Decoy kind of leaning away, leaving if Conviction actually try to send too many members on top of them. And they're just going to wave clear as best they can. And right now, with where Insanity's at in his itemization, same with Cody's Son, they got pretty decent wave clear. So they are able to slow down the advances of Dorado Gaming just a little bit, minimizes their losses, and also minimizes what Dorado can get from this Baron.
Sniper able to back Decoy away from the 2-lane push there onto the mid lane tier 2. And as you called out, with the help of Perry and Zyko, they're going to try and protect this bot lane tier 2 turret. Scatter not going to find its mark there from Insanity, but they are able to clear out everything but the cannon minion. Hextech Rays, though, starting to hurt Cody's Son and Perry. Going to be forced to back here, but like you mentioned, the Baron's about to expire. It's just probably one more wave's worth, so for Conviction, only really giving up 2 turrets in the bottom lane, not too bad. They're not going to give away much on this Baron power play.
Yeah, and because of how strong Sniper is, Decoy really wasn't able to do much with his Baron buff other than hold Sniper away from the rest of his team. So not the biggest Baron power play. Conviction able to, you know, kind of control that situation a little bit there. And now, whether or not they're going to be able to get back into this one is really all about that dragon in 2 minutes. Infernal Soul, we talked about it, how important it is for them as a team. If Dorado Gaming start to Drake stack Infernal Soul, that's a lot of damage. A lot of adaptive force coming from those individual dragons on top of the Soul. So that's something that Conviction, you definitely don't want.
Definitely have to keep track of. But it's also, you know, very valid to say the last couple of minutes have been just an unfortunate pill to swallow for Conviction with their technical issues. So now they are behind, but like you mentioned, far from out of it, and still have some pretty key tools to try and punish some of these carries. Medjai is going to be completed here for Adam. Always an aggressive buy to look for, and he's without anything like a Zanya's or a Seeker's Arm Guard to protect him from an all-in. I'm sure Conviction are going to be hunting this victor in these next couple of minutes.
And right now, the next minute is what really matters here. Dorado Gaming, both teams really, just spending what they've earned, getting set up as best they can. I guess Hub maybe doesn't have a good buy, or he's pretty close to a good buy. But at this point, it's too late for him to recall. He's got to stay on the map now if he wants to be on time for this dragon. Again, Infernal Soul Point. If Conviction are able to secure this one, and Dorado Gaming looking to continue their stacking of Infernal Dragons. That last fight that won Dorado, the Dragon, and the Baron, a little unfortunate because of the Insanity disconnect, but now everybody's here. Everybody's looking good. It does mean that the way Perry and Sniper are able to get onto that backline of Dorado Gaming very much holds true now. So even with this gold lead, Dorado far from a sure win.
It's all about that backline dive. You pointed out so aptly for Perry and Sniper. Very funny how both teams kind of want to just dive each other's backlines, but important to bring up the value that Hub brings with that Feather Storm, how much extra space he can buy that Insanity and Cody Sun Company can't. But speaking of space, Conviction have taken control of this river. They're going to be seceded on all sides, but they're just burning through this thing. The Grand Starfall comes through. It's 1 HP, and Lojaz steals away the dragon and re-engages right on top of Perry, who has no chance in hell to make it out. Sniper has to dash over the wall to find himself some semblance of safety, but the same can't be said for Insanity. Scour of the Week on to 3, does not get rooted by the Blade Caller pullback, but Inflame will dunk him down all the same. Dorado able to find the Miracle Dragon take, and now they're going to reap the rewards of a second Baron for free.
Dragon and Baron just seems to be Dorado's favorite combo this game. They're going to be able to get those objectives in sequence for the second time now. So now there's another injection of gold into their back pockets after winning that fight. It just means that this game is only getting easier for them. We saw the last Baron power play and how little they were able to impact Conviction's side of the map. I think this time around, I think they're going to be able to do a little bit better because you can see the scaling really starting to show itself for Dorado Gaming.
Especially on a guy like Adam, who made the aggressive buy into the Medjai, is able to put a lot more pages in that book. Conviction are going to have to get crafty, get creative to find ways to pick off and slow down this Baron power play, at least for the time being. They're really only having to play on 2 lanes, top and mid lane. The wave clear, as you mentioned, will continue to be tested. Nice use of Insanity to pull one of those cannons away from the Baron empowerment, so can't hit him out of range of the turret. The Sky of the Week is going to grab Adam, but no follow-up to be had just yet.
No, and already Dorado Gaming knocking on the base of Conviction. It's harder for Conviction to split their focus to try and stop it, clearly. Especially with Zyko, no flash to speak of. So no big engage potential there for the Nautilus. Really looking at Perry now that he's built that Guardian Angel to be able to try and force something if the situation presents itself.
Dorado really right now just have to respect a scatter here from Insanity. If Adam or Hub get tagged, like you mentioned with Perry having that GA, Conviction are going to go balls to the wall to try and find that coveted kill. For now, just dancing around their range of clearing. Is Scatter going to clip onto Lojaz. Perry going to get rid of some vision. It's Dorado trying to juggle these 2 lanes to finally break this turret open, and that Baron-powered cannon is going to do it for Decoy. Down goes the mid lane inhibitor tower. Top lane will fall right behind it. And there's still plenty more Baron waves coming here for Dorado.
Yeah, even the TP from Adam, too, shows that they're really committed to this one. They might want to try and push for a little bit more. Only 50 seconds left on this Baron buff. This inhibitor is certainly going to go down, but now they're just fishing. Slayer, if they see something, I imagine, Inflame, he's just going to send it.
Now they've got a bot wave be down. They've bought their time on that side of the map. There's Perry going in after Hub, going to force the Feather Storm. Perry traces Cyclone for that really key Xayah ultimate. But now he won't have the engage. Zyko is looking for an Aaron Dredge line. He's going to get poked out, aptly so. One more wave of Baron minions pouring into this bot lane, but Lojaz has brought in minions of his own into the mid and top lane, threatening these Nexus turrets. Conviction are just getting pulled apart by the seams.
Yeah, but now the Baron buff expiring in a couple of seconds here. The Dorado Gaming needs to be careful. This is that angle Conviction are going to look for to actually try and jump on top of them. Even without the Cyclone, I mean, they still have Zyko's depth charge. And
I was just marveling at how low that turret was.
Yeah.
I thought that thing was going to stay standing. Decoy knocks it down. One bot lane inhibitor is stopping Dorado from double super minions pouring in from every wave into the Conviction base. They won't have that reality, but sure as hell bet they've got a chunk of gold to spend in base, and that's why they're all going to sync up their recalls and cash in.
That's right. Some key final items coming out for Dorado Gaming. 25 seconds till that Infernal Drake comes through, and it's the sole point for either one of these teams. Not quite a soul, despite us being, 33 minutes into the game. But if we get that far, Infernal Soul could also be a huge difference maker for either one of these teams. With Dorado Gaming at 8K ahead, gotta imagine they'll be the ones to secure this objective. It's getting harder and harder for Conviction to actually contest them.
Yeah, they've just got to continue to farm up, see the value in collecting the gold that super minions bring into the equation for guys like Insanity, trying to get more of these items, or screw the dragon. Lojaz's going to go right after Hub.
Damn!
Grabs Cody's son. Great public execution as well from Decoy to complete that kill. And now they got a super wave on the Nexus turrets. They say to the hell with your Infernal Soul. We want to force game 3 now. I feel like we could do so without Conviction's 80 carry. Clearing out more of the waves. Nexus turret 1 on that upper side, already far low enough to take down with a couple of hub autos. Dredgeline going to land into the scatter to try and grab Adam. The Infernal Chains do bring him back in to the waiting arms of Sniper, but the Gravity Field, the Arcane Storm is too much for Conviction to bear. The Arcane Storm grows as the rumbles of Game 3 come to the horizon behind Dorado Gaming. It may have taken way too much time to get to this point, but through all the tech issues, Dorado are going to find themselves a coveted Game 2 win to bring us a 6-game day.
And they finished the game with a 10K gold lead of Slayer. They're excited. You see all smiles for Dorado Gaming because they know first 15 to 20 minutes of that game was pretty tough for them. So them being able to really get that second dragon for themselves and that Baron at the same time was the huge turning point for them in Game 2 to be able to really snowball that into this win here where they still have that chance to go 2-0 and put Conviction at 3-0 to finish off their Week 3.
What?
0-3.
Yeah.
Their Week 3. 0-3.
What a mark that would be if Conviction got to 0-3 here. The biggest hope that we have here ahead of this Game 3 is that Insanity will not have any internet issues. That is unfortunately the headline that plagued this Game 2 from really being a full-strength test of Conviction versus Dorado. But nonetheless, folks, Game 6 of the day, Game 3 of the series is what's up next. So for one final time, hopefully today, barring any tech issues, fingers crossed, we're going to go to a scheduled intermission. And on the other side, our final draft of the day, Game 3, Conviction and Dorado Gaming.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
It all comes down to this, folks. Our final game of the day. Game 6 of 6 and 3 of 3 in our series. Conviction and Dorado battled through some tech issues, and Dorado were able to come out victorious. You talked about it, Beat. I know that game was a little bit wacky, but I want to praise Dorado being able to overcome their weakness we've outlined in lane and play aptly as a team to make this sort of pseudo comeback from the early game possible, and then running away with the later stages. You mentioned it, right? They were down like, I mean, you can look at the goal graph. They were down 3K early on, and to end the game up 10K is quite impressive.
Yeah, it really, the turning point again was just winning that team fight into their second dragon and into first baron. Like, being able to grab both of those the way they did, it was just the beginning of that snowball. It got them so much gold to allow them to end the game, and really allowed Adam to run away with everything. It really shows in the damage charts what he was able to do, the numbers he was able to pull up to have that impact later on into the game, to a point where really no one could touch him.
Nobody could contest him. But now it's time to look ahead to this game 3 and start to think about what sort of, combinations of champions, compositions we may be seeing from some of these squads. Important things to note, I would say, across the two games is that Sniper has done a very good job just kind of putting his hands on Decoy, right? Getting really big lane advantages. So
yeah.
I'd be curious to see if Conviction maybe want to opt away from first pick here to try and get that easy counter matchup, but who knows? There's always value in taking that first pick when we think about, especially a lot of the majors, again, I really want to focus on that are still on the table in this series that have been banned away a lot.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if they went a similar angle, but it really just depends on Conviction and whether or not, they want side selection or, pick selection, I believe the term is. So we'll have to see how they actually want it to get done. I could see an angle where Decoy getting a good matchup would really help, but at the same time, I mean, if you just have him on something with utility in favor of getting some more powerful picks elsewhere on the map, I think that would be fine too.
Decoy can definitely put the Cassante in the bag, and I think that could be a good angle.
Yeah,
we're talking about
exactly.
The utility and tankiness. We're into the Game 3 draft, though, and we do see that Conviction have opted for that first selection, and Dorado have picked up the blue side here. Usual suspects coming off the board as well. No Nefiri for Lojaz to access after his heroics up against Maryville. You'll see the Anivia ban enter, and of course Locke has been sticking away as a steady ban for Dorado this whole series. But be down any champions kind of calling out to you after seeing all these bans?
I always struggle to remember what's left. Nivea's up, Ryze is up. If we're talking about mages, mid lane champions, Cassiopeia's up.
Yeah.
I mean, Tomo isn't here, so I don't feel like I need to mention Vlad, but okay, there you go, Cassiopeia. Silas is up. Adam played that in their first series as well. I mean, I don't think you play that into Cass, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, I think, could, always worth mentioning in this current day and age. Could be flexed down to Cody's son. Don't know how many reps he has on the Cassio AP carry. I definitely think, like you mentioned, though, the big win with this first selection Cassio for Insanity is that I think Cassio might be the single champion that counters Adam's most comfortable picks. With the Yone, and you mentioned the Silas. Talia going to be picked up very early on here for Dorado. Wonder if that's just the instant answer from Adam.
Either that or it could be Talia bot as well. I think we need to acknowledge that possibility. We've seen it elsewhere in the NACL, although seeing the Vi makes me wonder if it is just Vi Talia mid, jungle mid.
Ooh.
We'll see. Ooh.
Poppy going to come through here as
that
well.
That could be Perry Poppy.
Yeah, I'm feeling Perry Poppy here. I feel like he just locked it in so quick after he saw the Vi, and he wants to try and slow down Lojaz, who, again, I feel like had one of the biggest impacts on that Game 2 win with, again, just kind of pointing his team in the right direction, looking for those nice fight angles. So taking him out of the game on this Vi could be very impactful. We finally get our Camille coming through here. It's been banned a lot. We haven't seen it picked up yet by any of our teams just yet. will be the lock-in here. Beatdown, is there any validity to thinking about this might be going Sniper's way? I know it obviously is a big support pick, but I see a lot of flexibility for Conviction in general with this pick. We see the Tahm Kench as the response, though.
Dude, I love that. I'm such a Tahm Kench believer when you're playing against champs like Camille, because you just kind of completely nullify the value of her ultimate. You know, you get the Hextech ultimatum, cool, devoured, you're safe,
no.
It's fine. And it really just gets you in a position, too, where I could see them go for a hyper carry for Hub if they really wanted to, like a Jinx Aphelios or something like that. But just because you already have a really strong mid-game play in that Vitalia, it's consistent, it's easy to get done, and you can give yourself time to, one, allow your Jinx to scale, and two, give yourself a really great way to get her first reset.
Yeah, that's a great shot, actually. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. I'm going to try and use my wizardry to predict something here. I think Dorado need to ban Tristana right here. This should be the ban. Just think about diving Buddy 80 carries, right, to follow up this Camille. That's kind of my logic here. Sure, Cody Sun could have some mages in the back pocket, but we know Cody loves the Tristana. He's one of our few kind of Tristana pioneer 80 carry players. So if we're just banning for Cody Sun's pool, I think Tristana's the pick, but I guess you can never go wrong trying to make sure Sniper doesn't get all Olaf into his hands.
True. I think it depends, because right now, we don't know for sure whether or not that's Talia in that bot lane. They could just pick top here and leave that question kind of up in the air. I don't think they need to worry about Triss just yet, because I think playing Triss into Talia doesn't sound very fun.
No, that's a good shout.
Yeah. Oh, Senna's fun, though. Oh, Senna Tahm Kench, sure.
Do we have any shouts for the OG fasting Senna TK lane? I will actually. You know what?
Is that real?
Well, it was real, and I do think I think there's some actual advantage to going it in the current iteration of Senna, because they took away a lot of her souls from when she farms, right? A lot of her soul stacking now requires her to not be a farming champion. They try to push her back into the support role. So, an important thing to watch out for when we get on the Rift here, if they want to go for soul stacking as a primary thing with this bottom lane. Hui is going to be locked in here on the flip. And now we have to figure out which one of these two mages Cody Sun wants or Insanity wants. That's basically where we're at.
I think Hui is great for Insanity, because you outrange Talia. It's pretty hard for you to land your spells. The only thing you have to worry about is obviously the Vi Gang, the Vi ult. But when it comes to early lane, I'm liking Hui.
Asante going to be the lock in here. So Sniper's going away from his carries, blinding into Decoy, who will have access to a very coveted counter pick. Got a couple of options to go for. Decoy definitely can put the Gwen down. We've seen some big Gwen performances from Decoy before. But hey, I like this. Oh, this would be so poetic. I know you do. Yes!
Okay!
We're finally doing it. We're picking Mundo into two mages. Yo, Beatdown.
I mean, Dorado, genuinely, you're so right, though.
Dorado might have cooked, though, with TK and Mundo into two mages. This might
especially
actually be
if it's... I mean, it's looking like, because the way roles work, it's looking like Hub is probably just going to be farming. But still, TK being able to devour someone who's getting jumped on by Poppy Camille, amazing. Mundo into two mages, I mean, you've been saying it all night for good reason, bro. That's good. They are not killing this guy. Once he gets to, like, level 11, 2-3 items, it's not happening.
Actual raps. And also, like, for once, Sniper didn't try to force blind like some sort of aggressive laner, right? This is Cassante into Mundo. He's still got to be somewhat respectful. Sniper does have the ability to kill off this Mundo, but I do feel like maximum dosage is a pretty hard counter to an all-out from Sniper. And if you can survive the early levels, this is a relatively tame lane to play Mundo into. So I don't even think like there's a ton of really big punishing factors in these lanes from Conviction. And back to what we've been harking on for this Dorado team, that's been their weaker point. And if we feel like their lanes aren't going to be that rough, I'm starting to believe more and more in a Dorado Game 3 win here. But it all comes down to what they do on the Rift Beatdown. And we're heading back to the familiar battle arena for one final time.
Yes, sir. This is it. Conviction Esports trying to get their first win in a 5-week regular split. They lose here, they're going to go to 0-3, but Dorado Gaming, they're looking to go up to 2-0. Phenomenal start to the split. Phenomenal start to a 2-match week because they are playing NRG tomorrow night as well.
What a world Group B would be in if we have Contingent and Dorado each 2-0 to open their splits. Would definitely shatter a lot of power rankings out there. My own. If that were to be their reality. Yeah, but a fun reality that is, because back to what we said last week, Beatdown, it's more fun to get proven wrong.
Real, you're so right. We were so right for that. And, hey, speaking of, you're wrong. Cody Sun is the one piloting the Hui in the bot lane.
So going to bring that one down alongside Zyko. Maybe just try and, use that long-range artillery, your Severing Bolts, your Spowering Despairs, to follow up on a hookshot engage from Zyko, or, of course, that Hextech Ultimatum, as you aptly pointed out. Both our jugglers mirrored on opposite sides here, going through their clears. Sorry, they're not just mirrored. They're full-on counter-jungling. This is vertical jungle, it's looking like, but Perry is not going to go after Low Jazz's Krugs. He's just going to skip that. He's trying to fight for his Raptors. And Low Jazz, I don't know if he has an idea this is coming.
Probably not. But Low Jazz is going to the Krugs. So maybe he did, because he went straight to the Krugs. I think Perry might be taking this personally. No? Okay, I thought he was going to be walking towards the Krugs. He's just realizing that he lost his red buff as well. And it's going to end up being a 2-camp steal for 2-camp steal, it's looking like. Interesting start here.
Yeah, intriguing indeed. So the back's going to come through here for Low Jazz, unperturbed. We'll go to his top side first. I wonder if he's just assuming, I don't know how much information he's gained, but feels like he's assuming his entire bot side is cleared out. So I actually don't know how long it's going to be before he gets down to those Krugs, which is somewhat important for reset timers, but all these shenanigans kind of has slowed down the ability for both these junglers to look for aggressive first ganks, which is worth mentioning because Poppy and Vi have creative ways to start action without their ultimates and with very few levels under their belt, but not going to be the case here.
Yeah, otherwise, a bit of a slow start. Not too much action. Again, I think interesting thing we talked about during that draft is really liking Dorado Gaming's composition, partially because when it comes to scaling, I mean, you have Senna and you have Mundo, who are going to be very effective after 20 minutes. And also, mid-game, spiking really hard at level 6 is Adam and Low Jazz. Adam, under a little bit of pressure against the Cassiopeia, but overall, just pairs so nicely with that Vi. Be a great combination. Great way to start fights and a great way to find some advantages while you're still waiting for other champions to come online.
The one shortcoming worth mentioning for this Dorado comp, similar to Game 1, is reliable damage is not really here. Senna can scale pretty well, like you mentioned, but, it's not going to help if Senna gets caught. Good to not get shoved there by Perry, who was looking for a gank on the hub. Talia damage is pretty suspect the later you go onto a game. Senna, can struggle into tanks, which Perry and Sniper are going to be decently tanky. Sniper going to be very tanky, so they're going to have to kind of out-sustain their opponents to find wins, or just catch Zyko in his jungle. And he didn't seem to have hookshot up. That was a pretty easy and seamless way to grab first blood over to Low Jazz.
And instantly, just like that, Cody Sun has to walk back to his turret. He is under quite a lot of pressure. Low Jazz said a gank works so nice, he'll try it twice. Insanity isn't careful. Gonna get a gauntlet to the face as well.
Cancel the back, looking for it. Flashes a little bit short, but at least Insanity does flash himself and burn the ghost, and that is a valuable gank for Low Jazz.
Yeah, he has to. If Insanity doesn't flash that, pretty sure he dies. He gets flicked onto the unraveled earth and whatnot. A good flash from Insanity. It does mean that in a couple minutes, Low Jazz so chooses, he can make that play again if Insanity oversteps.
And if there's been one revolving theme about early games this entire day, not just our series here, Beatdown, it's junglers and supports looking to just jump on mid laners in the early game. That has been the lane with, I would say, 80% of our ganks.
That's true. There's been a lot of presence, both from junglers and from supports, and that's what it is. Mid lane is important. Oh, hey.
Shot on it, Inflame. Crushing Maw grabs both Hub and Inflame, but it's the Abyssal dive forward. Inflame wants the smoke. Hub doesn't have the mana, though, to really contest, and Zyko dodging out well on that knockup. Certainly going to help out. Another Crushing Maw comes down. Tons of damage from Cody's son. Hookshot going to hit Inflame as he has to tank it for his AD carry again, but he is tanking it all up right now. Not enough reliable damage to kill off the Kench.
No. Really huge from Inflame. Blocking the hook shot, you love to see it. And otherwise, bot lane of Dorado Gaming is going to be able to very easily walk away from this one. I will say, Perry, because of all the ganking that's been going on from Lojaz, there's a big CS gap. Oh, hold on. Ooh.
Oh my god. Hey, so, remember how I said it should be a relatively easy lane as long as you respect the occasional all-in? That's why.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's just kind of level 6 Cassante. If you're playing Window, you just can't get hit by the Q3, and unfortunately, he got hit. It is what it is. It happens to the best of us. And Decoy is still going to be crazy strong later.
The sun's shining. We have a 6-game day in the NACL, and Sniper has himself a lead out of the top lane. All things to normally expect, it seems, on this very day. And that's going to give Conviction the gold lead for now. They're also able to parry that into the first dragon secure. So, Conviction starting to get the ball rolling on a comp that, you know, we do feel like has some clear weaknesses into Dorado. I was starting to think, like, to say that they need to get a quick lead, but it is still a Hui and a Cassiopeia. Like, this comp doesn't necessarily get outscaled either. It's just a very kind of weird draft to try and decipher these two teams up against each other.
Yeah, I just think about how the comps interact too. With Dorado's comp, again, you buy Talia, you just buy ultimate on one of those targets, and they basically die 100% of the time. I would probably say do it to Insanity if the opportunity presents itself. So you just remove the Cassiopeia out of the fight right away, and I think that's part of what I mean too when I talk about the scaling, like how they interact into each other.
It's valuable information. And I think the big word that will just be fun to use in this game is sustainability across a fight, right?
Sure.
So we think about Cassante, Hui, Cassio, these champions all want longer fights where they can get as many spells out as possible, but at the same time, we're talking about a Senna comp and a Mundo comp, who they feel like can sustain and outrange this Conviction side. Makes for a very fun game to end our series, trying to figure out how these two teams will play out. And right now, it's at the Grub Pit, as Talia has been booted out of the equation. Goodbye, Adam, and gonna Weaver's Wall back in and try and make some sort of fight happen, but all three Grubs have been secured by Conviction. Sniper going in after Dorado, but it's a nice slam into the wall to grab Lojaz. Dawning Shadow to keep all Dorado topped up. As Inflame sits on the front line, level 4 though, so there's no Devour available, and he'll have to flash away from Conviction, who do end up getting 2 of the 3 Grubs. I misspoke, so good on Dorado to at least keep Void Mites out of this game 3. And maybe just get a free pick onto Zyko again.
Not just that, bot lane too. Hub was able to help with that Dawning Shadow, but he stayed bot lane while everyone else left. That does mean he was able to crash a pretty big wave in the turret. I think he got a plate too.
Oh, Adam dodges the stun on Petrifying Gaze. Ghost can try and speed him out of the waiting arms of Lojaz. That Vaultbreaker went over parry. He's going to throw Lojaz into the wall. Flash has to come out. Dawning Shadow on top of Inflame. And he might be somewhat tanky, but not that tanky. Parry gets one back for Conviction.
A nice pick there. Is something. Now it means Hub is going to be, I was going to say trying to cover the Krug take, but it is going to be taken away by Perry via his smite. And again, Perry's been able to get a pretty decent lead over Lojaz, who spent a lot of his early game ganking.
That is a very true thing to call out. I just wanted to point out something we talked about in draft with the current where Senna is at with some of the nerfs after she was so popular for a while as like a Z tier champion. Might have to save those conversations. Sniper looking to pull Decoy. Nice flash go for the Cassante sec with the all out, and Zyko's hookshot will secure the kill onto Decoy as he falls further behind Sniper.
Yeah, nice roam there from Zyko. Didn't even have to use the Hextech ultimatum. Does mean that Sniper He's going to continue to accelerate himself. And it doesn't mean that the back line of Dorado game, you got to be careful. Sante, very easily able to walk up to you and try and kidnap you. I talked about the Tahm Kench and how much I like the pick, but he only has one Devour.
Yeah.
You really got to be careful about how it's used.
As we get a look back bot lane, the thing I wanted to touch on, right? Hub has had a pretty good lane, we would say. You point out how he got left alone to farm up well. Hasn't been super under threat by this point. I don't think he's actually had a flash yet. Pretty good lane for Senna, but the changes to her soul generation, you're starting to see why it's been kind of hard to bring Senna into these competitive games. It's been a good lane by all marks, but Hub is still yet to even get that first range upgrade. He's only at 16 souls because it's just so hard to farm them unless you're farming them off champions. And in a game like this, it's very hard for Senna to get souls off of champions. So this is why people have kind of gone away from the Senna as of late. And you're seeing it now plague Hub.
True. Still, Blade of the Ruin King built up. That does mean pretty easy to proc that 3 hits. Of course, will be good. A lot of health stackers.
Oh, we're just jumping the Ken chart when he's Smiling Despair and Hextech Ultimatum. Get rid of Inflame.
Wow.
Adam not going to suffer the same fate, but it's the pick the Conviction need to have the confidence to rip this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, it's just going to be easy. No Inflame, still level 5 versus Zyko's level 6 means it's going to be a very easy Dragon take for Conviction. And there's really no response. You can't make a play topside because Sniper is way ahead and Decoy's playing window. So there's really very few options for Dorado in this early game. And Conviction, halfway to a Hextech Soul. So I think for the most part today, we've had some not so interesting Dragon Souls. Hextech is very interesting.
Very, very interesting indeed. Especially when you have champions like Hui, who will seamlessly proc that with a flurry of spells, and those slows make it a lot easier for gap closers like Poppy, Cassante, and Camille to get on top of those aforementioned carries you talked about. Perry has now picked off and knocked up Low Jazz. Gets a Dawning Shadow and the heal from Inflame, though, to keep him just in safety range health-wise, but Perry now gonna try and greet for some camps. Adam is here nearby. Zyko's trying to set a trap. Here's the Weaver's Wall down and try to pounce on Perry. Decoy's able to come over, but Perry just gets rid of Low Jazz, is able to dash over the Weaver's Wall with ease, and Inflame bites the dust for a 3rd time in a row. Conviction flexing on this Dorado team in their jungle as Hub and Cody Sun trade spells and flashes on the bot side.
Oof, Conviction really starting to run away here in this game 3. You can see them. They're up 2,500 gold. A lot of their plays are really working out for them. And a lot of key members are the ones who are picking up gold most importantly. Insanity with 2 kills is obviously the biggest indicator of that. And Perry, considering he went that Sundered Sky, he's going to actually be doing some pretty surprising damage here on the Poppy.
Showed that off and then some against Low Jazz in that extended exchange. Herald in about a minute's time. Gonna be what Conviction are likely to play for next to keep this ball rolling. Sandy starting to stack that Roa as well. Gonna go the Seraph's build on top of that. So trying to get as much of his HP up, his mana, his shielding. Nice little pick there from Cody Sun to get the fear onto the Vault Breaker, but the Cease and Desist lands all the same. And there's that Talia Vi you called out, finding a clutch pick, but Inflame on the other side will not get the Abyssal dive off. Nice shove there from Perry. Inflame just buying as much valuable seconds that he can, but Insanity will chase him down all the same. Inflame continuing to repeat the gray screen cycle for Dorado.
Still, Dorado, they're able to get some gold back, it looks like, off of that one. It's still ahead for Conviction, but really what matters next is whether or not Dorado can get on top of that Rift Herald. Even though Conviction got 2 of the grubs, still a lot of easy gold that they could potentially earn for themselves. So now I'm just wondering if we could potentially see that focus, especially with the lanes assignments switching up the way that they have. Because if Sniper was topside, I would say maybe not. But as long as Sniper stays on that bottom side of things, Dorado do have a chance.
Dorado maybe just looking to, again, trade an objective for straight upfront gold. Thought Adam might try and push another wave into that tier 1 turret. Could have even been his. But instead going to look for the reset here. At the same time, Dorado aren't really mounting a defense on that Herald side of the map. LoJazz is still in the bot river, so just going to go over to Conviction side. Feels like Dorado are a bit too late. That Miasma cancels the Abyssal dive from Inflame. Oh boy. The Ken's just getting benched again. At least Toronto fans, Inflame's not really worth a lot of gold dying anymore. That's what I'll say.
True. Very true. Being 0-5 really does wonders for your ability to generate gold.
Or throw yourself into combat like Perry is with Decoy. Maximum Dose is going to come out. Perry knows now that they don't have the burst to kill off this Mundo, but to get that ult off of him's a win nonetheless, and he's going to continue stacking more gold and stealing away LoJazz camps.
Yeah, I'd argue just getting the ult out was their entire goal. We're less than a minute from the Dragon. He's not going to have that ultimate up for that fight, and the only use Decoy really has right now is just, a big old ball of regenerating health. So he doesn't even have that, and it's tough for Dorado Gaming because they lost the Herald. They lost that last fight, and now Conviction are in a position to get there. Oh my god.
Nice Weaver's Wall. Miasma can't stop that one.
No, it can't, interestingly enough.
Oh boy,
that seems wrong.
Well, you hop on a wall over the Miasma, so I kind of like it.
Oh, you know what? I changed my mind, you're right.
It's funny, to factor in height in a game like League of Legends,
No, but sometimes it matters.
Yeah.
There's the sometimes Z-axis, as I call it.
We do live in a 3-dimensional world, and sometimes League has to factor that one in. And Sandy doesn't find that pick, but the pressure is the real win here. Just throwing auto after auto onto that bot lane tier 1 turret. Dorado are kind of waving the white flag on the bot side of the map. They'll collect a tier 1 turret and trade a bot lane tier 1 of their own. And of course, the most important prize for Conviction here, Hextech's Soul Point at 17:35 on the clock beatdown.
That is pretty crazy. It is going to be an early Soul as long as Conviction keep up this pace. And
he's out of there.
Yeah, he has nothing to be concerned.
LoJazz, you can't.
Oh no. Oh no.
He wasn't even close, beatdown.
Moving on.
Okay, all right. Yep, we'll take that route.
Dragon Soul, 4.5 minutes. Dorado Gaming. They want to stop that. It's very important. Yes. What do you think, Slayer?
I think Perry has caught Adam. Ooh, good dash, get over the seismic shove. He still gets stunned up, but punts out Inflame. And Adam, it's only a matter of seconds before you meet your demise here. Zyko will scoop up that kill. Decoy's TP'd in. So has Sniper. Both of them holding those top lane quest shields and both tanky enough to absorb any pressure. So Adam dropping is the win here for Conviction, but the gold lead is only a mere 1,000 by this point. So like you mentioned, Dorado just looking at future objective timers as points that they really need to start fighting, because this comp is designed to try and out-sustain the double mage threat from Conviction.
Decoy still trying to get to that second item, really just stacking on the health, probably going for, I don't know, Heartsteel or something. I do hope we see some more MR, or some MR, as time goes on, because that's really going to be, I think, the difference maker for him, and what will allow him to be tanky.
Keep an eye out for it nonetheless. Hub still, I know I'm harping on it, beatdown, but I'm just like, from an 80 carry standpoint, I think it just sucks to play one range upgrade Senna at 20 minutes. And it's not like the next one's coming anytime soon here. Kind of want to shout out Conviction's ability to draft and lane appropriately into Hub, where he's not necessarily laning into someone that gives him like free champion stacks. It's always been Cody Sun that matches him, and if you're Senna, you're trolling if you get into range to try and stack off of a Hui.
Yeah. It's not ideal for Hub this game. Still, old lead, very minuscule. And thing we still have to set our sights on is that dragon that's coming up soon. If Dorado lets that one go, this game becomes very hard.
Well, if they pick off Perry, that's an easy way to make sure it doesn't, but he flashes away from the Bissell dive after the cease and desist was committed.
Oh, nice
Breaker
cancel.
gonna land onto Zyko. Dawning Shadow tops off just enough damage for Lojaz to find that kill. Zyko drops. Baron's on the Rift, but one pick alone onto the support, not going to be enough to really move waves around the Baron pit.
I mean, you got the flash out from Perry and the Keeper's Verdict. It would not have been the worst Baron angle. I mean, the only problem is Hub wasn't anywhere close by. But I would have respected it.
I would have indeed, but the damage is not really there for a Baron rip, unfortunately. So not going to cost Conviction too much, but does bring us into an awesome scenario. We're in the heart of the mid game, and the gold is dead even. The real clear advantage for Conviction driving them at the forefront of this game is, of course, Hextech Soul can be theirs in a minute 15 time.
Yeah, that's right. If Dorado want to stop that, target's got to be Insanity. But he has he almost fully stacked that Roa, has the Seraphs, and he has both the Summoner spells. So it's got to be a Vitalia combo on this guy's face as soon as possible. Unless you take him out cleanly, Conviction will just win the fight.
Doubt's calling for same-day delivery on that combo. Onto Insanity. See if they'll be able to do so. Hub also hits onto 2 items. The Runin's Hurricane, an interesting choice here, but totally understand it. Into that beefy front line that we've been talking about for Conviction. Gonna clear out this bot wave, get it back in better order. Sniper gonna hit back out onto the Rift as well. And I'm seeing a lot of pings on the Baron. Are Lojaz and Adam 2-manning this right now before this Hextech Drake spawns? This would be a call and a half. I mean, they have to be. That's exactly what they're doing.
Oh, yeah?
Conviction have no idea. Yeah.
And they 2-man it pretty... I want to say
quicker
quickly,
than I would think.
Quicker, quicker than I expected, but Adam is going to die.
Adam
good
is
wall,
gonna die.
too.
And he's going to wall, but he's actually going to die. Inflame heals him. Lojaz really needs to get this down into smite range in time. The flash in does not stop him. It's somehow picked up by Adam of all people. And in your picture-in-picture, Insanity is soloing the Hextech Dragon. This is Hextech Soul. What kind of wacky Wild West game state are we in right now?
It's slow. Insanity's the only one there. He's actually going to need to walk it out. If Dorado reset the Dragon, it's super possible. The problem is Perry's here. Oh my god, okay. No smite on Lojaz, so he has no smite, so.
Alright, so we've traded Baron for Hextech Soul.
Not ideal.
I think the weight of that's really going to matter in how much cold that Dorado can get, but Lojaz getting thrown against the wall is not a great start, but a good one is to find Cody's son, picked off, and now Dorado behind their Mundo. You kind of just try and walk at Conviction. They've singled off Zyko. Blastco against Sandy closer, the tug lash lands, Zyko getting a hook shot himself, a great distance away though. Good job waiting on the cooldown, and he split Dorado away from their lone mage carry. Adam now drops, and things go topsy-turvy.
So I understand the risk Dorado needed to take, because this game really just was not going in their favor. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out as well as they'd hoped. Hextech Soul is a huge thing to lose.
Man, the more I see this TK get canceled on his Abyssal Dive, the more I feel like this pick kind of just does not like playing into Camille, Poppy, and Cassio. Decoy going to run away and pop maximum dosage just to say, I dare you to try and burn through this health bar, but... Alright, we're finally settled down after one of the most interesting Baron and Soul conversations you'll see.
Right. At least with the way the map state is in, I mean, they still have their tier 1 turret in mid lane. And every other turret besides their top and bottom tier 1. So Dorado still have a lot of time before they actually, are under threat of losing anything in their base. So at least with Baron, they get some gold. They might be able to take some turrets. And maybe they'll be able to fight it out for this Elder Dragon. Because if they do, because at least, this is me just trying to understand. Because think about it this way, Slayer. They go for the dragon fight, they probably lose. So Conviction gets Soul and Baron. I think that's a much worse situation than the one we're in right now.
I agree. That's a great way to explain it. And buying time with a Baron Like, it does suck to go into Hextech Soul, but you get more items onto Senna, or you just throw everything at Cody's son. That cease assist from LoJazz is to get behind Insanity that gets rooted up and burned down by Hub, and Decoy's here at the Hearthsteel to proc it onto Zyko. Inflame's gonna cut off the mid lane access, and they've still got maybe an extra wave of Baron. Should just be enough to only get this mid-tier 2 or maybe threaten the inhibitor, but Dorado have a 2-man advantage nonetheless.
Yeah, and it's a big damage dealer in Insanity who is gone here. Now they have another wave. Baron or not, you should be able to knock down some plates.
Wave clear is a hell of a drug, but a flick back onto Parry's even bigger from Adam! Catches out the Conviction jungler, and Dorado scrap another kill together.
It's happening, bro. It's happening. Slayer, they're up 4,000 gold. They got so much out of that Baron, and you're really starting to see that tankiness that Decoy is offering here and how much they just can't really deal with him on the window anymore.
And the innate value of this build path from Hub also integral.
Yeah.
Play the Rune King, the Runin's able to hit so many of these melee targets. He's actually starting to really cripple the Conviction front line. I'm curious to see what this back looks like from him as well. I'd like to think he's sitting on a lot of gold, and this setup being 3 items now, nearly actually hitting the 3rd breakpoint. Those 2 souls are actually really valuable for Hub to pick up. Oh, yeah. Just 1. 2 stacks off of it. This is big. This Senna is, despite how rough it seemed earlier, right where Hub wants it to be.
Yeah, about to hit 60 stacks. There it is. It's not bad, all things considered, and I'm really curious what that 3rd item he has will be, but you said it. The build's already showing its value right now. With how he's able to hit everyone at once. Conviction's Deathfall really getting ripped up by that Runon's Hurricane.
There's the LDR. Just full on about front to back to burn the tanks up. And does, you know, with the stacking as well, I don't know for sure the exact number Hub is on crit chance wise, but I believe it's nearing the 70% mark with the ones you get from each evolution of the range, factored in the 50% you're getting from Runin and LDR. So he's starting to get some pretty high crit chance as well behind these autos, and it's important to talk about because, again, for this draft beatdown, we outlined how later into a game, Hub's like the big bad damage that Dorado need.
Yeah, I mean, and we're at that stage of the game, by the way. Especially now that Decoy, he's finished the Spirit Visage, so now he's got some increased healing from his ultimate, increased shielding as well, and of course, the MR. I mean, these mages can't touch him. And as long as we make space for Hub to be able to auto-attack, just get those spells off, Slayer, he is so chilling.
Mad chilling indeed. I did also just see an image, by the way. I feel like this is important to bring up Beatdown. You remember how LoJazz secured a dragon? Hold on. Where Hub's getting jumped on by Sniper. Okay, good little Groot to come across. Does force the Devour out relatively early from Inflame. And the Weaver's Wall is not going to catch any of Conviction trying to retreat. So that's Devour, that's Weaver's Wall down. Baron's in the Rift now, and Elder spawns in about 30 seconds. So they're just going to find a pick on to Parry. The Golden Goose captured by Dorado.
That is such a big pick off there. No jungler means there's no chance for Conviction to actually try and contest this Elder Dragon. Right now, even Dorado Gaming, I like this. They're ensuring they get this next wave in. They know they can do this Dragon.
No, but Adam, you can't face check that brush. Punished instantly by Conviction. So no jungle for Conviction, no mages left up for Dorado. And now they've got themselves on the right side of the Elder Drake, which they'll start up. And you know Hub can burn through this decently well. Decoy has to be careful with his health bar, of course. He has the maximum dosage to lean on if he needs it. They're going to try and play the range of Hub for now. LoJazz jumps back in on the Elder. Remember, there is no smite here for Conviction. They have to fight. They can't let this get low enough. Mojaz trying to burn through it. Now Zykel finally going, and it's Sandy as well. The GA is going to top them out. The Dawning Shadow comes across. Decoy is walked
Perry's
down.
coming.
Perry's
coming.
Jumps into the pit. The all-out from Sniper nearly
Perry's
kills
here.
off Mojaz, but Perry is here to try and secure the Elder Dragon. It's Humphrey
Mojaz
firing
isn't
like
here.
a machine gun. Mojaz can't get for this smite. Perry gets the Elder, and now he can kill off Hub as Sniper takes down Lojaz. Decoy, you may be full health, but you just watched your entire team crumble at the Elder Dragon.
Huge from Conviction to stall long enough to let Perry to come back to pressure Lojaz so he wouldn't be able to smite. And now they cut this gold lead quite a bit, and we're going to watch this one again. Remember, Lojaz, he has the Guardian Angel too. They cut through his health bar twice, and there was no defense. That Spiraling Despair separating Lojaz from the rest of his team, making it so that there was no way to actually help here. The fact that Lojaz lived really was astonishing to me, but at this point, look at where he is. Level 16, oh, that's all well and good, but he is not anywhere close enough to be able to smite this.
Just an immaculate stall job from Conviction. The fact that Perry dies seconds before the Elder spawns, and he's able to get back up, out onto the map, and secure that Elder, wondrous. Sniper and Perry have Elder here. Oh my god, nice flick back though on a Zyko from Adam. Lojaz gonna take the Hex Portal, try and get behind them. And Zyko's taken a lot of poke by this point. Conviction trying to rely back on their range, use Cody's Son to try and poke Dorado away from this Baron, but it's reset to full HP.
Yeah, they forced them off it, and again, Decoy, remember, he has just so much regen.
Adam, jumping on Psycho, drops Hextech Ultimatum. Perry's gonna follow up, but the Devour from an Inflame gets Adam out before Elder can even have a say. Adam gonna flash forward, get another seismic shove that grips onto Insanity. He goes into the stasis. Lojaz has dropped. Hub can't step up any further. Adam is gonna drop as the all-out from Sniper.
They got him.
Hub, and Elder Dragon screams its purple and blue rage into the face of Dorado. Inflame and Adam have to kite back as they watch their team crumble once more, and a severing bolt from Cody's-san puts a cherry on top. A Conviction fight win.
And this has got to show you how strong Dorado Gaming are at this stage of the game. They almost won this fight, even with Conviction having the Elder Dragon buff, but it made the difference. That's the Baron for Conviction, and they've gotten themselves this gold lead back to even.
Holy mackerel. What a final game. There has been some ingenious macro moves, some sacrifices, and a whole lot of tankiness in this game 3. The gold lead is even. There's no more Elder to be spoken of, but there's still pick potential behind Perry and Zyko. And Lojaz is done for the Keeper's Verdict knockup to sign his death warrant as Perry goes on a rampage.
And they're going to steal some resources in the process. Few more minutes of that Baron buff ready to go. Only saving grace for Dorado Gaming. The Waves were not in a position where Conviction would actually be able to instantly capitalize on their Baron buff. Only just now are they bringing Waves to these tier 2 turrets.
Turrets that Dorado will begrudgingly give up. Did Sandy get that? Oh my god, Sandy got the bug where he Zanya's and it just sounds like he Zanya's every time you do hover over him. You just hear, every time we go to Insanity.
He's the chosen one, that's how you know.
Well, Inflame trying to disrupt that. Missile dive to try and cut off Perry's exit point. Weaver's Wall, gonna make sure none of them can leave through one side of the bottom jungle, but Conviction are just gonna tank a couple of Ultson catch-all abilities and reset the push.
Yeah, that's right. Tier 2 turrets go down. Was a several thousand gold lead for Dorado Gaming, and now it's swung all the way to Conviction's favor at almost 2,500 gold. Huge swing here. Really helping them try to get back into that driver's seat, but Baron buff's going to expire pretty soon, and it's looking like what's going to decide this game is this Elder Dragon that's in a minute 30 seconds. Second Elder, And Dorado, I think despite it all, still in a pretty okay position to have some pretty strong team fights, especially with Hub finishing his 4th item. Decoy, he just continues to be impossible to kill at this point as long as he's frontlining. Dorado shouldn't have much to worry about.
At this point, as long as they can keep Hub free firing for as long as possible, that is their recipe to success. Barring, you know, of course, the old reliable of Adam full combo off of a low jazz cease and desist, but the 2 targets you'd want to go after with that combo both have Zhonya's completed, which I think make it a little bit tricky to go for that all-in maneuver. Hub now nearly at 100 stacks on the Senna. Goes for the Hex Optics to add to that range off of a kill. He's full crit. He's able to shred tanks. This is Hub's game to lose.
And right now, 13 seconds. Those briefcases from Decoy hurt. You can see how confident he is. He is just walking his way through.
Oh, Cody-san's going to miss Spowling Despair. That's the first big ultimate to go off the board as the Dragon has spawned. Both teams still fighting for initial position. Mainly Decoy just trying to buy time to get that Warmogs passive back up, and boy, did he do just that.
Yeah, it's tough. They just threw so much at him, and he's going to walk back into the situation at full health. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is that? 8,000 health? Jesus, man.
That's a lot of HP. Cody-san took a back to get some heal cut as well, just to try and help with the healing of Decoy. Here we go, folks. Another Elder Dragon to maybe decide this whole series on one fight. Aggro going to be dropped. Hub going to re-aggro it for now. Dorado on the top side of your fight. Conviction trying to force their way in. They know they have to get onto Hub. They have to find Adam. With the threat of a Devour, a very scary prospect for that all-in. Zyko waiting in the wings of the flank of their own as Elder very slowly diminishes HP.
Yeah, watch Insanity. That's the Castle.
That's Castle down. Sniper not able to find a way in. It's going to be Low Jazz engaging onto Zyko off to the side. The punch out. Decoy's gotten rid of. Dawning Shadow try and help Low Jazz and Adam because they are far too deep behind enemy lines. The Sonya's not going to save Adam. And Sandy picks up that kill. And Low Jazz is completely out of this fight. Down to a mere 100-ish HP. The GA still up, and now Decoy rejoining the fray. He's got the maximum doses ready. Terry goes in to try and find Low Jazz, but all he finds is Hub with a shutdown. Great turn from Hub. Abyssal dive forward, all out from Sniper, but Decoy's healing up. Sniper needs to find Hub because Insanity has dropped.
Oh, they got him.
Nobody can hit Hub, and he's free firing onto all of Conviction. Psycho's the next target. Sayonara. Sniper trying to flash away from Inflame. But only Sniper and Cody-san remain, and Hub continues to hunt with supreme range that nobody can touch. Auto after auto, Sniper has to watch his hopes, his dreams, and Conviction series crumble.
And another shutdown for Hub as we have incredibly long spawn timers. I don't think this is enough to close the game. And Dorado don't want to take their chances, but I think this is the beginning of the end. Slayer. Such a long fight, even with the great pick. Unless they can get on Hub, Dorado Gaming are going to win.
And it's definitely going to help now that they secure the second Elder Dragon of the game.
Yep.
And should be able to parry that into this Baron. They're holding it, I believe. Okay, I thought they were holding it for
just so
death
everyone
timer.
has it. I thought they were. I think they were.
That's, you know, on to all 5 members nonetheless. They will need to take resets now. Hub has no mana, so there's a small window where Conviction can try and set up around this Baron, but I think the threat of all 5 members with Elder alone, Conviction are going to have to go full turtle here, beat down.
Yeah, honestly, you can't even do anything about this Baron. You got to let this go. Now, and it's just going to be one fight for Dorado Gaming. We're 40 minutes in. Spawn timers are so long that Dorado could basically just walk it into the base. Even look at where all the waves are right now. They have options for where they want to play this out. It's going to take a pretty substantial fight here for Conviction. They have to know Hub is the target. But it's so hard. That's the power of the Tahm Kench. Even if they threw everything in the kitchen sink at this guy, Inflame could save him.
Tahm Kench was mercilessly bullied throughout this entire mid-game. Inflame was caught like 4 times in a row just trying to beat Tahm Kench. The Abyssal Dive's been canceled so many times. And none of that matters because of what you just said. He's just here to devour a carry in the clutch moment. And in these last couple fights, he's done just that. Elder and Baron both available for Dorado for about 2 more minutes, and they want to finish the game right now. Low Jazz goes in with a cease and desist, but Decoy is trying to run down these mages. Perry on the flip side trying to kill off Hub. The one goal that will give conviction in this series will not happen. Both junglers traded, but that's a win for Dorado as they break into the conviction base.
And they're not finished yet. 50 seconds on Perry. Dorado looking to go 2-0 so far here in the summer split. And Conviction about to experience a great tragedy.
First Nexus turret down. Cannon minions wailing onto the second. Another wave in tow. Perry's respawn feels like a millennia away by this point as the wave approaches the Nexus turret. And Hub is able to start free firing shot after shot into these tanky members. The Cannon minions whittle the Nexus turret down. One more auto from Hub will do it. And Decoy's just going to ignore all the fight. He's got the health bar to just finish it off. What a comeback from Dorado Gaming. They take down the defending champs 2-1.
And that's Dorado's second win of the split. And a great finish to the beginning of their week 3. They have a tough match tomorrow, but you got to imagine they're going to sleep like babies tonight after taking Conviction down the way they did this game.
Yeah, beat down. I mean, that is such a feel-good story here for Dorado Gaming, knowing everything that was revolving around this series, how weird Game 2 was. You know, I'm sure a lot of people were willing, if Conviction found this Game 3 win, to kind of just ride off that Game 2 for the weird circumstances we, of course, had going on in the game. But all the credit to Dorado, showing that Game 2, you can't call a fluke anymore because they just punched Conviction right in the mouth to take the series away in a Game 3 that Conviction had multiple points they could have ran away with.
Yeah, but again, that scaling really came online for them in that composition. And the Senna TK that, there were some questions about going into that game ended up coming in clutch towards the end. And wow.
Look at that Mundo damage.
He did more damage than I thought.
Yeah. Heartsteel procs are a hell of a drug these days.
He did go Hydra at the end, which is funny.
I kind of love that because he just knew, like, my only job in this late of a game is to run right at the mages and kill them as quickly as I can. Yeah, push. Exactly. And yeah, that's a huge damage numbers. That's the gold graph of all time right there. Socials, I got your post. It's right on your screen.
I mean, I feel, are we in the LPL or what, man?
Listen, that's what I was thinking, but I've made that joke too many times. I'm glad you read my mind.
It's okay. I did it for you.
Yeah. When you go 6 games with a man and a whole tech pause, you kind of just sync up brainwaves at a certain point. That's where we're at.
You do. You really get to know him, like, on a seriously deep level. Okay, this is getting a little too goofy.
Goofy indeed. But you know what, Beatdown? Yeah. That was our entire series after Game 1. So
that's very true. I mean, I think the implications of this one are really stunning to me. And again, this is a hard week for Dorado Gaming. Conviction today, NRG tomorrow. And they beat Conviction, which is really crazy, especially with how good they looked in Game 1, how Perry fit in so well, and now Conviction are also sent to 0-3. Like, that is... Who would have guessed?
Yeah, I mean, when we get to it, as we wind down the show, we take a look at those standings later on, we're going to have some very fun conversations there, Beatdown. But for now, we got to continue to praise Dorado here in this one. Of course, with our MVP award. And this may be a little bit of a cheat, but I'm willing to give this guy, Hub, the MVP for that Game 3 alone, man, because it was the most important game, and Dorado get wiped off the face if Hub doesn't step up on this Senna the way he did.
Yeah, and I mean, I honestly think it's just deserved. The Ezreal game was fine. I thought the Xayah game was all right, and this Senna game was just absurd. and really the big difference maker here to finish off the series. So, I mean, honestly, think he deserved it. It was between him and Adam. Adam's to lead a game this game. You know, that's why I voted for Hub. The Senna game was crazy. I'm going to remember that one. Conviction are going to have nightmares about this one and how they couldn't touch this guy.
And could never disrupt Hub. Just think back to what Miliana said before we went into this series, you know, really arguing for just how much these players on Dorado have grown across this entire year at this point. And this is coming from a guy that projected them to relegate in both splits. They effectively dodge it. They dodge it in spring when nobody had them doing it. And now, at this 2-0 point, I mean, beat down, it feels pretty hard for them to end up in the relegation zone, right? Because essentially, in my mind, if they take one more series and they get to that 3-win threshold, that's the marker we usually talk about as avoiding that last chance qualifier where the loser goes into the relegation tournament for next year.
Yeah, I mean, gotta look at the schedule, gotta look at the numbers, but
of course,
I mean, being at 2-0, it's a pretty great way to start off the split, so it's wonderful stuff there. And I'm really glad you brought up the point there from Miliana, because yeah, again, we look at what players like Adam and Hub were doing on Polestar and how difficult of a roster that was to, you know, play on. And now they've grown so much just because of the time they've been able to spend in the NACL. Get to this point where they're beating players like Insanity, Sniper, Harry. We've had great respect for here in the NACL. It's just, you love to see it.
You love to see it. And another person that Miliana in the pre-show interview really sung the praises of was, of course, Inflame, the support here for Dorado, who I am now going to be standing by with to talk about one of the wildest series that the NACL has to offer this split. Hello, Inflame. Welcome in, my friend. Listen, first question is going to be an easy one. Just immediate thoughts after getting out of that series win with the many chaotic factors that was in that one to get you guys the 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, definitely interesting, right? Like, I thought we're gonna give our series away after I went like 0-7 on Time Kench. But then my teammate kind of got my back, so shout out to them.
Yeah, you know, we were saying it during the game, right? That like Conviction, we're just bullying you. I'm sure it can be tilting to get your Abyssal Dive canceled by like 3 different champions,
Yep.
But what mattered most was you got that clutch Devour off to save your carries at the end of the game. That's what mattered most, and you were able to accomplish that. Kind of want to talk about this your bottom lane duo for a second here, because our view on the caster desk, I'm sure a lot of people's views was your ability to save your carries, and mostly Hub just being like a Gatling gun, untouched, able to scale into this game. Just kind of speak to me what it was like in those comms in Game 3 and what you saw out of Hub there to earn our MVP and, of course, get you guys that coveted 2-1 win.
Yeah, like definitely feel really great, like having him as my ADC, right? Like he always say like, calm down, guys, we're gonna outscale. Like even though if we are down 5k, he's still like bring our morale up. So it's really, really great, and then he really show us that like he can carry, you know.
He carried his socks off in that one, Inflame. One more question about that Game 3. I kind of want to talk about how your guys' draft approach came, because something, obviously, you're very aware of mages getting into the bottom lane. We're seeing a lot of, like, 2 mage compositions, and I thought it was a really great look from Decoy to go for this Mundo. Was that, like, something that Decoy really felt like stressing as, like, a tank answer to the mages, or something your coaching staff were looking for? How did that draft kind of come together towards the end for you guys?
I mean, it's definitely, like, something he play, right? Mundo, like, it's one of his counter pick. Also, like in match meta, tank is really, really strong. Especially like the scaling one, like on Kisante or Mundo. So like that's why we pick it. We see double mage, just like slam it. We know we're gonna win. Level 16.
Yeah, and it looked wonderful. Inflame, though, of course, I'm of course very happy to have you in the league. Finally in the NACL, felt like you were a support that people really wanted to get a look at. I know Miliana, your guys' GM, really stressed that she felt like you were the best support in Tier 3. You know, you're killing things into GVU. Obviously, this opportunity comes because of the scheduling stuff with Redemption. But just talk to me about how important it's been and how fun it's been for you to get into the NACL here with Dorado and in your first split take 2 series and show your stuff to the masses.
I mean, it feels awesome. Like, shout out my teammate, right? Like, they're really, I would say, like, not that experienced, but like, they're good enough that, like, they give me space to make mistakes, and then not feel pressure. Like, they give me a lot of I don't know the word, but like, they give me a lot of support, I guess, or like, what do I want to try? What do I want to do? Or like test in scrim? Like, they allow it. So shout out to my teammates, the goods.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. And Flame, I can't help but notice you are, I assume, playing out of the GVU setup, right? Are you a little heartbroken that you guys, Dorado and Ole Miss, aren't going to ever match up? Because wouldn't that mean that you're playing on one side of the room and then Bounty and Ariana would have been sitting on the other side of the room playing at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, Bo3 is sitting there, but Ariana is only like playing from Poland, so.
Oh, okay,
you
right.
won't see him from here, yeah.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's unfortunate you guys, that'd be such a funny matchup to play on the other side of each other's rooms. But hey, you know, the way you guys are playing, you guys might just match up here for playoffs. I kind of want to talk about now your guys' team expectations and your expectations. You're 2-0 now. You know, a lot of the community was coming in talking about Dorado as a team that could likely like relegate, and you guys obviously believed in yourself. And now you're looking forward to playoffs, right? As a 2-0 team and showing what you guys are really made of by this point.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, I mean, what are your personal goals here as well? Because I know, you know, obviously you competing in CLOL here. Are you trying to become like a mainstay support here in the NACL and show people that you need to be taken as one of those serious supports to come out of our region in the developmental area?
Like, for me, I'm just like looking to play and like prove myself that I still have it in me. Like, for sure, if possible, would like to get a shot for ICS maybe. But for now, like, we just keep playing and improving. I think that's my personal goal right now.
Well, Inflame, let me tell you firsthand, you are definitely capturing the attention of many with your immediate play here as a rookie in the NACL with Dorado. It's been a treat to watch you play, and I'm glad you were able to get away from the torment that was the mid-game on that Tom Kench to prove pivotal in that Game 3 win. I want to give you the stage here to give you final words. Do you have any shout-outs, any final statements you want to give to the Dorado fans and the many watching at home?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys for support and like watching me play. Definitely like the friend from Thailand and like my tier 3 friends as well. Aeon, Tootboot, Chow, Sim as well. Chow, my teammate, they're really showing up today and carry my ass off through Game 3. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Inflame. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. I'll let you get back to your team. Congratulations once more on the win over Conviction. We'll bring Beatdown back in here now. Whoa, all right, hey. Listen, I like the dramatic entrance. It was cool getting to talk to Inflame, and I'm just overall happy that he got this shot to play in the league because he's been so impressive, and now Dorado are really a team that we got to stop downing, man.
It's got to feel really good for them. I could tell the energy was like, you're still kind of jumpy almost, because it's a crazy win that they were able to get today over Conviction. They're 2-0 now in the split. Like you said, one more win will pretty much guarantee them not having to go to the promotion tournament. It's really exciting stuff.
Let's take a look at the results back now, Beatdown, really quickly, to try and relive what has been, I think I'm going to say, the longest day of the summer split so far. We had 6-game day yesterday.
Was yesterday not longer?
Was yesterday longer? I don't know. Listen, you know what? About the same is the word we get. All right, so we now know the trials and tribulations that Hawk and 4x4 went through yesterday, but here are those results. NRG getting that win over Winthrop, of course, going the distance. And then the big headline, of course, being Dorado Gaming now having wins against Maryville and Conviction to start off their summer split.
That's right, and Conviction, unfortunately, going 0-3 as we look at the standings is a really brutal place that we did not expect them to be at all. I know there's, we talk about regular season Conviction and things like that, but there are definitely limits, and 0-3 is really well below what we expected in that regard, so that's tough. It's going to be a big bounce back required for this team. Our champions from Split 1 earlier this year to be able to make it into that last chance qualifier and then into playoffs to potentially qualify for the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes of Group A alone. If NRG and Ole Miss are able to get that third coveted win, they'll lock themselves playoffs. And the big question mark, of course, is being Maryville. But at a certain point, if they can get up to that 3-win mark, that will lock Blue Otter and Conviction into that last chance qualifier, regardless the rest of the way how they play out. So Blue Otter and Conviction now, their hopes and dreams are somewhat out of their hands, right? To try and get away from that last chance qualifier. Here's a look at tomorrow's matches, and boy, have we got some heaters, folks. First of all, Dorado off of that win now have to play NRG, but hard to just write them off again. I'm done doing it for sure. And then Maryville likely at full strength, near full strength is what we're hearing, taking on maybe the hottest team besides NRG, which is Cupid. Tomorrow's going to be a banger beatdown.
Yeah, that first one's definitely the match of the day. It's going to be very exciting for all of us watching. And overall, really interested to see how Dorado's going to do now, especially off the back of this. That's got to be a huge confidence builder to be able to win a series like this.
Without a doubt, beatdown. But that will finally, with a big exhale, conclude our day here on the NACL. And that will kind of conclude my coverage with the North American Challengers League. So I'd just like to say thank you for you, Beatdown. It's been an absolute pleasure chopping up with you on the microphone. Shout out to our production, everybody at home, all the love. It has been exactly what I dreamed it would be, coming on here in the North American Challengers League. And just hope that I delivered the power and passion that everyone deserves behind their stories here. Of course, though, the NACL does not stop rolling. Tomorrow we'll have more games as the push for playoffs is fully on. So you know the same place to come home to for more North American Challengers League action. We'll see you right back here for tomorrow.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.